is a blow to what part of the body? 215-263-WMMR, and we are going to go to Scott. Hey, Scott, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Hate to bother you at work.
Nah, you didn't do that. All right, Scott, where is a rabbit punch going to happen on the body?
That's to the back of the head.
More specifically, the neck.
The neck.
So,
The
yeah, it's
cervix.
behind. It's a punch behind the back and
We'll
the
give
neck.
it to
So
him?
we'll give it to him.
All right.
Yeah. All right, hang on, Scott. We are going to give you, sir, a $150 Fogo de Show gift card. And when you order at Fogo, you don't order an entree. You order a night of different things to taste and enjoy. Experience carved tableside. And you can go to Fogo to discover what is next. You can make a reservation at Center City or King of Prussia at Fogo.com. Yeah, when you see video of guys doing rabbit punches, it looks like they're hitting in the back of the head, but it's a little underneath that. All right, let's see what we got in store for you. We're going to begin with a little bit of police activity. Police are investigating an altercation between Woody Harrelson and a man that he claims was taking photos of him and his daughters at the Watergate Hotel in Washington, D.C. NBC Washington reports that officers were called to the hotel around 11 p.m. on Wednesday after a report was made about an assault on the roof deck. A man who appeared to be intoxicated had taken photos of the actor and his daughters. Harrelson told police that when he asked the individual to delete the images, he lunged at him and tried to grab his neck. So Woody punched him in self-defense.
Oh, there you go.
Police told the local news outlet that witness accounts backed up the actor's story. So
I would think Woody's probably pretty sedate, and you have to push him for him to react that way.
Yeah. So there was that, and no word on anybody getting in any trouble with the police, but we'll see. William Shatner told New York Comic-Con's audience that he is terrified to go into space.
The captain of the Enterprise is terrified to go into space.
Yeah, the 90-year-old actor who will become the oldest person to go to space on Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin space flight told fans on Thursday, I don't want to be the oldest guy to go into space. Before reminiscing about the 1986 Challenger crash that killed all of the astronauts on board there, he said, and I'm thinking, I'm going up in a rocket, and our best guess is it should be fine. I'm terrified. He said, I'm Captain Kirk, and I'm terrified.
Yeah.
Then he goes, I'm not really terrified. And he says, yes, I am. But he says, it comes and goes like a summer cold. I'm planning on putting my nose against the window once I'm in space, and my only hope is I won't see someone else looking back.
It's Tuesday that he's doing it.
Yes.
It's so soon.
Yeah.
Stop and think about it, though. You have a guy whose entire career, the weight, the bulk of everything that he has and has had is based on that role. And now he's finally going to, in real life, get to go into space.
I know.
It's pretty freaking amazing.
Every time one of these goes up and there's someone outside of, the astronauts who are highly, obviously, qualified and trained for all this stuff, but when these things start to go up and there's like a novelty person that they'll set up, it's happened throughout the years, I think, man, what if that thing blows up?
Yeah.
And how bizarre that would be.
It is a risk.
If this were to happen to him,
it'd
I'm speaking just to him, not the other people on board that aircraft or that spacecraft, if this were to be a horrible tragedy, but it would be kind of
poetic justice?
Not justice,
poetic?
but poetic, yeah.
Right.
That he, the Rocket Man, and he's done a cover of that song, which is pretty classic.
I think Mars ain't the kind of place to raise kids.
Right.
In fact, it's as cold as hell.
But it would be quite an exclamation point to put on the end of his life, would it not?
Even further, if he had to go outside the vehicle and repair something on a
God.
suicide mission.
Steve, all right, there you go. That's better.
Which button do I push? The red one or the blue?
Mr. Shatner, you're 90 years old. You've lived a long life.
It's okay if I die. I want to save everybody on board.
Yeah.
Especially you, Medea.
90 is just remarkable that anybody's going up at that
Yeah.
age. But Steve, I was thinking about how, Star Trek really helped to inform science, and now science is sending up somebody from Star Trek into space.
Yeah, you're right. It
It's
created
really
a whole
cool.
generation
Yeah.
of science lovers. And at this point, those initial science lovers are now probably have given birth to multiple.
Yeah, but I mean, Star Trek has been around for so long, and new movies and the new generation, all that kind of stuff. It really probably has inspired a lot of people to get into the space program.
No doubt, yeah.
All right, so he's headed up on Tuesday. All right, I think we have a clip for this, Casey. Take a look, if you will. Barbara Corcoran from Shark Tank, the CEO, she's very successful, is apologizing after making a bit of a fat joke at Whoopi Goldberg's expense on Thursday's episode of The View. While discussing Emma Grede, which I believe that's how you pronounce the name, Emma Grede, Grede, the founder and CEO of denim brand Good American, who is set to be the first black female guest shark on Shark Tank, Goldberg mentioned that she'd have to try on a pair of the size-inclusive jeans. And Corcoran joked, when you get fit. Well, do we have the clip?
Yeah,
All
we
right,
do.
here, let's play this.
I just came back from The View.
That's
That's the apology.
Yeah.
That's the second clip. So anyhow, in the first clip, she had said that she joked, when you get finished with those jeans and decide you don't like them, give them to me. I'm going to make 2 pairs.
Oh, boy.
You're right.
Now, apparently they're friends. And
They are friends.
Yeah, but that was
right, I think
that was
we
a
have the
joke
clip.
that didn't quite land.
Oh, my God.
You want to hear that one?
Yeah. Here we go.
They really are for
They're
everybody.
great jeans.
Yeah.
Well, I have to try them.
You have to. They're really good.
Will they fit this COVID?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they will.
Okay, if they fit 2 COVID butts.
And when you get finished with those jeans and decide you don't like them, give them to me. I'm going to make 2 pairs.
Barbara.
Okay, so now we don't like you. What's the
Whoops.
Now,
but
Whoopi had
said-
made fun of her own COVID
Yeah,
weight
but
gain.
no,
2 butts.
Yeah,
no,
so-
but that's the
I know.
You
I know.
can't.
You
You
can
can
make
make
fun
fun
of
of
it,
your
but
own weight.
Right.
No one else can.
Yep.
Because you're incredibly fat, right, Whoopi?
And that's where you can't come in.
terrible.
Yeah.
So co-host Anna Navarro immediately went on the attack, telling the businesswoman that both Sarah Haynes and Jill Biden have already been seen in the dress that she was wearing. It's not the same kind of ribbing, though. The Shark Tank star took to Twitter that afternoon, issuing an apology. And now we have that clip. Here we go.
I just came back from The View and saw my old friend Whoopi. As you well know, she has a phenomenal sense of humor, and I've known Whoopi for years. I made a joke at Whoopi's expense, which I now realize wasn't funny. For anyone who I may have offended unintentionally, I just want to say I really am very sorry.
Yeah, that's the kind of joke you say behind someone's back.
Right.
You don't say it.
I mean,
Yeah.
you make
Don't say
fart
it,
jokes
too.
in front of her because she
Right.
does that all the time.
Right. So
She has she's the real estate one, right?
I'm not sure what her area of
I
expertise
think she is, and I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure, in the Hamptons and Montauk, where I vacation, any real estate sign you see is her name.
Believe it or not, she is sort of a quasi-sex symbol on that show.
Oh, really?
They like this sort of, I don't know.
I like the QVC gal, the gal who made her
Yeah.
bone. I
Right,
think
right,
she's
right.
hot.
Yeah.
Right. So,
Yeah.
who is the weakest link host? Do you remember her?
Yeah.
Same sort of vibe.
I forgot her name.
Right.
Yeah, with the short hair
Right.
and kind of.
I still love that show.
takes
Weakest
no-
link?
No,
We think Shark
Shark
Tank?
Tank?
Shark Tank.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
It's
like it
great.
too.
It's
Yeah.
great, except for the Sharks, and they put on the little
I know,
presentation.
but it's I know to expect that,
Right,
so
right.
I'm not. But I like some of the products.
Yeah, Kathy, she's real estate.
Yeah.
Real estate brokerage in
That's
New
what I
York
thought.
City. She sold for $66 million in 2001 and
almighty.
shortly thereafter exited the company. So she made her money and got out, apparently. All right, so speaking of real estate, Justin Timberlake and Jessica Biel are ready to say goodbye to Southern California and make Big Sky Country their permanent home. The couple are selling their Hollywood Hills mansion in Los Angeles for $35 million.
This place is gorgeous. I mean,
I've
you
not
see these
seen it.
houses all the time, but this in particular, it has like a 2-level pool with like a stone brick face on the back that looks amazing. I mean, I don't know how you would describe the architecture other than, oh my God.
So the listing is being handled by Justin Paul Shell and Drew Fenton of Hilton Highland.
Here it is, Preston.
Yeah, it looks like an infinity
Yeah,
pool.
it looks
really,
like two
really
of them.
tall one.
There's one below it too.
Nice. So the sale is a result of Timberlake and Biel spending less time in Los Angeles and more time at their home in Montana. The 10-acre property is situated in a cul-de-sac and showcases a 13,000-square-foot Spanish-style mansion with 7 bedrooms, a screening room, and a gym, in addition to a guest house, tennis courts, and a massive pool.
So is Montana developing a celebrity area now?
They have for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, not only that, but like a billionaire's. It's like a
Like a
billion.
Yeah.
Billionaires.
I'm your Century 21 realtor.
Hey, look over here, and here's some trees, and there's a buffalo. There's like a billion.
Yeah, and don't go check out this place.
That's right, it stinks.
Yeah.
Don't go in there. That's the septic tank. It stinks.
I, for fun, hopped on Zillow not that long ago just to look at places in Montana because I figured, it's Montana. It can't be that pricey. It rivals like Boulder, Colorado.
There you
and,
go.
And Aspen, Colorado. Like, really fancy places out west.
I have a friend whose daughter is doing. She's going to school to be a child physical therapist, and she had to go out to Montana to do her whatever it's called. I don't know if it's residency, whatever it is. Right. And she was having a hard time finding somewhere to live. I don't know how it all went down, but basically she found a family who was leaving their house for like 4 months, and they were going to travel, and they were going to be gone for 4 months, and they needed somebody to stay in their house and basically just watch over it, make sure it was okay, and just kind of do some upkeep with it. And so she was like, yeah, this is perfect. She got there. It's like an enormous mansion. They've got a pool. They've got a spa. They told her, they go, tell your mom to come stay with you if she wants to fly out here and stay. But she said it's like a 10,000 square foot house, and it's beautiful.
So that's what you're getting out there. I saw this story about a guy who, what he did, Preston, is he went out to Montana and he built basically a Western town. Just basically like a perpetual movie set, and then rents that
That's so cool.
to movie companies.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Wyoming is also very similar as far as attracting the uber wealthy.
Yeah, like Harrison Ford's been out there for a long, long time, and more have started to find that that's. I mean, it's beautiful. It's the most beautiful
big sky country.
It's some of the most beautiful landscape in our nation, and so they can afford it.
Yep,
and they go out there and they get it. By the way, the Los Angeles property, the California property, Timberlake purchased it, portions of which previously belonged to Errol Flynn.
Wow.
And he bought it in 2002 and purchased surrounding land from Helen Hunt and added to this.
So that's why it's so huge. Because it's a big mofo.
Timberlake and Biel share son Silas and Phineas, whom they welcomed during Phineas was welcomed in the pandemic. Now, speaking of Jessica, she's joined the cast of the Hulu series Candy. The 39-year-old actress will star in and executive produce the new true crime drama. She replaces Elizabeth Moss in the lead role of Candy Montgomery. The Hollywood Reporter said that Moss had to exit the project due to scheduling conflicts. And I remember seeing a made-for-TV movie about this, like back in the 80s. So it centers around a real-life story of Montgomery, a Texas woman who killed her friend Betty Gore in 1980. The series explores why Montgomery, a wife and mother living in the suburbs of Dallas, killed her friend from church with an axe.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's heavy duty.
Yeah, so HBO Max is also developing a series about Montgomery titled Love and Death, starring Elizabeth Olsen and Lily Rabe. Lily. Chelsea Handler admitted on her podcast that she initially wasn't interested in her boyfriend, Joe Coy, because he had, quote, brother energy. The former Chelsea Lately star met her new beau almost 20 years ago, and although they had an amazing chemistry, things never went anywhere. She said she was talking to him because he was on the podcast. She said, you have a lot of similar qualities that my brother had. So in many ways, I just feel so completely safe, and I feel like, oh, this is family, and I've always felt that way about you, that you're family. Ultimately, she admitted that she's glad she didn't have feelings for him when they first met, or she would have ruined it. The two reunited shortly before COVID, and he asked her to write a blurb for his book. Then they began texting regularly and eventually started hanging out together, and there you go.
Now love.
The rest is history.
We've had Joe on the show before.
Yes, we have.
Yeah, I thought so. He's really funny.
He is great.
Let's see. Oh, this is here you go. Here's a couple news. In a new interview with E! News, Miss Piggy made it clear that although she absolutely considers Kermit a good friend and colleague, that they have not gotten back together.
Oh, all right, so if I may, was it her talking or was it the puppeteer?
I didn't get that information from this, Steve. So
I'm very confused by all
while
this.
discussing forthcoming Disney Plus movie Muppets Haunted Mansion, which was done by our friend Kirk Thatcher.
I want to see this.
I want to kiss you. This is the Muppet.
You fat pig.
The Muppet said, "This is a script, okay? This is a fantasy, all right? We are not a couple." The pair issued separate statements on social media back in 2015, announcing their split for the second time. Yes, they did. Yeah. Let's stay with the relationship stories for a moment. Bachelor in Paradise.
Oh!
Star Riley Christian
I love you.
says that his milestone relationship with Marissa Gunn is, quote, good for culture.
It's good for culture.
Christian and Gunn.
It's good for geology.
What?
Christian and Gunn are the franchise's first ever black couple to reach engagement status.
It's good for culture.
Gunn told the outlet, because we just
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Culture.
Culture who?
It's good for it.
Okay.
It's not really a joke.
What?
He said, because we just went into it with an open mind, our hearts were open.
Our hearts were soaring like culture.
And we just happened to meet each other and we look alike, which is even better.
Whose kid is Culture? Is it Cardi B?
There's a kid named Culture?
Yeah.
Okay.
Spelled with a K.
Her 32-year-old fiance added, the person that we found love with also happens to look like us, which is great.
Culture.
It's great for the culture.
Love.
So, I mean, love is love.
Love is love and culture's culture.
During
and never the two trains shall meet.
During Tuesday's finale, Christian popped the question with a
Will you
pear-shaped
have culture?
with a pear-shaped diamond ring surrounded by 43 round-cut diamonds, which was designed by Neil Lane.
That sounds pretty heavy duty.
Yeah. This is kind of nice. Tiffany Thiessen paid tribute to her Saved by the Bell character, Kelly, and their 27th wedding anniversary to Mark Paul Gosselaar's Zach on Thursday. The actress captioned an old photo of her and her former co-star with Happy 27th anniversary, Kelly and Zach.
Did they get married on the go to college? Yeah,
Way to keep love going. The characters were married, Steve, in the TV movie.
There you go.
Saved by the Bell Wedding in Las Vegas, which served as the series finale for the show in 1994.
Love.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was that's. I love that they play around with the characters as if they're real people. So that's nice. Justin Bieber invited Oscar winner Diane Keaton to co-star in his new video for Ghost.
Really?
He posted a 25-second clip that showed him hugging the 75-year-old star from behind as they stare out at the surf while he sings.
Wow.
And if you can't be next to me, your memory is ecstasy. I miss you more than life.
What the hell is he talking about?
I don't know. Keaton posted about working with Bieber and called it an honor and said that she felt like she was dreaming.
No, thanks.
Ghost is the most recent single from Bieber's next studio album, Justice, and the full video will be online starting today, actually, so you'll be able to see that. Hey, Variety is reporting that celebrity chef Bobby Flay is set to leave Food Network after 27 years.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think he's going off to start his own network?
Well, no, because he walked off after talks on a new contract broke down.
Uh-huh.
So they were working on something.
Right.
He didn't like the terms, and so he's out of there. So what he will do, I don't think that is his motivation to leave, but maybe he'll come up with something. We'll see. His current contract is set to expire at the end of this year, at which time Bobby Flay will exit.
You know, I was in University City on Saturday, and I was so bummed that Bobby's Burger Palace wasn't there anymore.
You love that place.
It was
whenever we'd go to the movies, you'd go to that place.
I didn't get to go there enough. I think
is there another one in the area?
No,
That's
not that I know
Huh.
of.
Was it a pandemic closing? Or did it close before that?
I thought it was before that.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Okay.
I just know it's not there anymore, and it's in my top 3 burgers of all time.
Yeah.
Do you have a headache?
No, ocular migraine. So
I turned in case he's wearing his white sunglasses.
Yeah,
where did that come from?
Yeah, you get them occasionally, right?
It's been a while since I had one, but
that
yeah,
sucks.
there's no pain. It's just there's these ghosts that hang out in my vision.
I get it.
And that actually gives me anxiety.
Wow.
Yeah,
completely understand.
anxiety might not be the right, but anxiety.
Ghostiety.
We'll go with anxiety.
Yeah.
All right, I'll continue on with a couple of other things. Let's see. Steve Carell is set to star in and executive produce The Patient, a half-hour limited series for FX. And Deadline reports that the psychological thriller... The psychological thriller created by the duo behind The Americans centers around a psychotherapist who will be played by Steve Carell, who finds himself held prisoner by a serial killer with an unusual request, which is to curb his homicidal urges. That's an interesting concept.
Think of a that's almost like The Sopranos. In a way, he was going for therapy,
right?
You know, it's a big sort of hang on the show was that he was this mob boss in therapy.
But this one sounds like he's being held prisoner,
Yes,
so it's
yeah.
like, fix me or I'm going to kill you.
Right.
So that should be kind of interesting.
kiss you.
Okay, so I saw this story in 2 different publications this morning, and I'm editing it because I think it is sloppy journalism because they flat out give away some very important information about, it's kind of a spoiler alert. So Variety reports that Katherine Hahn could return as Agatha Harkness in WandaVision spinoff for Disney+. And then it goes on to say why.
You don't want to do
You don't
that.
want to know.
You don't want that.
No, you want to watch WandaVision and find out why there might be a spinoff with this character.
You don't give it away.
Yeah. So
Coming back from Vietnam, giving out real spoilers.
And like they flat out tell what happened in the
You
show.
can't tell what's happening.
No.
Tell me what's happening. Spin on me. Tell me the ending to Marvel series.
I love that Rambo is a Marvel fan.
Yeah, I love that show. I loved her in it. Well, if you watch the show, I'm not going to give much away. Is that she's alive at the end of WandaVision?
So the series is described by sources as a dark comedy, though exact plot details remain under wraps. But that's great. I'm happy if that ends up happening. I love Katherine Hahn. I think she's hilarious. And that show was one of the best spinoffs out of the Marvel series that
It was
I've ever
tremendous,
seen.
and you made you laugh, and it frightened you, and it was also there were laughs. And she's responsible for one of my favorite memes now, which is her winking at the camera.
Oh yeah,
All
right, I have 2 Riverdale stories.
Ooh.
All right, so Deadline reports that Mark Consuelos has made his final appearance as a series regular on Riverdale.
I don't like that.
He starred as Hiram Lodge, Veronica Lodge's conniving father since season 2. Made his final appearance in this past Wednesday night season 5 finale.
He was a baddie.
He's done, but they're going to do this. Sabrina will be popping up in Riverdale next season. Of
Sabrina
course,
was a part of the.
they
Archie.
did crossovers all the time. Yeah. So, Chilling Adventures of Sabrina star Kierna Shipka revealed that she will be crossing over during the CW season, upcoming 6th season, which will debut in November. And the actress teased on Instagram, from Greendale to Riverdale. See you in season 6.
I will say this. Again, with this series, I really enjoyed the first couple of seasons because it had a nice sort of systematic progression. And then there was a little bit of going off the rails.
Yeah.
And I still enjoy it, but it's...
Riverdale or Sabrina?
Riverdale.
Okay.
Yeah. Sabrina actually started darker,
Yeah. I watched a few of those, the first few episodes, and I appreciated it. And I thought this was really good. It didn't speak to me enough to stick around.
Yeah.
But I thought it was kind of cool with what they were doing with the subject matter. So, 2 more quick things. Well, one more thing, and then we're going to move on to the movies opening this weekend. Mike Flanagan has a new series with Netflix in the works. The streaming service said Wednesday that Flanagan is developing a limited series based on the Edgar Allan Poe short story, The Fall of the House of Usher, and other works by Poe. Flanagan will serve as writer and director half of the 8 and will direct half of the 8 episode series. Fall of the House of Usher was first published in 1839. The story follows an unnamed narrator who visits his friend Roderick Usher, a man living with his sister in a mysterious mansion. The story explores themes of madness, family, isolation, and metaphysical identities.
Flanagan is doing a series which I just started watching, Midnight Mass.
I was just about to ask you about that. Yeah.
Midnight Mass.
So it was recommended to me actually by Christine Preston at Trinity, and she said it was fantastic. Have you enjoying it?
So Preston,
I watched the first episode.
This sits squarely in I would call it Stephen King-ish.
Yeah, I need to get to the next episode because I liked the creepiness of it. It moved a little bit slow for me. But it's got to pick up, I would imagine.
This guy did the Haunting for Netflix, which are the Shirley Jackson.
Haunting of Hill House, The Haunting of Bly Manor, and Midnight Mass are all his.
So he does take an incremental approach, but I'm enjoying it so far.
He's also developing an adaptation of the Christopher Pike novel, The Midnight Club.
And he's also doing a reboot of The Nanny.
For Netflix, and he will be doing The Nanny.
All right.
I'm the nanny.
Departure.
All right. Let's find out what movies are opening this weekend. We will be mentioning 2 films today, and we'll start with the Bond realm. No Time to Die opens this weekend. Action adventure starring Daniel Craig, Rami Malek, Lashana Lynch. James Bond has left active service and is enjoying a tranquil life in Jamaica. His peace is short-lived, though, when his old friend Felix Leiter from the CIA turns up asking for help. The mission to rescue kidnapped scientists turns out to be far more treacherous than expected, leading Bond onto the trail of a mysterious villain armed with dangerous new technology. 2 hours and 43 minutes long.
It's the longest Bond ever.
Wow.
Rated PG-13 and a wide release in theaters only. It will stream after 45 days, and the Rotten Tomatoes score is 83%. Also up this weekend is Lamb. It is a horror mystery film, and it stars Noomi Rapace, Hilmar Snar. Oh man,
I
for
know.
real.
Yeah.
I can't, these are all Swedish names, and I can't. There's Bjorn Hilnor Harrelson and Hilmar Snare. Good. There's all kinds of Swedish characters, alphabet characters that I don't know how to pronounce.
Swedish people.
So the plot is a childless couple in rural Iceland makes an alarming discovery one day in their sheep barn. They soon face the consequences of defying the will of nature in this dark and atmospheric folktale, and a striking debut feature from director Vladimir Johansson. It is an hour and 46 minutes long. It is rated R, limited theater release, and it's got a 90% score at Rotten Tomatoes. So probably a cool, freaky movie to get you in that Halloween mode. So, and clips. How about that?
Hey!
All right, we'll begin with this. 3 friends who revive a mummy must find a way to return him to his resting place before midnight on Halloween in the remake of Under Wraps. In this clip, Sophia Hammonds talks about how she felt being asked to be a part of this remake.
When I got the call that I was going to be in Under Wraps, I was so excited. I started crying of joy, of course, but it was so exciting. I felt confident in my auditions and, the audition process too. So being reassured that I actually got it.
Could you shut up?
So Under Wraps is streaming today on Disney+. Next clip, here we go. The name's Bond, James Bond, and he must outsmart a villain who wields dangerous and new technology in No Time to Die. In this clip, Rami Malek talks about bringing this Bond villain to life.
It's like this French noir horror film, something you've never seen in a Bond film. There's quite a substantial amount of time before the opening titles from Billie Eilish come on. We wanted to make it different. We wanted to make it very unusual, so I was very interested in bringing something nuanced that would resonate with audiences in this film and would really resonate with Daniel's performance.
Yeah! No Time to Die is in theaters today, by the way.
So from what I understand, he's playing the classic Bond villain Blofeld from years ago, which was played by a couple of different actors, but most notably by Donald Pleasance in You Only Live Twice, who pet the white cat and had the scar down his face.
Okay. All right. Well, it's on, man.
Yeah.
That is it. That's the entertainment report for today. Go into the weekend with all of that knowledge and entertain yourselves. We're going to break. We'll come back in a second, and we have Margaret Cho on the show this morning. We have her chance to win some money with the MMR Money Clips. And you know what I'll do right now? I will give away a pair of tickets for No Time to Die.
Excellent.
Run of engagement. All right, so that means while it's in the theaters, you'll be able to check it out and see it. So we'll take caller number 12 at 215-263-WMMR, and we will give you a pair. We'll be back in a second. Stay with us. Dancing with the Stars host Tyra Banks had a major wardrobe malfunction that may have escaped viewers' notice.
Nice Bieber.
Are we sure that's what it was?
The 46-year-old told E.T.
I can see a beaver.
I think it was the 3rd or 4th episode. I walk out, my hand is on my back, and I was holding my dress together. It was not zipped up. And I did not have on any of my jewelry.
OMG.
Yeah,
what is that, a Muppet between your legs?
Actually, she does look kind of bare without jewelry.
Yeah, you're right, because they usually bling them up on that show.
Well, she's been a complete success during this whole run with the screwing up stuff right and left. And
she must have been rushed for whatever reason. Remember my wardrobe malfunction when my knocker fell out?
No.
Excuse me?
Was
But
it dancing?
Salsa
Yeah, I
dancing.
remember.
It was a halter top, so it clipped behind my neck,
Yeah.
and I was in the middle of a performance, and it snapped off, and it literally just fell down. And I remember the move. I had to drop to the floor in like a count or two, and so I went down early. And like I remember my partner looking at me like, "What are you doing?" And I had probably 1 or 2 seconds to put the snap back together. And sure enough, it happened, and I put it together, and I was ready to go right after. I don't know how that happened.
Were you at Parks or something like that?
No, I was at the dance studio La Luna in Ben Salem, and it was on video, and we did have the video, but I made the guy who had the video kind of blur out my nips.
Nips didn't show,
So
did
you'll
they?
never know if they're pink or brown.
Damn it, we were so close.
No, okay, so my nips didn't show.
I was at a friend's wedding one time, and there was a couple out on the dance floor, and this woman's boob was there just dancing along. Her boob's just hanging out. She had no idea. No idea.
Dude, those things
Somebody eventually said something to her.
They're so tight, and like sometimes it just like pops out the top, and you don't even know.
Well, my wife's old roommate had she was wearing a top that was so loose that we were. It was like a Saturday morning. We were on the back patio having a coffee. She must have like bent over for something, and then she came back up and full on. She didn't even know. I had to be like, "Yo, dude,
your boob
is," because like I guess like the nipple kind of got caught underneath the neck of the shirt. It was the neck of the shirt had come down.
That is a loose-ass shirt.
That is a loose-ass shirt. I was like, dude, you're...
I just got...
Your boobs are hanging out! Just one.
I just got a text from the guy who has the video, and he said those were the days.
Yes, they were.
Giving the gift is more important, I think, than the receiving.
So I'll get some things from my wife. She'll say, here's something that I like, and here's something, and so I will get some good gift ideas. But the ones that I'm more excited about are the ones that go, you know what, man? She didn't ask for this. I don't even know if she even knows that this thing exists, but I think she would like this.
I have a couple on the list this year that I'm really excited about. Sometimes you go for it, and sometimes it'll be like, oh. And like, I missed on that one.
Oh, dude, Rochelle told me that she's like, there's one gift I'm really excited to give to you. And I'm like, there's nothing that I'm excited to give you. Oops.
So
do you have something?
Oh, yeah, I have several things.
All right.
I have several things. But there's
She's gonna
nothing
love
that's
them.
like, wow, is she going to freak out when she gets this? You know what
Preston,
I mean?
I don't know if you've seen it, and it might be a last-minute thing to add to the list. It is a it's a dildo mounted on like a machine gun thing.
All right, hear him out. Hear him out.
It's like a machine gun truck. I've seen those.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
They look like
expensive, though.
the perfect holiday gift.
You know what? You can't put a price tag on love.
No, it's a gift that keeps on giving all year.
Yes.
Wait, Steve, let me ask you a question.
Oh, it's got a pull start?
Yeah,
oh, my God. Son of a bitch.
This bastard's powerful.
There you go. The automatic.
Oh, my God.
Scaling toys.
Oh, it's real?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Oh, jeez.
Come on, guy.
What were you going to say?
Come on, man.
Yeah,
think I'm
I'm
talking about
sorry.
here?
I don't know what I was thinking.
I'm an influencer for this stuff.
Steve. Oh my God, that would be amazing.
The machine gun dildo company contacted me and said, "Let's collab."
Let's collab. DM me.
All right, another fact that we learned from
the
the
Just Saying Institute, located over 200 sprawling acres in West Virginia.
last decade from researchers. If your ex wants to be friends, they might be a psychopath.
If your ex wants to be friends, that's sign of being a psychopath, possibly?
In 2016, researchers from Oakland University in Michigan found that people with the so-called dark triad personality traits like narcissism and psychopathy, I guess is how you say it.
He's a member of the Dark Triad.
Like Cobra?
I'm going to have to take him out.
Often keep their
He's
exes.
the disease. I'm the ex-boyfriend.
No, they often keep their exes around for calculating, self-serving purposes.
Okay.
A desire for continued sexual access, financial help, or a need to still exert some control over a former partner were among key reasons for maintaining contact, especially for men. These are facts, yes, from the Just Saying Institute.
From the Just Saying Institute.
That
we end up just saying things at the Just Saying Institute.
That we have found out over the last 10 years about relationships and
That's a decade.
love and sex and all that stuff. So how about this one? Speaking of sex, that sexual afterglow that you feel after sex will last about 48 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
You mean
longer for you, Cather?
No, it seems to diminish pretty quickly.
Are you sure? Because you have to clean up right
it
now.
off of me. Get it off of me. But the glow, get it off.
It's like it's like you've sat in the bedroom with me.
Get it off. You have this glow. It's the light refracting off of it.
It's shimmering and shiny.
Get it off.
It's glazy.
I look like a Krispy Kreme.
So you're generally in a better...
Get your blanket and pillow. You're sleeping on the couch.
You're generally in a better mood after sex thanks to a flood of endorphins and other feel-good hormones released post-climax. The positive effects of getting laid last up to 2 days. And
Wow.
that the feeling can help couples bond over time.
I always let out a big sigh when I close the laptop.
Says there might
Clear history and
there might be
Erase the history.
What's on Google News?
there might be an evolutionary reason for the 48-hour shelf life. 48 hours is roughly the same amount of time that A, conception is maximized, B, it takes sperm concentrations to be restored to peak levels.
Do we have to guess which one?
And C, no, these things all happen.
All the above.
And C, sperm remain maximally viable in the female reproductive tract. So all that happens over 48 hours, and it's all
You're
apparently.
the semen. I'm the afterglow.
Just let him be here.
All right.
Let him be here. That's Cobra. That's Cobra.
I apologize.
He's a professor at the Just Saying Institute.
I didn't know.
Oh, my God. All right.
Just Saying Institute. I'm a professor teaching classes daily.
Let's take a look at the NJM Insurance Group traffic. What's going on, Kath?
So we have looks like an accident on 95 northbound.
So I had to fake like I was having stomach problems a little while ago. What time is it? 7? Yeah, so a little less than an hour ago, I acted like I had some stomach problems so that this time around it would be more believable. So these guys have no clue what's going on.
The right lane is blocked with an accident. We're also slowing from the Boulevard out to Belmont, and then from the Blue Road to 202 eastbound side, slowing from the Blue Road into Belmont, and then Montgomery to South Street 422.
So what's going to happen now is I'm going to end up outside, above the 4th floor, outside the windows of the Preston and Steve show. And they have no clue what I'm doing. They think I'm taking a dump.
And then in New Jersey, 42 north backs up from the Black Horse Pike to 295, 55 northbound jam Stepford to 42. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Preston, may I ask you, take a gander out the window there?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Hey,
my
man.
God. Oh, my God.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, my God. What the
That's
hell?
good.
What the hell?
No, that's Casey. I thought it was just a dude working out there.
Yeah, he's got a helmet on.
Hang on, let me explain. We have construction going on in our building, and it happens to be outside of our window here that these guys are out on scaffolding. And Casey's out there. He's outside of the studio. And I just looked over and I saw a guy's bare ass up by the window. And apparently that's Casey. And he's calling the hotline right now. Hang on a
and I
second.
love that the other construction worker out there is really not phased at all. And is
He's going about his
continuing to
business.
work.
What the hell are you doing?
Oh, I don't know. I was presented an opportunity to be on the other side of the glass, and I just jumped on it. Sorry, I'm mooning you, and they gave you the finger, and you flipped me off before you realized who I was.
Well, you were flipping me off.
I know. You're like, I'm just going to give this guy the finger back. And then you're like, oh, my God, that's Casey.
Yeah.
So, hi, guys.
Do we get a picture of the actual mooning? Because it was amazing, especially with the skyline behind you.
No, we missed it.
Oh, damn it.
We can recreate it. I'm sure Casey doesn't mind dropping his pants again. Case?
Yeah, I don't know how to mime. Is that what you were saying?
You know what's great on the radio?
We had nothing to do with miming. I was wondering if you could drop your pants again because we missed that. We didn't get a picture of it.
There we go.
All right, so
He's miming on the radio.
would Casey mind, I think is what you said, not mind.
My mind, it's the same thing.
He started doing the fake pane of glass thing.
Is that what he thought I said?
I guess
That's
so.
adorable.
This other worker, I just love it. Casey mooned us again. He looked at him and not he didn't crack a smile, nothing.
The first time, Kath, when I did it, you were still doing your traffic. He was the only one who saw me, and you just hear him go, "Are you serious?"
Yeah.
Casey, is it cold out there at all, or is it protected?
What's that?
Is it cold out there at all, or is it protected by the glass at this point?
I'm totally fine. Yeah, no, we're completely enclosed in glass. So the outer glass is it's cut off from the elements outside.
Okay.
Yeah, so they have this atrium that they're adding to the building here. Ask this construction worker what his name is.
Oh, jeez. Oh, man, I don't want to do this.
Hey, what's your name, by the way? Robert. That's Robert over here, guys.
Hey, Robert. We've been looking at Robert's ass for the better part of the morning, so yeah.
Hey, guys, I hate you.
I'm trying to do my goddamn job.
Seriously.
Okay. How did you get out there, by the way?
So you got to go down the third floor. Well, first I had to sign a giant waiver, and then I put a hard hat on, and then I went down to the third floor. I walked out. I had to climb up a ladder.
Oh,
really cool. Yeah,
I've been wanting to do this stuff for a while.
Hey, let me ask you this: is the fart earlier? Was that you about to go out onto the scaffolding? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
Casey was faking a bathroom emergency, and he came back and said it was fart. And I was like, I thought that was a little odd.
No, because if it's Casey, you would have figured he would have crapped his pants.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so I thought I was going to be out there earlier, but what I actually had to do was go through all of the legal stuff of signing my life away. But at that point, I thought I was coming outside, but I wasn't. So
this kind of stuff, construction. When you see this, you just want. I think it's cool. That's why we talked about Diggerland or whatever.
Interesting text messages just came up real quick. I want to pass along. There was one that said, "Wait a second here." Oh yeah, this one says, "No sad bro is Clips Ahoy today." So we did a contest quite a while back called Clips Ahoy, where we were playing clips that you hear all the time on the show, like Nick, screaming they did it and stuff like that. And then we tried to find out if you knew the origin of those clips or what they were in reference to. The weird thing is, and this is just a random text, we were thinking about doing it yesterday.
We were going to do it yesterday.
And we didn't have enough time.
Right.
So we ended up doing yes or no instead, Kathy's favorite game. So that must be, their spidey senses are tingling. So we are getting prepped for that contest.
So we can do it early next week because I have a list of new ones that I'm going to write. Because it's a multiple choice selection, and I'm going to write the multiple choices.
And then here's another interesting one. It says, listening from Zurich, Switzerland.
Hey.
Every day. It says, funny, Nick mentioned the bike designer. I should link up with fellow Preston and Steve listener. I don't remember. What was the bike designer?
So this guy, Adam, designed my son's bike. I bought Ben a new bike. I put a clip up on Instagram. The guy saw it and said, hey, I'm a Preston and Steve listener. I grew up in the area, and now I live in Switzerland. His name is Adam. I think Hammerman is his last name. By the way, hi to Adam's dad, because Adam's dad also listens to the show. Adam sent me a nice note. But then we got another listener in Zurich, Switzerland today, which is pretty amazing.
And then here's another interesting text. Says, did you guys know that Nothing But Thieves is coming to Philly in March? Please have them on.
Huh.
They've been on our show several times. Super nice guys. That lead singer has got a great voice.
Yeah, we just had him on at the Camp Out for Hunger last year.
Yes.
And then another one says, help, I'm a police officer. I have training at the academy, and I'm stuck on 76. That
man.
sucks. Well, at least listen, if you're a cop and you tell them you got stuck in traffic, they'll know you're not lying because they'll know about the traffic.
Right, yeah. We can write you a note if you need it.
And it's still really bad, right, Kath?
We can write you a note. Yes, the Schuylkill accident is still there, so it is still shut down.
Yeah, Marissa got stuck in it. Nick Murphy got stuck in it. And Bob Kelly was saying it's a jammo.
A jammo.
Yeah.
He likes to
Bob
owe
Kelly.
up things, but I like that. I'm so glad that the time that I'm required to spend on 76 has been dropped dramatically since they moved closer to 309. It's a big difference.
Hey, you know what? There's something I would like to bring up, and we, like Clips Ahoy, we were thinking about dusting that off and doing that. I have another segment that we only do on rare occasions, and I keep it sitting over here by my, junk, my stuff, not my testicles.
Yeah. It's tucked gently under my ball sack.
All this stuff over here, and it is Stacko Topics.
Stacko Topics is a lot of fun.
In a while.
It is a crapshoot. You can end up anywhere.
Yeah.
And it can be very exciting.
And you know what? I need to start writing more stuff down because the Stacko Topics is really not that thick.
It's actually pitiful.
It's just when I have an idea of something maybe we should talk about sometime that's not necessarily time sensitive, I'll scratch down a little note, and then I'll throw it in this pile. And then what we like to do is grab one randomly.
May I suggest something?
Yes.
Our best streak with Stacko Topics has been at the hands of the female contingent of the show.
It has.
So I think they need to make the selection.
All right, and Marissa is filming us, so she's got her phone out,
All right.
so she can't do it.
Kathy?
I don't know. Do you want to do it,
Reach your
Marissa?
hand over.
Okay, Marissa, you want to choose one?
You can use both hands?
Don't use those.
This is what they call POV. With both hands, Marissa is doing.
Get a shot of your fat feet, Marissa.
This is a Marissa topic.
Oh!
Yeah. I don't think this is going to work, to be honest.
Oh, well, so much for my theory.
It's something that she does. Marissa does weird things, okay? So
she does.
I don't think there's going to be a lot of people that will join in on this.
And Preston, she does delightfully weird things that only a small group of people do. They usually live in her building, and they go to her Pringle can parties.
I kind of wrote it down just to be nice to her, just to go.
And you didn't actually want it to be a
All
topic?
right, well, say it.
Just tell us what it is.
All right, so here's what it says.
And then we'll have Kathy pull.
It says, have you ever Amazoned something to send someone a message?
I like that topic.
Okay.
I
All
do.
right. Well, let's see what we get out of it.
Listen, I've never done this.
I will have Marissa explain.
Yes, please.
What this all means. So let her go to a microphone. She's filming. You can stop.
Do you hear her large
if you want
feet
to.
thumping on the...
All right. So
Technically, I'm giving you an out before I even describe it. We did
All right.
kind of talk about this.
Oh, did we? Okay.
Kind of. I
Okay.
didn't actually do it.
I know what it is because of your neighbor.
My neighbor's dog.
Uh-huh.
My neighbor's dog barks.
We did talk about it, and you were thinking about, we were talking about whether she should actually send something over to,
No, not poison,
Yeah.
Kathy. I was going to send them a little baby gate so that the dog couldn't go up to the door.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like
Because they have
I
a very
get it.
long hallway.
So
did talk
Marissa,
about it.
Message by-
Marissa wanted to see if you've ever sent something from Amazon or any kind of mail-in service or online purchasing to someone and do it anonymously,
Yes.
right? And just to kind of send them a message. Look, you need to, here is, I don't know what a good example would be.
My girlfriends have done it. My girlfriend kind of got burned by a guy, so she just sent him a clown nose,
Oh,
Okay.
calling him a clown.
okay.
And did he know it was from her?
Yes.
Yeah,
very
okay.
much.
He
Well, that's-
actually murdered
Yeah.
her parents.
Well, I mean, he's the kind of guy that has probably done it to a lot of girls, so I'm sure
Okay.
he had a short list.
Is he
of people it could've
legitimately
been
a
from.
clown? Is that his one excuse?
Not like bozo, but
Okay,
like
all right.
clown, like jerk, yeah.
Okay.
What do you think?
I
What do
gave
you
you
think?
an out. I gave you an out. We can crumple it up right in front of me.
What are we getting text board wise? Are we getting people thumbs up to this topic or nothing yet?
Well, can we expand this to beyond Amazoning something?
Yeah,
And-
that's what okay.
Yeah, like, you could leave somebody on somebody's desk at work. Now, for instance, I remember talking to somebody who had horrendous breath.
Right.
And I couldn't just say, hey, here's a piece of gum.
Right.
So what I did was I took the gum out of my pocket, I started chewing it, and then I offered. I didn't want to chew any gum, but I
Right.
just needed to offer this gum to this person because their breath was so
Here,
terrible.
this might help your horrendous breath.
Now, if you work with somebody who has terrible breath, you
Right.
can maybe leave some Listerine on their desk or,
Yeah.
subtle way of saying, yo, dude.
Did you work with this person who had bad breath?
No.
Okay.
No.
Because I would see that as just a temporary fix if you're around someone all
If
the
you
time.
want
know what I
something
mean?
more permanent, go to HR and accuse them of having child pornography on the computer.
Right.
Right?
Oh my God.
Right? But that would handle that bad breath issue.
It would.
Yeah.
All right, we're getting some text. It says I shipped someone an anvil after they wouldn't help me move, despite me helping them move a few months earlier. That's from intern Ben.
Okay.
As you can imagine.
What did he ship?
Ben sent an anvil. That's actually
Really
very
heavy.
clever.
Okay. That says I once sent my buddy a dog feeding schedule chart so that he would feed the dog. Sometimes he would forget for a couple of days. Okay.
I love that scene in Uncle Buck when he's like, "How often are you supposed to feed?" Yeah, he had the dog for a couple of days.
Yeah.
He's just like twice. How many times have you been feeding him? I don't know, like 8 or 9 times.
The contrary scene is in It's Always Sunny, where they have a dog, and right, you remember that?
Uh-huh.
And they completely forget to feed it.
All right, I will go to Jill. Hi, Jill. Good morning. Hi, Jill. You're on the air. All right, we're having an issue with the audio, but
Can you hear me?
Yeah!
Woo!
Apparently, yes. Hi, Jill.
Hi, how are you?
Good. What's up?
So my sister has a very particular opinion about my wardrobe. So she sent me 30 pairs of Amazon flared leg leggings instead of my tight leggings, like that go straight down to the ankle, because she just thought they didn't make my butt look very good.
Oh my God! So she sent you 30 pairs of pants?
30 pairs. She said, "This way, there's no excuse. Now you've got 30 pairs."
That's great.
Wow.
All right, so how do you take that, Jill? I mean,
Well, she and I have always kind of had like a running joke about like my wardrobe. She goes to New York City. She works in New York. She's very fancy. And I'm a nanny, so I have to be able to fit Indian style in my clothes.
Yeah.
So then I took every pair of pants that I was supposed to quote unquote replace, and I brought them to her apartment in New York City, and I put them all over her bed.
Oh my God.
And then I just left and went to dinner with friends.
Yeah, your job requires a different kind of clothing.
But
Yeah,
she's
and
not
she just has
liking
this
the
very
Right.
particular- Her favorite show growing up was What Not to Wear, so she's always kind of been that person.
All right.
Meanwhile, I'm like, well, mustard stain here, hole there. I
Yeah.
care less.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you encounter different things. You're not on the runways in New York.
No, not
Yeah.
at all. And high heels and me are not a friend, so, she gets me flip-flops for Christmas, like 6 pairs every year. It's just like a running thing that we do.
Well,
but,
at least you guys had sort of an ongoing conversation about this. I wonder if you were out of the blue to receive something,
Yeah,
as a
would've-
message from,
No, this one's more just sort of funny, but it definitely
Right.
sends a
Okay.
message.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Jill.
Jill.
Love it. Appreciate it. Here's a text that says, my in-laws' pool is gross sometimes. I sent cleaning supplies, chlorine, pool floats, etc., and I sent stuff for their house, too. So I don't know if they did that anonymously or just to get a message across. I don't know.
Have you ever? So I try to help. So my wife will lose things around the house, and I ordered the tiles, which are the little transponders you can put on things, and it'll help you find things. And I think she lost the tiles.
But didn't Pierre have a tile on his tile?
Yeah.
Like, he had those tiles as well, and he was losing his keys, and they lost a freaking tile.
I'm going to go next to an anonymous caller.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's always good. Hi, anonymous. You're on the air.
Hi. So my father used to tell me the story of about his godfather who used to have a neighbor who would not clean up their dog's poop in the backyard, and it would smell very bad. So my dad's godfather would have a friend of his go over to the backyard and start to pick it up, but the neighbor caught on and told him to stop doing that. So at one point, this man that my dad's father was friends with once sent the neighbor wrapped in like a Teflon vest to kind of protect the smell from everybody else, but sent him a dead fish.
Wow.
Wrapped in a Teflon vest.
Okay. And it's funny that this was a Godfather because it's straight out of the movie.
It's an old Sicilian thing.
Sleeps with the fishes.
But that was created just for the Godfather. Yeah.
Right.
Oh man.
Well, I think that's
So
silly.
that,
I
but
think I
if,
just described that scene.
yeah, but if you guys know what like that means, basically the person's been killed.
Yeah.
Yeah, they never saw the dog again either.
Oh man.
What?
That's a joke, right?
All right, I gotta go.
I don't know. Okay, dude. All right. I have to leave now.
Yeah.
Let's see. All right. I'm going to go to Eric. Hey, Eric. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning, buddy. What's up?
So I was part of a theater group out in Jersey. We had this girl that would, during rehearsals, she just stunk to high heaven all the time, and I guess she couldn't smell it. So we would always leave deodorant and perfume near her stuff every time she walked in. So she would take the hint. She never got the hint. So every time between takes and everything, we'd have to spray down her clothes just so we could breathe and focus on what we were trying to do.
And was this person pleasant? Like was she nice?
She was a nice girl, but I don't know why she couldn't smell how bad she stunk.
That if you want to talk about
Nose
something
blind.
that can make me gag, very bad body odor will do that. It's just horrifying.
Yeah. But people,
you do become nose blind to it. By the way,
would you notice that this stuff is being left for you specifically?
I think
you know
you'd
what
have to make it really like you'd have to build like a pyramid of toiletries and stuff on just to let someone know. That'd be the way to know. I mean, in some cases, you walk that fine line though. You insult someone, or they just get devastated, or do you help them because now they're the people are talking behind their. Whatever it is, anything with the equipment and cranes and stuff like that. Look at you. You make a good construction worker. You look good in your hard hat and everything. The way you moon.
I think you look like the foreman. You know, like you look like the guy in charge of everybody out there.
Are you sure it looks like a fiveman? That's a fat joke, guys.
A fat joke?
Yeah.
All right.
About years ago was the sending the crap, sending
dog poop.
Dog poop. Yeah, there was a company that would do that.
I think they got in trouble.
Is it called poopsenders.com? Because
it could be, yeah.
Somebody texted that in. And,
right, yeah.
Apparently they branched out, Steve, because you can do cow crap now as well.
There you go.
Yeah, not just limited to dog crap.
We will go to Rachel. Good morning, Rachel.
Good morning. Hi.
Hi. So have you ever sent something to someone anonymously to send a message?
I did. I sent a milkshake via Uber Eats to my sister because she wasn't answering her phone. She's up at Yale doing her postdoctorate, and it was my dad's birthday. We hadn't heard from her all day, and so I ordered a milkshake from some pizza place, and had Uber Eats deliver it to her. And I even had the Uber guy. He called me, and I was like, "Can you knock on the door? Can you look for her car?" Like,
wow.
So
ended up she was sleeping the whole time.
Oh, okay. So, but you hadn't heard from her. You got a little worried, so you sent a shake so that someone physically would go to the house and check up on her.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, actually, that's kind of smart.
That's unique.
Yeah, yeah.
Instead
of
you're
sending
doing
the cops,
a welfare check with a milkshake.
Yeah, I'm from Uber Eats doing a welfare check.
Wow. Why a milkshake?
It was like the cheapest thing to do.
Actually, that's pretty smart.
It's a little bit off the mark from what we're doing,
Yeah.
but that's very resourceful.
That is. If you want to check up on someone, or what if you think someone's, can you sort of, what if you, for example, if you think your boyfriend or girlfriend's cheating on you and they're over at the house, could you send an Uber Eats over there and say
you could, but you'd have to be in direct contact with the driver and say, "Look, I'll float you an extra $20,
right,
if you tell me what you see." I wonder if people have had that happen before.
Right.
That's another topic off of this. Thanks for your call, Rachel. We appreciate that.
Why not?
Yeah. So if you can answer that, if maybe you were a delivery driver who was offered a little extra to see what's going on.
Because at the time they're about to deliver, at least I use Caviar a lot, and when that happens, the driver will actually send me a text from that driver's phone to let me know that they're coming into the area, and you could just return the call and say, by the way, when you get there.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's go to Brian. Brian, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, my youngest son joined the Air Force a couple years ago. He just decided that, my dad's retired from the Air Force. I'm going to tell him how easy I got it. When he was in basic training, I knew that I could make it a little bit more difficult for him and get him to stop shooting his mouth off, so I sent him a box filled with every form of contraband he wasn't supposed to have.
Like what?
Fleshlights, rubber balances.
You sent him dildos? Wait a minute. So, Brian, this is just because he was rubbing it in your face about how easy basic training was for him as opposed to how difficult it might have been for you.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, my God. That's shutting him down, man.
You sent him a fleshlight?
Yes.
And so, did he face any disciplinary action for that?
Oh, he was pushing until he puked.
Oh, that's funny. That's a great idea, Brian. I love that. Thanks, man.
Yep. Bye.
All right. Here's what I'll do.
That's more than a jelly donut, Preston.
I'm not ingenious enough to come up with a good, dig on somebody like that. Let's go to, we'll try Pete next. Hey, Pete, good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. What's up, buddy?
Hey, a friend of mine's wife, shortly after they had their second child, she started showing up. She was always intoxicated. She was always just, fall down drunk at every party. And so my mom's a psychologist, and she gave me pamphlets, and it was how to grow up with an alcoholic parent. And I put it in the kids' room.
Oh, my God.
The kids were babies, but I put it in the kids' room. And I never heard anything about it, whatever. And then years later, after they got divorced, I go, "Oh, did you guys ever find those pamphlets?" He was like, "Was that you?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "She accused me of that." I was like, "Really?" He goes, "Oh, yeah." He goes, "We fought over that for years."
Pete, did it get any result? Did she change her ways?
No, she was a complete alcoholic and turned to drugs and got really bad. Ended up just disappearing one day, leaving 2 kids and him behind. And then she showed up with another baby and asked him to help raise it.
Oh, God.
Whoa. And
Sure. But now she's straight, and she's actually married to a doctor.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, that's wild that you left that, and she thought that her husband was doing it to send a message, and then it led to them getting into it. That's interesting.
And how odd a
He
drug
said for
addict
years.
would end up married to a doctor?
Yeah, she's beautiful.
Oh, well, there you go.
Okay.
Huh.
All right. Thanks, Pete.
No problem.
Appreciate it, man. Wow.
That's wild.
We'll go next to Dawn. Hey, Dawn, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
All right, Dawn. So we were talking about this. Marissa was wondering if you've ever Amazoned something to someone to send them a message, send them something anonymously.
It wasn't Amazon. It's an actual company that will send a bag of D's anonymously to someone.
Yeah, I got them at my house.
Dsbymail.com?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spelling out the D word for penis. Wait a minute here. Kathy, you got one as well?
I got them. Yeah. Ours was confetti D's.
Yeah.
well, I added the extra confetti touch to it. I did. It comes with a big note that says "Eat a bag of D's."
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Yep. I got it.
And so these are gummy D's?
Yes.
All right.
Well, Steve, they also have
You can
chocolate D's. They have
Ooh.
a giant.
Sign me up.
Ones.
Yeah.
They actually have giant chocolate ones as well.
Yeah, we're looking at a picture of the chocolate one. It's very realistic looking. Veins and the whole thing,
That's
Steve.
kind of interesting. I like that.
That's hilarious. All right, Dawn, thanks for the heads up.
You're welcome.
All right, we'll see
I didn't
ya.
know that existed. That's interesting.
I love that exists.
That's one of my favorite phrases.
D's by mail.
Yeah.
And it was like a mystery for a really long
Who
time.
did
Like,
it?
we could not. It was a friend, and
Yeah.
like he just did it as a joke. But like for a long time, we're like, who that? We were asking everyone, and then we were like,
So,
oh,
you like sending D's to the mail?
Did it come with a note, or was it just a bag of D's?
No, it comes. I forget. This was years ago that he sent it, and yeah, it's something like I
Yeah.
think it said "eat a bag of D's." Like I think that's what the point was. and there
Enjoy
was-
this bag of D's?
Yeah.
That's great,
Imagine
man.
your boss sent it to you.
Let's go to Mike. Good morning, Mike. Hey, Mike, you're on the air, buddy.
Hey, guys, what's up?
Yo, man, wanted to hear about what you have sent to someone.
Yeah, so I'm a physical therapist, and on the side, a couple years ago, I would do, like, per diem home health stuff.
Right.
And I had a patient, and sometimes you'd walk into these houses, and they're hoarders' homes.
Yeah.
You never know what you're really getting into.
Mm-hmm.
And I had this one house, and it was sketchy to begin with. And I walk in, and they were just like, he's in the basement. I'm like, oh, okay, this is great. So I walk into the basement, and there's this guy sitting in a wheelchair. It smells. It was probably the worst smell I've ever smelled in my life. I mean, this guy was neglected.
Oh.
Yeah, it was horrible.
That's so sad.
He was the nicest person in the world. But you could tell his parents just kind of didn't care. So, after a couple of visits,
Terrible.
I was talking to the parents. I'm like, you got to get him this, you got to get him that. Nothing. So, like, after, like, the fourth visit and nothing changed, I essentially spent everything I ever made off of this family through, per diem stuff. I sent him clothes, soap, because he was a big VCR movie guy. He had movies everywhere.
Right.
I sent him movies. I sent him everything you can imagine. And then I went to go back to check up on him in the last visit, only to find out that he passed away.
Oh, dude.
Dude, you did a good thing, though.
You did.
You did a wonderful thing trying to step in and help.
I mean, that's a different angle of what we were going for, but there are, people do anonymous charity donations.
It's also the side of it.
And drop goods and things that people might need off, and that's a great thing.
there's just, when you do home health, and I know there's people out there that do home health, nurses, PTs, when you go into some of these homes, it is absolutely mind-blowing in the conditions that some of these people live in.
Sure.
I'll guarantee you this, Mike, it makes you step back and appreciate what you have in life, correct?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, so, wow, well, that's a little heavy, yeah.
Ha ha.
Yeah,
it's horrible.
All right, here you go. Here's Andy, who has this kind of speaks. This kind of speaks to what Marissa had initially mentioned. Andy, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Andy. So you sent somebody something anonymously?
I did. Over Zoom, we could hear during learning that there was beeping consistently. It was loud and it was horrible. And it was a smoke detector. So I sent smoke detector batteries, and it didn't stop even after the package arrived to the family.
They didn't get the hint.
No, and even months and months and months later, it is still loudly beeping.
So
there was lots of other goodies in the package other than just smoke detector batteries, but
it didn't work.
no, not
All
at
right,
all.
so I have a piece of advice. If you could send somebody over in a fake, Pico outfit, have them go in and have them take the batteries out of all their smoke detectors and then start a fire. That would be funny.
It drives me crazy, and I don't know how anyone could live in there with it beeping consistently.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about. And here's the deal, and maybe, Andy, you can commiserate with this and everybody here. You guys have your smoke detectors and your carbon monoxide detectors.
Yes.
So in our house, and we have a lot of them. We had Xfinity come in and set up everything, and then there's also, I guess, a Philadelphia law that you have to have a particular type. And so I'll be sitting there every couple of weeks, and somewhere in their house you'll hear.
Yeah. And then you got to play the game.
And you're like,
you're doing
why
sonar.
don't they?
Yeah.
Why don't they, when a battery goes low and it starts chirping, put a small light on that particular detector that stays solid?
I think some of them do.
Not
or might not
mine.
be solid. Mine either,
Yeah.
Steve. And it's your submarine playing sonar. You got to walk around, and then there's one in this room, and one in that room, and one in the hallway.
Right.
You got to stand there,
like you're
because every 30 seconds. Okay, wait. There it is. All right, now I got to hit. Okay, it's this way. So they take 2 steps that way. No, wait a minute. It sounds like it's off that way because it might be reverberating off a wall.
And that's what happens.
And you got to play that game. I hate that game.
Preston, there was one night, and sometimes at the top, the first landing at the top of the stairs, I always keep a step ladder and a case of batteries because I'm like, you goddamn.
Going to take care of this.
Yes.
Now. Yeah, I know what you mean. All right, well, anyhow, thank you for your calls, Marissa. Thank you for the topic. Thank you for choosing this from Stack O Topics.
It worked out.
It did end up working out. I was wrong. I thought it wouldn't work out at all. Me, the naysayer. We have to take a break because we have your chance to win $500 with MMR's Money Clip. So make sure you stay close. We have great bizarre file stories to share with you as well. Coming back in a moment with all that. Stay put.
All right,
come on back in.
Bye-bye.
Guys, I thought it was a guy who works here that maybe was a listener and decided to show us his butthole. But no, it was Casey. It's Shirley Bassey's birthday today.
Binga!
Yeah. Love her.
Pretty girl, beware of his heart of gold. His heart is cold. He loves only gold. He loves only gold. Only gold. Only gold. He loves gold. He loves gold.
It's the only reason I bring the birthday up every year. That, and actually, we had mentioned that she was on the Oscars, and they had her come out and sing that song, and her voice was outstanding.
Hasn't lost a bit.
She's 83 years old. She's still a gorgeous woman, too,
Yeah.
at 83.
She also sang the other Bond song for the movie Diamonds Are Forever.
Okay. Diamonds are forever. I don't know how it goes.
Sparkling round my little finger, unlike men, the diamonds linger.
Wow.
Men are mere mortals who are not worth going to your grave for.
So she's 83 today.
We have that as well.
Oh, wow.
Diamonds are forever. They are all I need to please me. They can stimulate and tease me. They won't leave in the night. I've no fear that they might desert me.
Nice.
I could have done those parts. I could have sung those songs.
Easily. All right, and then we have Rachel Nichols, who is in...
Rachel Nichols, jingling in your pockets.
Nichols. And another bass player, Rick Savage of Def Leppard. He turns 60 years old today.
And an odd thing, he's got extra appendages.
Wow, really?
He's got 3 legs.
He picked... When this band was in their height, when Pyromania came out, I was a huge fan.
Oh my God,
of
yeah.
Def Leppard. They were great. I went to that tour. I went to that concert. It was awesome. It was one of my first real rock shows that I went to.
And they were driven by a robust MTV presence.
Oh my God, yes.
I told you that I don't remember what year that came out. It had to have been 84, 85, something like that.
No, it was before that.
Was it?
Yeah, it was like 82, I think.
Okay, hang on. Is Pour Some Sugar on Me on that one?
No, that's... Oh, wait. Pyromania. I'm sorry.
83 is when it came out.
Okay.
Okay.
January of 83, and...
No, it was not on that album. Man, what was Pour Some Sugar? That was a gigantic album, and I can't remember the name of it.
After the Gold
Not
Rush?
High and Dry. What the hell is the...
No, High and Dry was early. Hang on a second here.
Hysteria.
That's it.
And that was 87.
That was 87. Okay.
Yeah.
Because
Hysteria.
I have a vivid memory of a guy that at the pool. He came with his boombox, a la Lloyd Dobler, blaring "Pour Some Sugar on Me" because he was trying to get pumped up. He was going to do a triple off of the high dive.
Okay.
And that was his motivational song?
That was his motivation.
Pour Some Sugar on Me?
It's like right out of a movie, right? Basically like jean jacket and cut off jean shorts.
Clear me a path.
Right? And he's blaring "Pour Some Sugar on Me," and he gets up onto the high dive.
Today's the day.
Today is the day. He had been working himself up for this for like an entire weekend.
Are you ready to do it today?
Right?
Oh
He gets up.
Gandalf showed up. Oh my God.
When you're done pouring your sugar, I want to see the greatest dive of all time.
Anyway, what happened?
All right, so what happens is he gets up on the high dive, blaring music.
You and me, babe.
And he got up and
what did he do?
He counted the 3. He got off at the end of the board. He did 1 flip, 2 flips, 2.5 flips, and then landed flat on his back. Splattered all over the place. I swear to God, he got up spitting blood because he hit smack so hard. Oh, it was great, man. What a great memory.
Rick Savage's birthday. Sometimes he just heads down that path, and you have to let him go.
I
we need to hear.
Sometimes in life, you need to let things happen of their own accord.
We need to flush it out. So
we learned something about some dude we'll never meet.
Yeah, he's all right. Rick Savage is 60.
Thank you, Rick Savage. Thank you
wherever
for that memory.
you are.
Me TV, they have billboards in the city now, and they're promoting the Flintstones are on at like 6 or 6:30 every night.
I know, it's crazy.
So, I know, it's so stupid that we're watching recanned show, but Me TV does it well. They do the Flintstones into the Honeymooners. I always hated the Honeymooners, but I loved the Flintstones. And they're the same show, basically.
It's the same show, yeah.
But I didn't like the Honeymooners because Ralph Cramden was an a-hole.
Yeah.
He just,
Alice, I'm going to beat you to death with a hammer.
Right, that's kind of what the implication I mean, to the
if
moon.
my dinner isn't on the table at 5:30,
Yeah.
I'll punch you in the throat until you die.
Yeah, to the moon essentially was that. I'm going to punch you to the moon.
Yeah.
Ah, the good old days.
I'm going to throw you down the stairs and beat you with a sack of oranges. To the moon.
They love
but
it.
not before I strangle you and rub a hot iron across your face. Then I'm going to cover you in pork chop sauce and put you into a pit with rabid dogs.
Wow.
I'm going to cut you up so bad you'll never be able to have children.
Oh, my God.
I'll remove your breasts with a wood planer. To me, it was so depressing, too, because they had their clothing was in a bureau in the kitchen.
Well, they were poor. I mean, they were just making ends meet. But
I mean, there's
Desi Arnaz used to beat his wife too, because I remember she spent too much. She spent too much money on like hats or something like that. And there was an episode he bent her over his knee and spanked her.
Oh, and there was another episode one time, Casey. I kid you not. She had done something that was going to piss him off, so she decided to go and get a sunburn so that he wouldn't hit her. Jesus.
Oh my
That's
God.
what television programming was.
Lucy, I'm going to throw you down the elevator shaft. Lucy, I'm going to take you out back, tie you to the dumpster, and drive the car into you. Ricky.
1950s programming,
Wow.
man.
I'm going to cut your head off.
That's ridiculous.
Columbia necktie. Break your legs.
See, the audience ate it up, though.
They loved it.
You know?
There was an episode of Different Strokes where Arnold got in trouble, and Mr. Drummond, because he wasn't his actual father,
put him in a wood chipper?
No. They brought his uncle in to beat him with a belt. I'm not lying. That's that was a legit episode.
Storyline.
Yeah. Here,
Oh,
get the switch over here. Get your uncle.
I can't beat you. But fortunately, we found someone who can.
Ken.
Do you remember in the Dick Van Dyke Show when Dick Van Dyke slammed Mary Tyler Moore's head in the car door?
Oh, yeah.
Because the mashed potatoes were lumpy?
But the audience loved it.
They were lumpy?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm going to make your head lumpy.
Something new from Hershey's. I have. You guys like Hershey's Kisses, right? I mean, pretty much.
I do.
Does.
I do. They're especially on the holidays too. You get those cookies with the big single Hershey's Kiss right in the middle of it.
Right in the middle, yeah. Hershey's has created a new flavor, and they arrived. No, I'm sorry. They arrived in 2019, and now they're back for Valentine's Day. It is the Hershey's Lava Cake Kisses.
And is it made from actual molten lava?
It burns the inside of the interior of your mouth. Yes. The kisses are dark chocolate with a gooey chocolate center.
This seems very
it's a Jewish chocolate center.
Bill Weston loves
Is that a Jewish thing?
Is that a Jewish thing?
Gooey.
This has a very Jewy taste to it.
Mazel.
They're so moist and Jewy.
Mazel, mazel. Of course I would say that.
Is that a Jewish thing?
Oh, my God.
And there goes the second.
It's a wonderful cookie with the taste of Israel.
The kisses are dark chocolate with a gooey chocolate center.
Is that a Jewish thing?
Not a Jewy chocolate center. And I just said Jesus under my breath, too. Jeez.
Well, he was a Jew.
That's right. The limited edition holiday flavor is available at Target, Walmart, and other retailers.
I like this concept. Do you like the chocolate molten cake?
Yeah, I do.
Oh my God,
I very much do. I bought this for my wife and I's last anniversary. Wee's anniversary. And by the way, if chocolate has a discolored look to it, does not necessarily mean that it's bad. Yeah. Yeah, I did read that a while back. That doesn't mean that.
So what does it mean?
It's bad. Somebody look
even
it up.
Jewier.
I don't. It's.
Oh.
It's kosher.
Okay, all right, that's what it means.
Yeah.
So Preston, just a quick thing on these candies, the ones that have the molten, is that a soft?
Yeah,
center.
It's a gooey,
A gooey center.
chocolate.
I
center.
like that idea.
Yeah, I do too. Here we go. It says, when you see white or grayish film on the surface of your food, it normally means product has gone bad, but it's different with chocolate. When the cocoa butter fats in chocolate separate from the cocoa mass and rise to the surface, it results in something called fat bloom. You gonna eat your fat
Are you
bloom?
gonna eat that fat bloom?
Listen, if you're not going to eat your fat bloom till I have it, it looks really good.
Did I have
So if it's white, it's
Could I please have your fat bloom? It looks extra delicious.
it might not be bad, but it's called fat bloom. I'm going
Right.
to pass
Yeah.
on it.
Okay.
So let's just make a dessert. Go cut right to the chase and fat bloom.
One last thing. Marissa sent this to me. It involves booze, so thank you, Marissa. Red Lobster has added a specialty cocktail to their menu. Red Lobster is now offering a Bloody Mary, but with a twist in line with their brand. It comes topped with a lobster claw and one of their famous Cheddar Bay biscuits.
Wow.
And it does look quite yummy. So it's made from Tito's vodka, Marissa's favorite, and Bloody Mary mix that apparently is custom made by Red Lobster. The glass is then garnished with an entire lobster craw, one shrimp, an olive, a lime, a Cheddar Bay biscuit, and spicy seasoning on the rim of the glass as well. My mouth is watering.
Really? That's working it for you, huh?
Oh, man, a good Bloody Mary. Jesus.
Murray.
You and the Jewish thing.
Jeez, oh, man.
Listen, can I have a Bloody Mary and some of those Jewy candies?
Bloody Murray. We should make a Bloody Murray.
Now here is cream soda, gefilte fish. It's a Bloody Mary.
Manischewitz.
Yeah. Right? Do they make like a raspberry Manischewitz?
Manischewitz.
I've only seen
Listen,
blackberry.
you have with your Jewy candy.
I want to try a Bloody Murray.
A Bloody Murray. Bartenders, come up with a Bloody Murray.
I'm coming.
Oh my.
He said he wanted a Bloody Murray.
and it comes with calamari, which looks like
calamari.
It looks like it's been from a bris.
Sure.
You know?
I'll have some calamari, a Bloody Murray.
Anyway.
We need to make that drink now, Preston.
Yeah.
I know. That's why I said let's put it out there to bartenders.
Yeah, bartenders, come up with a Bloody Murray.
Bloody Murray, and we'll try it out. Anyhow, how about this gift?
93.3 WMMR. It's time for an MMR Money Clip.
Anyway.
Now, here's your Money Clip keyword.
All right, and the word is friend, Friend, and you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that, and there are three ways, of course, for you to do it. You can text it at the special contest short code, which is 45911. Or if you'd like to be entered for the $10,000 grand prize, enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com, and one random entry wins $500 in this company-wide contest. That person will get a call from Beasley, so make sure that you do indeed answer your phone. Contest rules are available at WMMR.com, and it's all sponsored by Horizon Services. So the word again is friend, Friend. Let's do it now. Good luck to you.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
This morning it is brought to you by DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook app. You can download the DraftKings app and use the code ROCK to get in on the action. We'll begin with this interesting story. A defendant attempted to carry out a citizen's arrest of a court judge after telling him he did not recognize his authority before being wrestled away by security guards.
Well, he actually does have the authority.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Daniel Hughes had crossed the courtroom at Swansea Magistrates Court and attempted to climb onto the desk where the district judge, Neil Thomas, was overseeing proceedings.
Well, I'm arresting you.
His actions prompted court staff to rush to take preventative action to safeguard the district judge. The 37-year-old was appearing at the court for a trial after being charged with assault following an incident outside of his home.
You don't really know how this works, do you, young man?
Hughes, having been taken to the cells following his approach to the district judge, refused to return for trial. An officer had told the court how he had been sent to Hughes' home after Hughes failed to pay an outstanding parking fine and was also failed to respond to correspondence about the issue which had been sent to him. The enforcement officer told the court that he had fitted a clamp to Hughes' vehicle, prompting Hughes to threaten him before grabbing him by the scruff of his neck, which left him with red marks on his skin. He said, I instantly knew the type of person I was dealing with.
Jesus.
You're not going there to be assaulted, but it looked like I was going down that route. He said, I asked if he was threatening me, and he said, damn right I am. And I'm not there to be assaulted, but you try not to get to that stage, and I do not want to be rolling around on the ground.
Can't triple stamp a double stamp.
So this guy actually tried to citizens arrest
A
the
judge. Yeah.
See how that works out for you. Police in Rio de Janeiro have found a haul of Nazi memorabilia and weapons worth an estimated $3 million at the home of a Brazilian man suspected of
being a Nazi sympathizer?
No, of sexually assaulting a minor.
Oh, my God.
Rio's civil police said that they found more than 1,000 items at the home of the 58-year-old unnamed suspect, including Nazi uniforms, periodicals, paintings, Nazi insignia, images of Adolf Hitler, flags, and medals of the Third Reich. Actually, I saw the display is impressive.
Well,
it looks like a museum. It's
He's
crazy.
Picked two of the worst hobbies you can have, but
Yeah.
a lot of Nazis did flee to South America after the war.
Yes, they did. They also found guns and ammunition from the era. The suspect was also charged with illegal possession of a weapon and racial discrimination. Luis Armand, the lead detective, said he's a smart guy and articulate, but he's a Holocaust denier. He's homophobic. He's a pedophile. And he says that he hunts homosexuals. He said, I'm not a doctor, but he seems to me an insane psychopath. Armand said the suspect came from a wealthy family of investors and likely had used his inheritance to build the collection. He estimated that one of the high-ranking Nazi uniforms had cost around $250,000.
I know it could turn him around, Preston. Hallmark Christmas movies.
Police are investigating the suspect's connection to Nazi and other far-right groups and trying to ascertain if he was active in the marketplace for such objects. Armand said a museum would need to be found for the collection. It was so extensive.
Did you ever see, I forget what movie it is. Is it the Rat Race movie or Clue or whatever? I forget what it is. But anyway, John Lovitz takes his family to what he believes to be the Barbie doll museum, but it is the Klaus Barbie Museum.
Oh, no.
And it's all Nazi memorabilia.
I did not see that. An 18-year-old was arrested last week after allegedly hurling chemicals at her dad and leaving him unconscious. The father, whose identity was not publicly disclosed, suffered chemical burns on his head, torso, and extremities. Following the incident, his daughter, Megan Emerowitz, is accused of causing the burns when she threw lye powder and water at her dad.
Why? Any explanation?
No. She left the home, and a neighbor found the dad alone and unconscious. Troopers were dispatched to a nearby hospital for a chemical burn victim when they learned about the incident. They did not state the reasoning behind the daughter's alleged actions. Merowitz was charged with one count of assault with intent to do great bodily harm and one count of domestic violence. And when water is added to lye, it reacts violently and causes burning of the skin, damage to the eyes, and harm to lungs. Lye powder is commonly used in household cleaning products. Wow.
That's sick.
I meant to get to this story yesterday. This is in the bizarre file, but it's so sweet and tender. When police pulled over a Buick in Michigan for speeding, it wasn't a typical traffic stop. They found a man in distress and in need of assistance, and it had nothing to do with his car. Officer Kevin Coates pulled over the man for speeding and immediately knew something was wrong. 79-year-old man, identified only as David, was crying and visibly upset, and he told Officer Coates that everything was going wrong, and he explained that he needed help. David said that he's a longtime resident and his wife is sick, and they have an adult son with special needs. The problem on this day was that he had just bought a new TV for his family, and he was rushing all over town trying to find the right cables to hook it up. He said, I would really try to drive right. I bought a new television today because I wanted to make my wife happy, and I can't get it hooked up. And he's really upset. He was
just beside himself.
He was at his rope's end.
Yeah.
The man explained that he went to different stores to figure out how to connect it. Officer Coates immediately started asking what the issue was, but David had no idea why it wouldn't work. He said his old TV was a tube television, and he didn't know what to do. So the officer asked if he tried plugging the cable into the back of the TV, And he said that he and his partner could actually stop by and help him get it connected. Yeah. The two men then swapped phone numbers. Officer Code said that he had a police call, had to go on, but an hour later he promised to be at his house to get it connected. And sure enough, he showed up at his home with Officer Remy Vorgzatstrate and his new recruit, Officer Jeremy Jakuzevich. And together, the three officers hooked up the TV for him, explained how to get a view of what's on TV and how to navigate different channels. David said he is not good with technology, and if not for the officer's assistance, he never would have gotten it hooked up. And he was given a verbal warning for speeding.
That's just
They
wonderful,
didn't
though.
give him a ticket. I thought that was
Poor
an
guy.
awesome story. Yeah, I felt just horrible
Yes.
for this guy.
Amazing that the officers did that.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file for now. You have about 7 minutes left to get over the word friend to us for the MMR money clip. So make sure you do that. Text it to 45911 or enter it on the MMR app or at WMMR.com. While you're doing that, or actually when you're done with that, make sure you check out our latest Daily Rush video.
Which is?
The title is Casey's Nutsack Question.
I laughed so hard watching
too.
this. Oh my god, dude!
Me
it was
too.
Brilliant.
Yep. If you want to get a good laugh, make sure you take a look now. And listen, just follow MMR on Instagram. We will deliver the Daily Rush video to you as soon as it's available, and you don't have to go search around for it. We'll send it to you. Hopefully you will enjoy, but this one is hilarious. I was laughing so hard too, Nick. Sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet. You can learn more at xfinity.com. Oh, sorry.
Oh, scary.
Thought the music was over. Hey, by the way, did you want me to do this shout out, Nick?
Oh, we can right now. Yeah, if you want to. Our buddy Murph is running in the Broad Street Run, which is this weekend. And so Murph has been a longtime friend of the show, he and his entire family. So he wanted to shout out for himself, but also for his son, Lorcan, I think is how you pronounce it.
Lorcan.
Yeah, his wee boy Lorcan is what he writes. Lorcan was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes a few months ago, and it's been a shock to everybody, but he's been a legend taking his new life by the throat, is what Murph wrote. So Murph is such a great guy, and he's doing the run on Sunday in honor of Lorcan, who's doing well, but dealing with diabetes. So this is for Murph and for Lorcan.
Good luck.
There
And
we go.
everybody running that Broad Street Run, too.
Yeah.
It's on Sunday?
It is, yes.
It's going to rain on
It's
Sunday.
okay, though. I mean, that's probably cooling and soothing and wonderful.
Oh, sure. They're going to love it while they're running 10 miles. Why not? All right, let's take a break. Come back in a second. Don't forget, Margaret Cho is going to be joining us a little after 9 o'clock. And good luck on the money clip. I want you to win. Be right back. Harrelson and Slash have announced the release of the first ever Slash collection, which will feature multiple acoustic and electric guitars. Yeah, the collection will... Oh, Gibson. I got you. Mel Gibson.
The Mel Gibson guitar. It has all these sayings etched into the wood.
So the collection will officially premiere...
It's the Mel Gibson collection of guitars, featuring all his rants emblazoned on every guitar. The Whore Edition features a Stratocaster pickup.
The collection will officially...
What the hell was that
That's
one?
That's Braveheart.
Why is he doing that?
Imagine if that's the speech he delivered when he was on the horse.
Hit it again, Case. He was, Nick, he was at the end of his rope with her.
Okay.
And then he was just kind of like somebody would go, yeah, like that. And then he did an evil laugh. So Slash and Gibson, luthiers.
Luthiers?
Yeah, what's a luthier?
As in Lex Luthier?
Luthier. Is that a guitar maker?
I'm not familiar. I've never heard that brand.
Worked in close collaboration on the collection at Gibson's headquarters in Nashville, Tennessee. The line features 4 Les Paul standard electric guitars and 2 J45 standard acoustic guitars.
It's a music store.
Oh.
Kind of like a George's.
Are you a... Sorry.
I'm trying to help, Mel.
Are you a Martin guitar guy, or what's your...
I own a Martin acoustic guitar. Absolutely.
Do you play it anymore, or you're back to the drums, right?
I have neglected it because I've been focusing and practicing really, really hard at playing the drums. I've decided I want to be a really good drummer.
But when he passes by the guitar, he says,
"Oh, you're there."
Yeah, I do acknowledge the guitar's existence.
That's a Mel Gibson guitar.
Yeah. So,
"Oh, you're there."
It actually yells at you if you don't take lessons.
What?
I want to pursue drumming. But Mel Gibson guitar, I really do. I I do. I like drumming more.
You just showed me what you are.
Oh. It's the guitar. It'll make you a virtuoso in a weekend.
Do you think I'm a decent guitar player? Oh, my God.
You have one more chance.
Wow. You thought Whiplash was bad.
Giving me one last
right?
chance.
Yeah.
Forget Whiplash.
I just want to be a drummer.
The Mel Gibson guitar.
Oh, God. Okay.
You have one more chance. Gentle messages of encouragement help you along. I'm telling you. I'm just telling you the truth. The most candid guitar you'll ever own.
Big fucking guitar.
So let me raise this question. It was something that occurred to me yesterday as we were talking about preparation for all this. Are all the new things put in place because of COVID? Does that now effectively eliminate, for all intents and purposes, the classic snow day?
So here's what's happening. The school districts that are having the snow day, what it looks like is that they had snow days built in. So that's why they're closing. They already have these snow days, so they're going to use them. The districts that didn't build in snow days are the ones that are going to do that virtual learning in the morning and then give the kids the snow day the second half of the day. Because by law, they need to get a certain amount of school days in. And if you go...
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Man.
Kathy Romano with the information you can use.
Oh, my God.
Now we go to Kathy with her observations on snow days. This bitch is cranking it up to 10.
This bitch.
Snow!
Slayer!
Snow and Slayer!
Snower!
Oh, my God.
That's awesome.
I have a variety of stories, and I would do the connoisseur. I have like 3 food-related things,
But there's not enough to fuel it,
but
right?
that's it.
And you don't want to be dishonest with the
No,
listeners.
I don't want to do that, and I don't want to, I don't want to just flip things all of a sudden. But I did see this, and I thought it was interesting. Cheetos has given a name to the cheesy residue left on your fingers when you eat the Cheetos. So they have a name for it now.
And it is?
Cheetle.
Cheetle?
Like Don Cheadle.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah, the official term is called Cheetle.
I'd call it Chisholm. Right, Preston?
Yeah.
Much better.
Yeah, what's that on your face?
Chisholm. From eating cheese doodles. I'm sorry, I misheard you.
To celebrate the newly coined...
Peter North is the spokesman. Just sitting here watching TV.
In celebration of its 125th anniversary, the New York Public Library, which is the second largest in the U.S. after the Library of Congress, has
throwing out the books?
No. They released its list of the top 10 checked out books of all time. And in
Is
first
one of them Goldfinger?
place, no.
Mr. Goldfinger!
No.
One of the most popular books at the New York Library. It's on the list.
In first place, I'll just start right at the top here, is the children's picture book, The Snowy Day by Ezra Jack Keats.
I don't even know.
It's about a child enjoying his city's first snowfall.
I don't know that book. Yeah.
Oh, I know this book. I love this book when I was
terrible.
a kid. Absolutely.
Get the Caldecott Award. Yeah, the Caldecott medal. I remember that. You remember the little imprint on the
it's
front
a
of it?
gold sticker that would be a gold
Sticker! On this scrappy book about a kid walking in the snow.
Gold
sticker.
It's not. It is on the list?
Yeah.
It's on the list.
It's number 1 on the list.
Number 1.
So, I think, you'd find that on Where the Wild Things Are and maybe The Hungry Caterpillar, those classic ones. Another book, Dr. Seuss's The Cat in the Hat, was in second place.
Okay.
Were you a Seuss fan as a kid?
Oh, yeah. Very much so. And in fact, I've been going through a cleaning out process at our house, and
Great purge.
I found we found way too many books that we need to get rid of, and so I did, and I donated them to the Laurel House thrift shop that raises money for the Laurel House. But we kept all of our Dr. Seuss books. And I been flipped through Go Dog Go, and I had to look through the birthday book, and
Two Girls in a Cup.
2 Girls in a Cup.
It was the most wonderful cup it was.
There are a lot of Dr. Seuss books, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I see two girls in a cup.
Dozens.
I say to you, girls, can you tell me what's up?
I'll tell you what's up. Just look in the cup.
You'll know
After
this.
watching that, you won't be able to sup.
It's full of throw up.
And upchuck.
Okay.
It's full of throw up.
Come on, man.
Casey had a poster and a wristband from a fish show that was important to him. And
it was a fishing tournament, right?
Yeah.
Or the band?
Well, both.
Okay,
the wristband was from the tournament, and then the poster was from the concert.
Regardless, both very important to you.
No, but the reality is they were both from a concert.
So much so that he wanted to have them framed and, immortalized for at least a period of time while he's on this earth, and took it to a place that was going to frame all this for him. So you have the wristband, you have the poster. I'm sure you had a frame picked out and matted and everything the way you wanted it.
Yeah.
Goes back to the shop to retrieve it, and they've lost the wristband.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, exactly.
So the
right?
poster is done, and you wanted the wristband in the same display.
It was like a ribbon across the bottom corner of the poster.
And you'd set it up that way.
Yeah.
What was their explanation?
There is no explanation. Inside, I'm fuming. I have been to 60-plus Fish concerts. I have never purchased a poster, went and had it framed, or So this.
So you want to climb over the counter and kill them?
So and the wristband I had really carefully taken off of my wrist, so there were no because it was it was like a cloth wristband, right?
Carefully preserved.
Carefully preserved. This was. I was going to give it as a gift to a friend.
Oh, no.
And then the more I thought about it, I'm like, I think I want this for myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now I'm like fuming. So I had gone from this place.
Right.
I didn't blow up, but I had gone to this place and I went to a drive-through, a quarter of a mile down the road. And I got my money back, and I'm pulling out, and I noticed that one of the quarters is a Canadian quarter. I stopped my car. I put it in park. I went into the store. Now, I didn't raise a stink.
25 cents.
For 25 cents, I go, you guys gave me a Canadian quarter here. And they're like, oh, okay.
Let me ask you something. What country are we in? Do we have provinces like, I don't know, Ottawa? What is this?
Yeah.
Is this legal tender?
I in my life have never returned a foreign coin before. I've never even
You just kind of
considered that.
What did I order? Poutine? What did I come in here on a moose? What am I, a Mountie? Where the hell are we?
Does it say Tim Hortons outside of this
Come on, for
establishment?
Christ's sake! What am I, Trudeau?
Did I drive here 35 kilometers per hour?
Jesus Christ!
I didn't make a big stink about it, but I go, hey, this is a Canadian quarter.
I couldn't help but notice that there was a ridged potato chip in my bag of regular potato chips.
Oh my God!
Parlez-vous English?
I would be raging. You're better than me. I would be raging out of control at those people. And
why not give me the right change? Eh? Eh?
We talked about Cameo before.
Yes.
And you can do birthday wishes and hellos and stuff like that.
Hi,
But
this is Liam Neeson. I understand, Jimmy, that it's your 8th birthday. I want you to know it's a hard world out there.
well, apparently now the trend is to get the celebrity to break up your relationship for you.
Wow.
And some people have been doing a lot of them. Sugar Ray singer Mark McGrath has been a popular choice for Cameo users looking to pass their breakup responsibilities on to him.
Well, he had one that had been requested and it went viral, and a lot of people were talking about it. So I guess he immediately earned that status.
Yep. By the way, he's had a lot of work done on his face.
Has he?
A lot.
He was a
work.
good-looking guy.
Very good-looking guy, which is probably why he's had a lot of work.
See,
Yeah.
with me, it's like, who cares?
So he had said, I've been doing these for fun. I wouldn't want to hurt anybody's feelings. But even Matthew Perry says that he'll deliver any kind of messages, and he has done breakup videos as well. So,
That's kind of sad, though. Like, then what if
I
the
know.
person likes that celebrity and now they've just ruined their life?
Well, maybe it might be a little bit of a buffer if someone you like is telling you and giving you words of encouragement.
But it would have to depend on what type of breakup.
How bad of a breakup can it be
If you're hiring a
that you're
celebrity.
hiring a celebrity
Yeah.
to do it? I mean,
I don't think it's
You know what I
something Nicole Brown Simpson would have done. So I think if it's more volatile, no. But I think if it's hey, we know this is over, you could have fun with this.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't think a divorce would be the right thing.
Yeah.
You know?
No. Hey,
Like
honey.
kids and everything. And yeah.
Maybe I would say a year and under. You've been dating for
In a
a year
relationship, yeah.
or under.
Okay.
Anything over, you can't hire a celebrity.
Yep. So that's been the latest, and a lot of people are up for it.
You guys ever do a cameo?
Steve has.
Hire
Yeah.
one.
Yep. I did with Kevin Sorbo because my wife loves the show Hercules and always had a crush on him, and he did it, and he did a great job, and he talked for a while.
I did one. It wasn't a cameo. It was the musical one that I did for my brother. For
This is Ian McCarran. Kathy Ramondo wants to let you know she wishes you'd stop parking in her spot.
It's my spot! I love that it's my spot now.
She's very upset with you. Wishes you'd have a little more consideration.
What did you did a musical one?
Yeah, so there's a backup singer / trumpet player for Trey's band, Jennifer Harswick. Yeah, and so she ended up singing a song for my brother, but I wanted to do one for my daughter for her birthday, but you go through and it's like, all right, well, this person's too expensive, and then this person is not as expensive, but do they, are they as important? Like, I don't know how much a Mark McGrath would cost.
Yeah, you can probably get 4 Mark McGraths for a Pat Sajak.
We should do our own cameos. How much would we be worth?
So,
$1,000.
So you can have longer chats, by the way. So
really?
yeah. So for example, Mark McGrath is $90 right now. I think it says.
Put in the area, Preston.
Ooh, it is one that I prefer not to take if I can avoid it. Just because all the merging that happens, man. Oh God, you know what I can't stand? Oh, I hate this. So
here we go.
when you're I know I didn't even mean to do
Sorry,
this.
it's my fault.
You're headed eastbound towards the Ben Franklin Bridge,
right?
Getting off of the Schuylkill Expressway, and so there
I
are
know
2
where you're-
lanes at
Yeah,
Broad Street
yeah,
that
yeah.
exit there, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And everybody plays this game where they take it all the way to the end and then zip right over to the left and cut across. And it just causes traffic, just causes problems. You know those lanes where they're going to go. You know they're going to end.
Mm-hmm.
Get in line like the rest of us.
No,
and stop causing problems. It only makes it worse.
Yeah, everyone thinks they can game it and take it down to the last second.
I thought you were going to say when you're exiting at the Ben Franklin Bridge, there's 2 lanes that exit, and everyone thinks you need to be all the way over, but there's
No.
actually 2 lanes that will
Exactly.
exit.
Right.
Yeah.
And you can almost be like a 3rd lane over, and still there's a little there's the lane that you don't if you're not a local, you don't know that you can kind of slide into.
I like to be in the all the way left lane though.
Yeah, that's fine.
All the way left.
As long as you get in there at the
going
beginning.
to the Ben Franklin Bridge
Yeah,
up that
yeah.
exit. I do too. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Because then you got to make a quick left turn to get onto the bridge, and
But you guys weren't here. Hey, Steve, were you ever in Philly before it existed?
I wasn't.
I don't think you were-
676?
Yeah.
No,
No.
It was weird getting across town because it was Vine Street. You
Yeah,
would
yeah.
take that and to avoid City Hall, and it's better now, believe it or not,
sure.
than it used to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
Even though
yeah.
it's still a disaster in a lot of respects.
When I did know about that and the idea, it's like, what did you guys do before the Blue Route was there?
Yeah.
I mean, what was that like?
Well,
How did you get out that way?
When was 676 completed?
That's a good question. I'll look it up.
Yeah, I don't know, but for us, before the Blue Route was there, because my sister went to her sinus, and that was before the Blue Route was there. And we would have to go all the way up 252 to 202 to 422.
Wow.
That was the. It's actually not that bad, but the Blue Route is it makes everything so much brighter.
It does, doesn't it?
I got out of school when the Blue Route opened. My dad drove us the length because
You mentioned
yeah, and my grandfather said he would never live to see it finished, and he was right. He died in 1983. And so in order to celebrate my grandfather and his proclamation, my dad took us all out of school, got a bottle of champagne, got my grandmother, and drove the length of the Blue Route twice.
Wow.
So is that correct that the Vine Street was completed in 1959?
No. Vine Street Expressway was completed in 91. So the Blue Route and 476 were completed around the same time.
All right. Wow, interesting. Well, people are dealing with it today. Be nice if you had something to be happy about. Let me go to Jay. Hey, Jay, good morning.
Good morning.
Jay, are we happy?
We are very, very happy this morning.
Explain why, please.
Because I just won $500.
There you go. It's another one. Nice. Jay is $500 richer because of the MMR money clip. And where are you from, Jay?
I am from Sparta, Tennessee.
Sparta, Tennessee.
Wow.
Are you calling from there right now?
Yes, I'm at work right now.
Get
Sparta,
outta here.
Tennessee. Look at this, Preston.
All right, where in the state? What is Sparta near? What is the largest city near Sparta?
I'm right between Nashville, Knoxville, and Chattanooga.
Okay. I was born in Columbia, Tennessee, believe it or not, Jay.
Oh, okay. Have you heard of Cookville?
I haven't been there since I was a baby, so
Yeah.
not really. But I know they have like mule days or something like that in Columbia. So anyway, well, listen, man, Jay, we're happy to give you the money, Casey.
Jay, you never lived here. I assume I hear a Southern drawl. Did you ever live in Philly? And if not, how did you find out about our show?
I'm originally from Quakertown.
There you go, which is the
And I got a
Tennessee
lot
of
of family up
Pennsylvania.
there.
All right,
Okay.
cool.
Yes.
Dude, well, excellent. Listen, doesn't matter where you
No,
are. You
nope.
call in to win, you win the money. So, Jay from Tennessee, we got $500 for you, my man.
Yeah!
All right, buddy. Congratulations. Have yourself a
Thank
good
you.
weekend, all right?
We will. You guys too.
All right, thanks, bud. Well, how about that?
That's awesome.
We've been like all over the place this morning. Oh, this week we've been getting contact. Nick, you said from we were in Greece a few days ago.
We got one from Egypt a little while ago.
No way.
Yeah.
Colin Yabor, he's a Philly guy, currently deployed with the Army, stationed in Egypt. So, yeah, all over the world this week. It's been really awesome.
He says he uses the YouTube stream to watch us.
Nice.
Amazing.
Cool.
That's great.
Hey, there's another happy person that listens to our show, and his name is Dave McKay.
Dave McKay.
I know Dave.
Dave McKay won the Eagles tickets at my gig last night at Doc's Irish Pub
Oh, he came out?
in Gilbertsville. He drove an hour and a half to get there.
That's cool.
Oh.
And,
That's really cool.
His like he was crying. And so there's one lady as I was walking out, she's like, "I'm mad at you because she didn't win the tickets." I said, "Did you see the guy that won though?" I said, "You got to be." I'm like, he was almost crying. He was so happy that he won. So Dave McKay, congratulations to you and your wife. She's going to her first Eagles game ever. But I got to give a couple of shout outs. There was a gentleman that I met named George Cute. I met him and his daughter and daughter's friends. And then I talked to a gentleman named Patrick and his brand new wife, Debbie Moore. They're from Amity Township, Berks County. I had a great time last night in Gilbertsville.
Everyone was just awesome.
They were great. Every single person, because we were outside, every single person were fans of the Preston and Steve show. So it just... if I'm Gabriella, I remember you and your husband, everybody else, Tim. I had a great time talking to you guys last night. Farts all around.
All right, yep, pass them all around. I want to do the connoisseur, but hang on, I want to go to this call real quick. We're going to go to Tom. Hey, Tom, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. So I heard you guys talking about the Blue Route. My grandfather was actually the one that designed the Blue Route.
Your grandfather's, it was solely his idea?
So my grandfather passed away back in '93 from colon cancer. I didn't really get a chance to know him too well.
Yeah.
Because I was, only 5 at the time. But from what my mom says, and the rest of my family says, that he was the one that came up with the designs and blueprints.
May I ask his name, Tom? His full name?
Yeah, it's Robert Rowland or Bob Rowland.
Robert Lowland or Bob Lowland?
And
we'll do a quick check.
Roland?
Roland.
Roland.
Roland on the river?
That's wild. So is he was a civil engineer, I guess?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's very polite.
Worked for PennDOT.
Wow.
And he's not, in case anybody's wondering, he's not the one that's responsible for it going from 3 lanes to 2 when you get to the nether
Oh, my
province.
God. That was a political thing, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
They do all sorts of wonderful things like that. It depends on who can grease enough palms. In New York, there's a thoroughfare called the Northern State Parkway, and that weaves and winds and weaves and winds. And why does it do that? because the wealthy people along its route were able to buy off politicians and have it veer around their estates. And so that's what you end up
That's why 422, Nick, out by Oaks takes a big swing out.
Used to be called the Camille Curve for Peter J. Camille, and that's where the house that looks like the White House, it's called Vaux Hill or something like that, the Fatlands, that it goes completely around that, and now people refer to it as the St. Gabe's Curve because it's a little more polite, but Peter J. Camille made it go all the way around because that's where his house was.
Well, Tom, that's a pretty cool claim to fame, man. We'll dig up some info about your grandfather and check all that out.
All right, guys.
All right, appreciate it,
You
man.
know what,
We'll see you.
he should be allowed to use the Blue Roof for free.
I would think so.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
not
wait,
total-
that's right.
Well, there's mid-county tolls, but that's to get on the
Yeah,
turnpike, so
that's
it's
right,
free
yeah,
anyway.
I
All right, Connoisseur.
Hey!
It's time for the Connoisseur who causes much joy.
I love it. Hey! All right, the final Ted Lasso episode is out today. Now, why am I talking about that in the Connoisseur segment?
Hope I know why.
Why do you think?
The things that Ted Lasso bakes?
The recipe for the biscuit has been released. Yes, Apple TV shared the official recipe.
No way.
For Ted Lasso's biscuits, and I got this off a website called Food 52, and the person who wrote the article is named Kelly Vaughn, and the reason I bring that up is because she made them and gives a little review on it here.
I would love for someone to make them for us.
Well, I have the full recipe here.
Because it looks so. Listen, if you watch Ted Lasso, you know what I'm talking about. When you do watch it, you should watch it. They just look phenomenal.
The first time, and I'm not going to give it away here because Kathy hasn't seen the show, but the first time when Rebecca takes a bite in that first,
Oh my God,
it's hilarious.
Especially because she was reluctant. You know, she didn't even want to try it, and then she did.
Yeah. So you can do your own biscuits with the boss.
I'm going to do that.
Ted's a simple man. This is this woman, Kelly Vaughn, writes. She says, Ted's a simple man, so it only makes sense that his biscuits would be too. These are pretty classic buttery shortbread.
Oh, I love shortbread.
I do too. And it takes is 4 basic ingredients. That's it.
Earth, wind, and fire.
No. 2 cups of all-purpose flour. 3/4 cup of powdered sugar. 1 cup of softened unsalted butter.
Yeah.
And 1/4 teaspoon of kosher salt. That's it.
You know what, though? When you have something freshly baked like that, like freshly baked shortbread or sourdough bread or anything like that, it's going to be extraordinary.
So to start, you preheat your oven 300 degrees and butter an 8-inch square baking pan. Using a standard mixer or hand mixer, you can beat the butter for 3 to 5 minutes until it is light and fluffy.
I'm out.
Slowly add the powdered sugar, being careful not to get sugar all over your countertops and yourself. Next, add sifted flour and salt and mix until the dough comes together. You transfer the dough to the pan. Flatten it using your hands or a metal measuring cup to ensure that it's spread evenly. And now you have to practice patience. The dough needs to chill in the refrigerator for about 30 minutes, and then you bake it for 45 to 60 minutes. That's a nice long baking
That is
period.
that is a long time.
But
At
it's
what
only
temperature?
300, it's
At
only
300
degrees, so it's fairly low.
All right, so
So you do that until it looks golden brown, but still a little soft to the touch.
all right, so can we put this up on the website? I'd like people to have the chance to make it for us.
I might try to make these.
I'm going to do this because my daughter and I, we watch it together, and she likes baking, so I think this is something we're going to do together.
My wife is good at baking, so
yeah,
maybe
you can
she
get her
could
to
crack
do
it.
that.
Yeah.
Once the biscuits have finished baking, take the pan out of the oven and let it cool completely before cutting them into Ted's signature slices and serving them in a pink cardboard box, of course. So how do they taste? She says, to misquote Danny Rojas, biscuits are life. Immediately after I baked a batch and pulled them out from the oven, I sprinkled them with sanding sugar because that's what Ted does. And they are they the best I've ever tasted? She writes, no, but they're soft on the inside, chewy on the outside, and buttery all the way through. The recipe is uncomplicated, a little old-fashioned, and totally dependable, just like Ted. So there
I
you
find sifting flour to be therapeutic. There's something about it that it's sort of a rote motion, and then the kneading of dough is also like I get that's a bit of a zen moment for
All right,
me.
let me ask you: do you enjoy scooping a cat box?
No.
Okay.
I hate that. actually.
That is
It's
not
the worst.
same.
You know what, Steve?
That chore is not mine in the household. That's
All right.
I do the laundry and the dishes. The girlfriend does the cat box.
Just getting started, it's like, oh man, I don't feel like doing this. But once you do it, it's kind of like you're going on a little treasure hunt.
Well, when you find a little turd
Yes.
in a part of the box that's completely buried,
Yeah.
you're like, oh my God.
When you feel like you've gotten everything.
Hello, buddy.
And then you get a huge nugget. You're
Yeah.
like, oh my God.
Ah.
Oh,
No, not at all. Not in one slight bit.
Oh, It's awful.
I absolutely.
the
It was
worst-
one of my
worst
least
chores.
favorite things in the world to do was cleaning the litter
I
box.
think
when
you'd feel different if you
actually
did 13 boxes a day.
I'm glad my cats are dead.
Love them. but
God,
they're
was I
gone.
tired of doing that.
I will say, yes, I hate it. It's awful. It's the worst chore in the house. However, when you're finished, do you take the scooper and like kind of even
I
out
do
the
a
litter
Zen
on the
garden.
top?
Yes, I do.
A Zen garden.
I
me
do a
too.
Zen garden in each kitty box. And because I use the Arm & Hammer, it is
me too.
incredibly good.
This is
easy.
the connoisseur. We're not talking about
You don't
that.
eat
Preston, we fill our boxes up with shortbread.
Actually, we used to make a cat litter cake.
Oh,
Did I ever show you
yes.
pictures of that?
Yeah, you did. That's right. It had little turds in it.
You buy a brand
Yeah.
new, cat litter box, and then you use the cake mix. It looks like crumbled up.
Yeah.
And then you take, Kathy,
Oh, my
you
God.
lightly microwave Tootsie Rolls.
That's a great idea.
And you squish them out, and they look like cat turds.
You made
and it
this?
tastes fantastic. Yeah, and nobody would eat it but us because they just
great.
couldn't bring themselves to
To do it, yeah.
All right. All right. Anyhow, the holidays are always up, and that's not stopping UK shoppers from buying frozen turkeys now.
Yeah, they're saying to get your turkey for Thanksgiving now.
Yeah,
Yes.
because of supply chain issues?
Yeah, discount chain Aldi. There's an example there, but I'm sure the same
Yep.
thing is happening here. Is selling around 1,500 frozen turkeys a day in the UK, 4 times the amount it normally sells at this time of year. It's happening as people fear supply chain bottlenecks will limit availability of the Christmas favorite. So it's a fear that will happen. Whether
Not
it really
necessarily
is
the case.
happening, I don't know. It says U.S. is dealing with similar problems.
You go organic with your turkey, though, right? You would not be able to get a frozen turkey.
We get a fresh one.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. So, and experts say American consumers could also struggle to secure their turkeys for Thanksgiving, especially smaller birds. Retailers and restaurants across the U.S. and the U.K. have faced delays and shortage over the past few months because of a breakdown in the supply chain driven by worker shortages and lack of truck drivers. So they're starting to stock up on it now. And a frozen bird will last, I think it can last at least a year.
Oh, my God, yeah.
So you can hang on to that.
The idea of like a fresh or organic, whatever the hell it is, I can notice a difference in the taste.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So these are that's something to keep in mind. You may want to get your bird now and stash it in the freezer, and that way you will be ready and not left in the cold. All right, here's another thing from the Connoisseur. Steve, you sent me this. This is Craig Laban's top 10 restaurants in Philadelphia.
Yeah, it's kind of a big deal.
Now,
A
I
big
only
deal.
in the one you sent me, I only got partial bits of his comments on
Oh,
each one.
son of a
'cause
bitch.
The way it's formatted. So I'm just going to mention the restaurants.
Let Marissa comment.
She's probably been to
Yeah.
all of them. So, Marissa, I'm going to turn your mic on, and you tell me if you've been to these restaurants, okay?
Oh, I'm here for this.
Let's see if she's been to these. Andiario?
No.
Okay.
Ah.
All right. That's number 1, by the way.
Wait, the best one? Or
I guess.
Yeah.
It's just 1 out of 10. It was a slideshow thing.
okay.
All right. Then you have Fiorella.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yes.
Okay.
Oh my God. Yes.
She's, oh, my God.
Okay.
Do you want me to comment more?
Sure.
It's Mark Vetri's new Italian place. It's in the Italian market, right near Isgro's, and the pasta is fabulous. It's all handmade. I was talking about cacio e pepe. You guys didn't know what cacio e pepe is?
No.
Go there and get it. It's amazing.
All right. How about Friday, Saturday, Sunday?
Yes, that's a restaurant that's been around forever, but they've new
Yeah, some of these are
owners.
old and some of these are
Yep,
new. Yep.
Yeah, new owners, and they were open and closed throughout the pandemic. They had some, but they're open now. And
What's the specialty?
I've only really been there for drinks.
All right.
Okay. How about Irwin's?
No, not yet. That's in Bach Bar in South Philly, and it's supposed to be amazing.
Okay.
I had a reservation for March 30th last year.
Okay.
Or 2 years ago, so right before the pandemic.
Kalea?
Oh my God, yes. Okay. Does it say what type of food it is? I don't want to get it wrong.
Kalea has been a game changer ever since Chutatip Nok Sontaranan
Oh, my.
brought her sky blue dumplings, intricate curries, and bold Southeast Asian flavors to her Bella Vista BYOB 3 years ago.
Yes.
Southeastern flavors.
There it is. Yes, it's so good. She actually is just opening she just announced a opening in Fishtown. She had done, it was actually a Kalaya pop-up at Irwin's that I was supposed to go to last year that got canceled. I had a bite of sticky rice that she made for the Sisterly Love Food Fair last weekend, and it was the best thing I've eaten.
Wow, this stuff looks good.
It's so good.
I do like a good sticky rice, man, for sure. All right, Laser Wolf.
Yes.
We've heard about that.
I went there last month, or last week, a few weeks ago. It was so good. You get like a whole bronzino, and I love it because it's like shared food. So it's lots of like dippies and hummuses. And
and they still don't want to come on our show, right?
Yeah, why? Yeah, why?
No.
Listen to that. Just because of the Laser Wolf.
I am working on that, I promise.
All right.
It wasn't
It's
us.
okay.
He was busy.
River Twice.
Oh, yeah, that's on East Passyunk. I have not been to that one yet.
Okay. Let's see. I've lost track of the numbers.
I know, yeah.
Royal Izakaya.
Oh, just opened up. It is a sushi restaurant. That's where Steve Urkel, Jaleel White went to. It is in Fishtown. It's supposed to be really great.
Well, if it's Urkel sushi
Wait a
place.
minute.
Yeah.
Did the character Urkel go
No.
there? Or, okay, Jaleel White did actually go there.
Jaleel White is in town filming, or was in town for that Hustle, Adam Sandler movie.
Oh, okay.
And so he went there for dinner.
Marissa, was that or is it also a restaurant in Atlantic City, Isakaya?
Izakaya is a Michael Scholston restaurant that's in the Borgata.
Yes.
So
Are they related?
No, I think Izakaya is a common Japanese word.
Got
so it's used in a lot of sushi restaurant.
Preston, you
names.
still a big sushi guy?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, very much so. Sweet Amalia Market and Kitchen.
I'm supposed to go today.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, this is the equivalent of Kathy's fall activities. It's Craig Levan's restaurant list. It's in New Jersey. They're
Food
like
activities.
It's an oyster farm with they make like wonderful sandwiches. So
You
my friend
can't
and
see
I-
this, but Marissa
my
had to
friend and
slide
I-
a bucket under her chair.
Wait, it's an oyster farm that makes wonderful sandwiches?
But I mean, they have a full menu, so you can. So they sell the oysters and the that they cultivate, raise. Thank
Yeah.
you. But they have a restaurant on site too.
You know, it's weird, and this is not a slight on you, Marissa, at all. But like, I almost feel like this is wasted on you because you don't eat a lot of food. Like, you know, like you don't eat meat. Like you do eat seafood, right?
Yes, I am a pescatarian.
But you don't. So you don't eat beef. You don't eat chicken. You know, like
pork,
lamb. A majority of the menu is lost on
Alpaca.
you, and as a foodie, you're missing out.
Well, maybe you just find things on these menus are more comprehensive, right?
Yeah, well, and restaurants now do offer a lot of vegetarian-friendly dishes. So
Right.
they do lean both ways. It's not always meat-heavy.
Look at it as her world has expanded through these restaurants.
My wife just texted me, Marissa. She said, "I need to see Marissa's eating out monthly budget."
Well, that's
She gets it
a
for
valid
free.
question. No.
Well, now she's doing a podcast.
No.
They feed her for free, and she gets to review it.
I wish I ate for free everywhere I went. No, I mean, I don't, like, this is where my extra money goes to. My
Okay,
friends and
all
I,
right,
just,
yeah.
instead of groceries or doing fall activities, going apple picking, we just go to restaurants.
And food is your hobby.
Yes.
All right.
You know how to cook?
I'm a very
She
great
does,
cook.
yeah.
Are you a good cook? Okay,
Yeah, I just
that's good.
get bored cooking.
No, I
But
got
you cook sometimes, right?
Yeah. I cooked a lot at the beginning of the pandemic.
Can you
and
make
then
us some Ted Lasso biscuits?
it does look great.
All right, and the last one on this list is Vernick Wine Shop and Tasting Menu.
Oh yeah, that's right in my neighborhood. Vernick has been around for a while. They've been on the top of the list of like best restaurants in Philadelphia. And the wine shop opened up next door.
Okay.
Look at this list. Very impressive stuff here that you have. And right
Yeah.
here in the area. How about that?
And I love all like Kalaya and stuff getting mentioned. Like the food is fabulous. It's so good, these little small restaurants, and they're like blowing up in the city. So try these lists. And one of my recommendations, sometimes these lists come out and then people get nervous and stay away from these restaurants because they think they're going to blow up. That's not usually the case. You can get reservations and try them out.
Okay, excellent.
It is cool we live in a foodie town. I mean,
We
there
do.
are
Oh, yeah.
so many great restaurants in and around Philly. We're lucky.
I wish I would go to them.
Well, you do. You just don't go to the...
Just rarely. Well,
Yeah.
I don't go to the ones in the city.
Yeah.
Like the ones that are really focused on. you
Right.
know? Yeah.
My wife just
This
went
is it's inconvenient for me.
Pizzeria Vetri yesterday.
Yeah, in Fairmount.
Yeah, and I loved it. Like an amazing collection of pizzas.
Pizza.
Yeah.
is-
Did you go or
No.
Okay. All right.
I sit at home.
Okay.
Pizza is a big thing in the city. There's a lot. I went to a place called Sally last night in like Logan Square, or yeah, I can't remember what part of the city it's in. But yeah, there's a lot of pizza places opening up.
Yeah, Steve, you don't have time to eat out when you're treasure box, litter box hunting.
Exactly. It's really fun.
Anything that you would add to that list, Marissa, that you didn't hear?
Oh my gosh, I'm on the spot now.
Yeah, sorry.
I mean, there's like a million places that I would add to it. Just can't think. I went to a place called Bar Poulet the other day. Casey, you say I miss a lot of things. It's a fried chicken and champagne place.
Oh, my God.
And so when I was reading the menu, I only read like 3 things. But my friends noticed that they have chicken fried mushrooms. So I had like a chicken fried mushroom for the first. I had fried chicken for the first time. I was literally. I look like
Well,
Elf.
you didn't really.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, you had a mushroom.
Well, yeah, but they probably used chicken to cook it. They used the broth.
No, I think it was full vegetarian.
No.
Yeah.
It was
They
human
wouldn't do
baby
that.
blood.
Right.
Then why would it be called chicken fried?
Because there's also chicken fried steak. So it's essentially what you would do to fried chicken. You know, the breading and the frying
not the broth?
process. No.
Okay.
No. Not that I'm aware of. Marissa?
No, I think it's just like the breading is what they call it, chicken fried.
Yeah. So it's essentially you're treating it the way you would a piece of chicken when you fry it. So, but it's not chicken. Chicken.
Yeah.
Chicken fried mushroom.
Chicken fried mushroom. So I mean, it was me eating like fried chicken for the first time in
question.
a really long time.
Did they shape it like nuggets or like a chicken leg or what?
No, it was like I guess it would be a breast.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And I mean, I didn't realize I look like Elf, like Will Ferrell, like shoving this into my mouth, like peeling it apart and eating it, and my fingers are all greasy in my mouth.
I'm into nubbins.
And then I look around.
You eat it with your fingers.
Well, no, all of my friends were eating it with forks and knives.
Right.
I was eating it with my fingers because I hadn't had fried chicken.
Well, the reason you eat fried chicken with your fingers is because it's got bones in it.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah,
Gotta
you
pick
don't
through it.
pick up a chicken breast and eat that
Yeah.
fried chicken breast, you know.
No bones here, but it's very good.
Okay.
No bones in those mushrooms.
All right. Well, that's Marissa's edition.
We'll
What?
do a side podcast with all the restaurants I want.
What's the name of your podcast, by the way?
Oh, Delicious City Philly.
Delicious City Philly.
Yeah, new episode dropped this week.
How many episodes have you done?
2.
Okay.
All right.
Delicious City Philly.
Well, there's your proof that Marissa knows the restaurant scene in Philadelphia. She was able to have something to say about all of these places.
Yep. All right. Let's see what else we got here.
Yeah.
Let's talk, we haven't talked about a little less in the fussy food department.
Yes, our realm.
Let's go to Halloween candy.
Yeah.
So this is the question: how long is it good for?
That is a good question.
Oh, because I have candy from last year. I just found a whole bag.
I believe it.
Can I put it out for this year?
Oh yeah.
Doctor, well, let me tell you what Dr. Abigail Snyder with the Food Science Department at Cornell University has to say. Bags of candy are usually marked with a best buy date, but it's really just a recommendation by the producer to the consumer about how quickly the product should be eaten for optimum quality, not necessarily safety, just quality. So she says there's no safety implication for eating gummy bears or candy corn after that date has elapsed. Snyder says consumers can evaluate each piece of candy to see if it's something that they want to eat, saying consumers might start to notice changes in flavor or texture over time, such as staling or the white bloom that appears on old chocolate, which is apparently just the cocoa butter settles or something like that.
Listen, chocolate and candy in general is durable. I mean, they used to give chocolate to GIs, as something that would hold on. But I always had thought that candy was could do a pretty long run before it became
durable.
Yeah.
Yep.
I have blow pops. I found a whole bag of them.
They're
I mean,
fun.
they're not like sticky or anything. Like we opened one up.
They're going to be fine.
All right. So if you want
think about it.
year-old
Yeah.
blow pops, you can come to my house for Halloween.
It says,
How old can raw chicken be? Preston? I've had that out for about a month now.
You're good for another month.
Okay.
Yeah. These are not representative of food safety issues, just quality deterioration, she said. It turns out candy is generally shelf stable, so use your own discretion about eating it, especially if it starts tasting stale or bland or the textures begin to change.
Well, I liken it to honey, and honey apparently is incredibly
Yeah, it does.
durable, right?
Yeah, for years and years.
It never goes bad.
Well, yeah, and so when it gets like crystally and stuff
Yeah.
like that, and you think, oh, this is bad. No, what you
You're
do
wrong.
is you just boil some water and then you throw it like in its container in the hot water, and it brings
It's
it
good
back
to
to
go.
life. Yeah,
Yeah.
That's what we had that beehive taken from the my house over the summer. That's what they told me because they had given me some local honey.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
All right, I have another thing here to bring up in the Connoisseur. Steve, you sent me this one earlier in the week, too. And apparently it's a columnist who is raving about ricotta toast.
Have you heard about this, Marissa?
I have.
As like a new trend, like I love ricotta toast. I had it last night for dinner.
Oh,
my God.
I
Can
mean,
you
it's
believe
just
this?
bread and whipped ricotta.
Preston, it's like us
you
in
can
porn.
put like some fruit on it and stuff like that.
or like a balsamic.
Mhm,
Ooh, and
yeah.
some truffle.
Yeah,
Ooh.
it's good.
I love that.
So apparently, according to this columnist, it stood quietly in the background as avocado and nut butter got all the accolades.
Yeah, nut butter.
But now this nourishing toast topper has its own trending hashtag.
I mean, I don't care about the hashtag, but I think I would enjoy this.
So
I like ricotta.
This autumnal variation starts with a nutty, textured slice of whole grain toast. And they write, sure, any kind of bread will work, but the dense loaf often sold as a health bread has a chew and deep flavor that's especially satisfying here. Slathered with a generous spread of ricotta, then layered with slices of ripe pear. The toast is finished with a drizzle of maple syrup, toasted walnuts, and a dusting of cinnamon.
That does sound pretty damn good.
It does sound really good.
Yeah.
I like that combination.
Yeah.
I like the
I'm down with
combination
that.
of walnuts and syrup and pear on ricotta.
I don't like pears.
Oh my God, why?
It's like
It's a texture thing.
It's
I'll
a
bet.
soft apple. It's like it's an apple. It's a rejected apple.
So here's the thing.
I like a pear that will just absolutely dissolve into my mouth. Oh, I love it. It's
Barf.
so sweet and juicy. Kathy, you'd love to
gross.
watch me eat a pear.
Eat a pear?
Oh, I'm like,
Just put an apple in the microwave and then chew
God.
on that.
Ew.
Uh,
I would prefer a pear over an apple, Nick.
Oh,
That's
you're
where we
wrong.
differ.
Your opinion
I do
on
not
something
like
is wrong.
avocado toast. I used to like avocados, and something shifted, and I don't tolerate them anymore.
Best avocado toast I ever had was when we were in London for the Eagles game.
Really?
Yep. There was this little cafe. I went and they had they put like just a teeny bit of feta cheese on it, and then they had a scrambled egg, and they put that. It was so good.
I've never had it. I've
was so
never
good.
tried it.
I hate you.
Oh, yeah. It's a regular Saturday night thing.
Yeah, this is going to be my regular Saturday night thing.
Casey, you know where they have Dunkin' Toast? I mean, Dunkin'
They
Toast.
have Dunkin' Toast?
At avocados? At avocado donuts?
Yeah, avocado donuts.
Dunkin' avocado.
Dunkin' avocados. You've been there, right? I think
As you know, we run on Dunkin'
the
Toast.
Preston and Steve show runs on avocado toast.
No,
what
I
I'm
know they have it there.
Trying to say it's a good starter. Like,
Yeah.
sample it and see what you think of it. And
I
then,
can't. The only reason is I have to get my sausage and cheese on a
I got
muffin.
it, yeah.
He's a man.
Yeah. And so that's why I don't get it there
I
because
got
I
you.
have my thing that I get there.
You
Wait a
got
minute, but why have you never had avocado toast?
I like avocado and I like toast.
just haven't gone there.
I just haven't, usually
Put the
when
two
it's,
together.
whenever it's available, there's something else I want other than that.
Make it at home.
Yeah.
With friends and family.
With friends, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
The bitch about avocados is when you buy them,
yeah.
they're never ready to go.
No.
They're never ready to
You
go.
gotta
It
be-
is
That's how
a
I feel about
rare
pears.
occasion if you stand over at the produce section and you find an avocado that's like, yeah, this one's ready. No, you're an investment. You're like 2-3 days you're in on an investment.
It
or you
sucks.
pick one
No,
up
you
and
can
it's you
buy ones.
completely mush it.
You can buy ones that are ready.
They're hard to find.
But
There are no ones that are
there are
ready to
now
go.
signs at the grocery stores that will say ready in 2 to 3 days.
Right.
Really?
Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
they don't
like-
want you to be disappointed.
They
Are you
warn
kidding?
you.
For the novice, the person that doesn't understand
Yeah.
that is buying an avocado, ooh, I'm going to make guacamole tonight.
Yeah.
You know,
no,
it's like
you're
that.
not. You're going to make it on Thursday.
It's like
Okay?
peaches, Preston. Peaches
Yeah.
are the same thing.
Yeah.
You wait, and then you go back and it's rotting
And
with
it's right.
maggots on
You're
it.
like, what
Yeah.
happened?
Why?
Isn't
Yeah.
avocado toast just guacamole
No,
toast?
it's not
no,
guacamole.
It's not guacamole. at all.
No, because guacamole
That's
is
great guacamole.
guacamole can have ingredients like garlic and lemon juice and onions and things like that. It's just smashed avocado. You can salt and pepper. You can add other things to it, like a little bit of feta cheese or some queso or something like that. Or there's all kinds of things
it's
you can
not
do.
avocado.
But it is definitely not guacamole.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's why it might be worth trying. You may taste different than you are thinking that.
And you can
that
even
it tastes.
slice it, Casey, if you don't want to smash it. You
little
can
special
slice it.
pieces.
No, I'd rather it be smashed.
Okay, all right.
Like an ass.
So anyhow,
I have to try this then. This to me, my interest is piqued. I don't think I've ever had this.
Ricotta toast.
Ricotta toast.
So you guys are absolutely killing me, and I have to tell you. So, when my eyes swelled up and I had that allergic reaction and all of that, they told me I had something called urticaria. I'm now on like a food elimination diet to try to figure it out. So listen, gluten-free, dairy-free, soy-free. Let me tell you.
What's left?
Exactly. What the am I supposed to eat? I'm starving. I'm so hungry.
Let me ask you.
What did you have to? I was reading a text.
Gluten, dairy, soy, and I will tell you, I had no idea how many items have soy in them. Like,
Kathy's just eating like full turkey legs now. Like that's it.
well, and the thing is, a lot of no salad dressing. Can't have salad dressing. I can have like olive oil with lemon, which is fine.
That's okay.
I am actually okay with that. But like,
No
I
vinegar.
can't season. I can't do vinegar because my histamine levels are extremely high, so I can't do anything with vinegar in it. But no like marinade. So like my chicken is just olive oil, lemon, and
Could you do fried chicken?
No.
But now you're actually, if you're going to have this, now there are so many places that are very.
It's really
tuned
hard
in
to go out to eat.
Really?
It's so. I went one time. Last night I found a place that did. It was my mom's birthday, and we went out to eat, and they did chicken for me with just salt and pepper and lemon and a little bit of olive oil.
You know what? Olive oil, lemon, and salt and pepper is a pretty decent salad dressing, though.
It is.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
It is.
So,
I said that I don't mind that as
Okay.
a salad dressing, but when that's all you can put on
Yeah.
anything you cook,
You get
I don't
tired
want
of
to
it.
taste olive oil.
I have
anymore.
I have a connection to Harvest, but Harvest, when you go in, they'll ask you a list of things to see if you're sensitive.
Well, and
to
here's the problem: a lot of times with these diets, which is great, you can a lot of recipes contain tomatoes, eggplant, squash, zucchini. All of those vegetables that I can't eat because I already know
Nightshades.
that I have a nightshade sensitivity.
Oh, man.
Marissa?
Kath, I think you should try some rubs for your chicken.
Yeah.
I can't. They're spices. I can't do
Like a
it.
Spices
rub
are in there?
and tug.
They contain gluten, Marissa.
I'd like a rub and a tug, please.
Dang it. But
I am not rubbing and tugging anything. I'll tell you that much.
Well, there's the clip for the
I'm
day.
having an issue with my bean.
All right. Unfortunately, we got to wrap on that.
Oh,
note.
man.
Yeah, we
It
do.
just started getting good.
On that note.
All right. Thank you for joining us for the Connoisseur. Reason we got to take a break is because Margaret Cho is joining us
Yeah,
in
she's
just a couple of
awesome.
minutes. So why don't we do that? We'll come back in a moment. Don't forget another chance at winning $500. We got a winner out of Tennessee this morning. It was pretty wild. But we are going to do that at 10 o'clock. We'll be back in just a sec, so stay with us.
I just asked for the bare bones minimum.
Yeah.
I mean, because my wife is always crushed on Sorbo, so I said, and I told him that in the little description, and he couldn't have been better. And talked for a while,
There's a couple my best friend I want to send when his birthday's coming up in a couple of months, but I can't think because like the movie lines that we throw at each other are really offbeat, obscure people who didn't even really have a career.
No, yeah.
And so I'm like, I can't find anyone.
I think Tom Cruise is doing them.
That would make sense. So
Hi, this is Tom Cruise. You can't handle the truth, but apparently you can handle a lot. Billy says thanks for last night.
Todd Glass is here.
Yeah!
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Feel good. Wow, it's exciting every time.
We'll be at Helium Comedy Club.
It is incredibly exciting.
Tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. I'm not done speaking yet.
Sorry. I'm a different person than I used to be.
Are you?
Really?
Is it because of this treatment that you've had done?
I'm just, I listen more, and I'm not as no. I feel crazy right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to be here.
You told me in the green room that you're now a full Hasidic rabbi.
And he knew because of the things on the
Yeah,
sides.
and I didn't want to. I should have let you announce.
That's
it.
my improv skills.
All right, well,
let's things on the side.
Let's bring everybody in on this on what we're talking about. So Todd requested that we have a certain treatment done Casey, did he contact you about it?
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe this is all the rage in Los Angeles these days, but
here.
Yeah, and here. Well,
And here.
we talked about it here on our show where I think we initially heard of it as a like on-site hangover treatment.
Yes.
Where if you put one on the night before you weren't feeling all that great, that there's a service that will come to your office or residence or whatever, and they'll administer an IV and that is filled with like saline,
Gummy bears,
B12, and stuff like that.
We remember our calendar shoot when we had that little snafu when they showed up. The bachelor party that had all of the equipment. It was like the leftovers of this treatment that they had done.
But so many people are doing it now, and apparently it's effective.
Well, I'm out of the loop. I'm out of the loop because I'm not familiar.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I've heard of the hangover thing, but I didn't know that this is all the rage, as you were saying.
That's what I hear.
There's facilities specifically for this now.
Okay. Well,
And
the facility that we have here is called City Hydration. And Christy is here from City Hydration. Hi, Christy.
Hi, how are
nice
you?
to see you. I'm wonderful. But what were you going to say, Todd?
No, I was going to... First, I was going to say something. I go, I bet that she could probably explain it better than me. So then I was like, well, probably you were right to go her way. But now that I have your attention,
yes,
I real quick, I have friends that have done it over the years. And even 15 years ago, I would hear about it. But it was just, to me, someone did on the set or that had money. I always thought... And
it was for the wealthy.
It was only for the wealthy.
Only for the wealthy, the 1%ers.
And so it's not a new thing. It's just new that you're able to do it. But my friend said at first you do it like maybe you're under the weather, but then you realize how good you feel. You're like, you know what? I just want to feel real good for my wedding or for something you're doing one day that you just want to feel great. You're going to a concert at night, so like in the day, so you're just at your best.
Yeah, Todd, I saw a special on it. It was a local. It might have been you, City Hydration Services, and they were talking about the. It's now become a ritual for a lot of people because I just normally associate it with a hangover thing. Okay, but there are apparently just wellness aspects to it. So, what's in your bag, Todd? What do you? Because you're getting right now.
Mine now. I don't want you to laugh at me.
To an IV right now.
Right now, he has an IV needle into his
and
arm.
by the way, my palms are sweating.
Yeah, Kathy hates needles.
Looking at that IV in your arm.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Like,
Kathy will not be using the service.
Some people, yeah, it's same with some people. It doesn't really like for me. It was just like it sounds like this is like I'm not doing an ad for it, but it was like a pinch, same, and then now I'm not even thinking.
Well,
about
you're a regular intravenous drug user. So
well, I am.
like nothing.
In all
for
fairness, mine does have mashed potatoes in it.
Wow.
So, wow. Just because I felt she said I look low on gravy, and I said, well, then
Let's top that off.
Give me 2 bags of gravy.
I would say this.
Funny, John. Look how my friend John.
You have a
laughing.
friend here, I guess. So what is he? Is he the like? This is a double-blind experiment. If he passes away, you're good.
I started his intravenous about 20 minutes before mine. If he drops dead, I pull mine out early.
No, this has been vetted quite a lot. People are using this quite often.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
I'm sorry, your name is Christy. Is that
Christy,
yeah.
yes.
So how's business been? Is it booming?
It is booming. We've been around for about 2 years now, and it was slow going in the beginning because it's really not well known on the East Coast. I first saw this business in California. Then I moved to Colorado. They were everywhere in Colorado. And when I realized there wasn't anything like this in Philadelphia, I decided to move home and give it a shot with opening one up.
Now, are your customers primarily well-known comedians looking for free stuff?
Yeah. Our customers are everything. I mean, you have the tired mom, you have the professional athletes, you have cold and flu patients. I mean, we're kind of all across the board with the clients we see.
That's what I was going to ask about. Cold, like if you're sick, if you have the flu, you need your fluids replenished. People come to you just if they're not feeling so hot. They'll come in for that.
Yeah. So our cold and flu infusion has been incredibly popular this year. It seems to be hitting everybody and pretty hard at that. So we see people come in when symptoms are starting. We'll have people come in because their wife and their kids are sick. We'll have people come in when it's just been dragging on and they can't really get over the hump of the cold. We tell everyone our cold and flu infusion, it's all antioxidants. It is not a cure for the flu. It's not a cure for a cold. It's just going to help your body boost your immunity and help you get over it a lot faster.
So you recover quicker?
Exactly.
Okay.
A common question coming up, text messages, how much does it cost?
Yes. So it really varies. I mean, most of our infusions are customized by our clients depending on how they're feeling and what they're needing. It starts at $75 for a plain bag with nothing mixed in, and we've seen them go as expensive as $300 plus with the additives they choose.
So okay, but if you book it through us, free.
Yeah.
Now, is it so the one with nothing in it? No, not nothing in it. It's not a novelty bag. But what
What's the $75 bag?
What is the basic
So the
fluid?
$75 bag is just plain saline. And a lot of people think like the vitamins and stuff are beneficial when really the hydration aspect of it is where you feel the best.
So Todd, you had with the heart issue. I had my deal.
I play younger.
But
Well, is that an issue?
I don't want you to lose your job on Riverdale. But the saline thing is always what they give you, and it kind of it gets you back up and running.
Really makes you feel like you're revived.
All right, how is this different than just drinking a lot of liquids or electrolytes?
I mean, so that's a great question. So absorption via the GI tract is variable, and it's susceptible to first pass metabolism, which is really just a fancy way of saying that a portion of what's taken in by mouth is filtered through the gut and the liver, and it's not really hitting your bloodstream.
You're going right in.
Yeah, exactly.
All
So
right.
this is 100% absorption. It bypasses your GI tract. It's not filtered as much. It's going right into the blood cells.
Okay. So how are you feeling? Whenever I've had an IV, it's weird because you'll start to feel it. I felt. I don't know if that's a placebo
What, like
thing
in
going
your
on.
body?
Well, you start to feel
cold.
Yeah.
I'll tell you. Really? It's very common. You feel cold pretty much instantly. Your hand or your arm, wherever it's infusing, you'll start to feel a little cold. A lot of people taste the B vitamins. Do you taste it, Tom?
No.
Yeah.
I
So
taste the donut I had.
yeah, a majority of people will taste those B vitamins. It kind of tastes like a Flintstones vitamin. It's not too terrible. But it's the hydration that's really giving you that immediate difference. We have a lot of people that love B12 in their infusions. It's
B12 is the big thing. You always hear B12 mentioned.
And I tried B12, and I was not looking to think. I didn't want to pretend it was working if it didn't. So I was during the day. I go, I don't know if I feel it. At night, absolutely. What I always say is clear-headed, and I did it one more time. I don't need to do it every day, but it was another thing I was going to. I was like, God, I like the way that was the first time. I went and did it again, and not lightheaded, clear-headed, And to me, it feels like the B12 right now, but like 3 times.
How often do you do it, Todd?
I've only done the B12 twice.
Just twice? Okay.
Yeah, so this to me, the closest I can get to ever feeling it was that. This right now, even now, and it's only been in there for 20 minutes, it feels like 3 times that. It feels very nice.
All right, so should you go to your doctor before you do something like this?
So we actually
Let's keep them out of this.
We have physicians on staff. All of our staff are critical care nurses, so ER, ICU, lots of experience. And our physicians are also part of this.
Okay.
All right, the reason I ask is because I remember I started taking a multivitamin because I thought you should take a multivitamin. And then my doctor was like, don't take a multivitamin. You shouldn't take that. You should check with me before you take any vitamins of any type because
Always
you
good.
may not need those or they may be counterproductive.
Well, a lot of these facilities, at least the ones that I know of, it is either retired nurses or nurses who are out of their field that are now moving on to open up something like this.
Yeah, we kind of chose a little bit of a different business model. We wanted our nurses to still be based in hospitals, skills very fresh. They're great at IVs. They're quick to think. They're just more prepared. I feel like when they have been in action and they're working in hospitals and then coming into work.
You want actual medical personnel doing this. You don't want a guy in a van doing it.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. So so this is something that you're digging. So how amongst other comedians and stuff, do you see this a lot? Other people, entertainers using this a lot?
I've just always heard stories like, they got someone didn't feel well. They got a mobile. They called it a mobile nurse.
Yeah.
And they come because they're nurses. They're registered nurses.
It's a classic, Todd. Because he it's the same reason why you serve your water in a glass jug in your and it's the reason why you wanted a circular driveway. You just sort of project wealth when it comes to this sort of stuff, right?
Well, you just want to find out. What are you talking about?
He's talking about you. You wanted the hedges trimmed when you were a kid. You're about presentation. Yeah. You're about making sure you're at your best.
Well, why not?
Yes.
Why not? Do you have a company that come out and put some low energy in you? I want to have a little lower energy.
I want to be sedate and a social outcast.
And I want to tell you guys something, and I don't mean to jump right to it, but I know how it works. You got to get funny quick. People, can I tell you something? Go off the top. When I come in here every time, how can I get people to come to my show? Not like in a begging way. Look, you go to Netflix. If you think I'm funny, if you're not familiar with me. Also, by the way, tonight I will be on Jimmy Kimmel. We already recorded it, but we did it from his club in Las Vegas. And it's with the whole band, and it's the most different stand-up set I've ever done, seriously, in my career on late-night television.
You've been calling this the event of a lifetime.
I have.
Yes.
There you go. It's what it says.
Yeah,
that's
the
the name of my
event
tour.
of a lifetime, and that's saying a lot.
And I have the whole band with me on the show. So I've never done a late-night set with the whole band.
Yeah.
So they're all there. John over here, he is the keyboard guy in the band.
And he's currently he blew right through his bag.
Wait.
Yeah.
Look at it.
Seriously,
his bag is
almost
empty.
Yeah.
Wow. You're right.
You know, what is it about a keyboard player that has them suck up their juice quicker?
Is he in your
Steve
Netflix?
is, by the way, Steve, you got 3 cackles out of me this morning. And it's like not the most appealing thing about yourself because you think that's who you really are. In the other room, you said something, I went, I'm like, I guess that's how I laugh when I don't have time to do the fake laugh. Like, you know.
God, is John in your Netflix special?
No, John is not.
Okay,
John in that Netflix
When are you going to
special.
film your Netflix special?
Well, I'm getting close. I'm getting close to film the one that aired already.
I love the last one, by the way.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is when you come to my live show, I seriously take responsibility for the minute you get in there, I want it to be an experience. When you're buying your ticket, what it's like, the music you're listening to in the bar before you go into the showroom, what you hear when you leave the showroom. So and then the band as people are being sat. So I really care about the show. So if that's any reason, because people spend money they don't have. Sometimes they spend money they don't have. They park, babysitters, everything ends up costing. And as I do comedy longer, I try to remember that. I've made mistakes in the past when you didn't give it your best. So now,
put your hand down so that you drain quicker.
Hey, by the way, he just reached over to calm Todd down for a moment while he's streaming done.
So, your Netflix special is really, really great. Very, very meticulous. And I know all stand-up comedians or most successful stand-up comedians really, every single beat is rehearsed and practiced. And with the band, you take it to
tickets now for Helium Comedy Club, and there's a reason why they sell out because she's awesome. And I believe you were telling me, Steve, Rolling Stones top 50 comedians.
Yeah, and I do not argue with that. She richly deserves that.
We've had her in the studio before, right now via Zoom, though, getting ready for the gig tonight. The gigs tonight and tomorrow. Margaret Cho joins us.
Hey, hi. Thank you.
Our pleasure.
Thank you.
Nice to have you back in town, Margaret. We're glad you're in Philly.
I'm so glad to be here. It's going to be great.
Nice.
Yeah, it's weird to do it because we had you in person last time you were in the studio. I'm sure we'll get past that and hopefully get you back in here again. But for you, I don't know what your the time down during the past 18 months or however long has been, what you've been up to. Were you able to tour at all? Were you able to get out and do shows? Or is this sort of a reemergence at this point in your career?
Well, I did a lot of filming things, which is great. I mean, that's the most exciting thing is that I got to do a couple of months on a movie called Fire Island with Bowen Yang and Joel Kim Booster, which is the beautiful gay Asian romance. And I got to do Awkwafina is Nora from Queens.
It's
or
great.
Nora is Awkwafina from Queens.
It's a great show. Yeah, it's a great
it's
show.
such a great show.
Yeah.
So I just attached myself to Bowen Yang, kind of like a pilot fish does. And I got in there and I'm like a parasitic twin now, doing everything that he does. But it's so I get to do like just a lot of filming, and I did a lot of Zoom shows, a lot of like streaming Instagram live kind of shows. And but I've been trying to do this gig at Helium for 2 years.
Oh my God.
And so finally it's back.
It's going to be perfect. It's going to be a perfect weekend to go see you. And again, shows will sell out quickly, and you're fantastic. But I also love your film stuff. You mentioned this Fire Island film, which is already getting a buzz. And Bowen Yang is amazing. I assume though, and I assume he's had to observe this. There may not be a career for him were it not for you, I'm just saying, has he paid you anything or any sort of, whether it be cash or respect for what you've done for his career?
I love him. He's like my child. I mean, I love all of these incredible Asian American comedians and actors who are really the new generation. So I'm going to try to be like on every one of their shows. I'm going to be like the, Jane Wyatt or like Diane Carroll of if you're old enough to know like these grand dames of television, like Joan Collins. I feel like Joan Collins of the Asian American
I would
set.
love that. The Asian Alexis
Yeah.
would, but that and I was thinking about this and knowing we were going to have you on. I'm so immersed in right now. I'm just into. I'm a big horror fan, and I'm loving a lot of Korean horror movies that I've gotten apprised of. And there's just between this and the culture of the K-pop stuff and all of the things.
Steve's into BTS, by the way, Margaret, big time.
Oh, I love BTS. And there's, of course, 무궁화 꽃이 피었습니다. You know, the Squid Game?
Yes. Yeah.
무궁화
Squid Games.
꽃이 피었습니다. I'm so into the Squid Game. I really want to play. I think it should be a real game.
Listen, if they could do it if they just didn't kill people. But I I love it. And I saw on your Instagram you posted the large doll there. So are you completely? Have you seen all the episodes, or are you? Because I just started.
I watched the whole thing.
Yeah,
I love it. I mean, I'm gonna be the doll for Halloween, and then my dog is going to be the green suit, and then my cats will be the red suit.
That's great.
I have a question, Margaret. Do you speak Korean fluently? And if so, are you watching it in the native language, or are you watching dubs or subs, as they call it?
I'm watching the subtitles, but it's very the translation could be a little better, but there's a lot of like phrases that we don't use in English and also in Korean that they both use in, it's a different thing. Like red light, green light isn't actually literally red light, green light. It's like this flower has bloomed right now. This flower has bloomed right now. So it's a very
I love that.
The translation's a little different.
I love it's fascinating because, and you make a good point. We were talking about this the other day, is that there's an art to translating. I prefer subtitles because I just kind of want to hear it. Yes.
Sex appeal. Yes.
Sex appeal.
Yes. Fortune's great. Fortune and I have been in so many projects together. She's another one of these amazing young comedians that I have parasitically attached myself to. And I'm doing everything she does. So she's so fun.
She's great. She's such a nice person, and she's, again, naturally funny. I have to ask you, did you do scenes directly with Paris Jackson? And what was she like if you did?
No, we didn't do any scenes with Paris Jackson. I was like surprised that she was in the movie because I didn't see her at all, but we're in like a different part. So we're like, so Fortune and I are ex-wives together.
Right.
And so we didn't actually get to see Paris Jackson, but this is so cool. So I can say, oh, I did a lot of scenes with her, but I didn't.
All right, we'll take that.
Did you know that Fortune Feimster is in town today? Were you aware of that?
No, but now I'm going to bother her.
Yeah, yeah. You guys probably are, probably less than a mile from each other right now.
I'm gonna bug her then. I'm gonna hit her up right now.
I have to comment because we're watching you via Zoom in this interview. Are you laying face down on your bed right now?
I am, and I have a little bit of company.
What do you have? Your kitty?
Oh, you got
a puppy.
Oh my goodness.
See, it's another
Chihuahua. Katerina. Lucia Katerina.
Look,
who's also friends with Fortune.
And she's
Bowen.
She's giving you kisses right now. We have a dog. We have small dogs. We have Yorkies, and we had a friend over a while back for dinner, and I was over there getting kisses from my dog like that, and she just goes, I just busted you making out with your dog. I can't help it, man.
It's so cute.
It's so adorable, is it not?
Cute.
Well, people will say,
I love it.
Do you know where that mouth has been? And I say, I don't care.
I don't care.
I know.
I don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love her.
Yeah, you're going to refuse puppy kisses? Yeah, no.
It's the best.
All right, so when you're doing your shows, what do you do with your puppy?
Well, she's a really good comedy puppy. She's very used to being in the dressing room, and she's super chill. So she just goes everywhere. So I'm really grateful to have her with me.
Yeah, it's not something you couldn't tour with a Great Dane like that. It just would be very problematic.
Oh, I love Great Danes too. I mean, I love all dogs, but she's very used to being on the road, and she really loves comedy, and she just helps me out a lot.
That's awesome.
You're lucky because sometimes Chihuahuas can be yippy and a little hyper.
Yeah, she's very chill. She's very cool.
I think pets take on, they sort of will. If you're a good pet owner, you'll start to share qualities. And like people tell me, oh yeah, my dog is this way, or my dog is standoffish, and I would say, no, it's you. It's you that's standoffish, and the dog is just following your lead. A lot of times, and you can clearly see you have a great relationship with your pet. I wanted to ask you, and I was reading an interview with you, and I thought this was really cool. And I had to ask you about it because you were talking about, and I never heard it put this way, about how comedians have sort of their elemental, I think that was the word you used, elemental characteristic, and then everything is built around that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Do you remember this interview that you had?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Explain what you were saying.
It's like a one joke.
Yeah.
It's like a one joke that kind of like is like there's a meaning of who you are. It's like a question. So mine is, I'm not supposed to be here, but I am. And somebody like Jerry Seinfeld, or even an entire generation of observational comedians, is why.
Yeah.
So that could be put to Jerry Seinfeld. It could be put to a comedian like George Carlin, is why.
Yeah.
And
it's basically the high concept, the way movies have a high concept. It's sort of the same thing. You have a high concept that it doesn't mean you're a one note performer. It just means that's your common thread.
Is that your seed, essentially?
Right.
That's what the seed that your comedy grows from?
Right. And it's I think it's a very important thing to understand. That's why fully realized comedians have that, because then it's like every joke you can trace back to that core element. And I love that idea.
Did you know that from the beginning, or did you just discover you had that later on?
I just realized it. Like I just realized, oh, that's what comedy is.
Yeah.
It's just the one thing. That's why people who are really good, who understand what they're saying, their voice. That's why people keep coming back to them.
Yeah. All right, so
they want to really hear that.
Well, all right. So I want to try and draw some parallels here to because comedy and what you do is an art form, and as is music. So and Preston is a musician as well. And I just know that when I listen to, there's a certain guitarist that I like. Sometimes when he is jamming, he brings it back to this one chord progression, and then he will then splinter out from that as well. And I wasn't sure, Press, if you have something similar, if you're just out jamming, if you have a seed that you can trace back to your early days of drumming.
We're interviewing me now?
Well, no, I'm just, I thought we were just having a conversation.
I'm joking.
Yeah.
That's my seed. I mean, listen, I'm not as deep as a musician as the people that you're talking. We're talking about professionals. People know what they're doing. But yes, there's a bass feel that I think is the root of what I do. Yeah.
I think, and Margaret, I think I can do, like Tom Papa makes sourdough bread, and there's the starter dough. The mother, right? Right. So that's where it all comes from. I thought that concept was very smart. That there is that one thing that ties together, and it can be as simple as you stated it. But as long you that is sort of what moves you forward. So when you got the Rolling Stone, you made the list of the top 50. Are you someone? Are you someone who accepts praise well, or how?
Yes.
I love it.
I love it. It's a vote of confidence, and it's it's a real boost. It's a hard career to be in, to be sort of supporting yourself through doing art, and it's very tough. So I love praise. It's like money.
It's sort of weird because it's wonderful to get it. It's wonderful when it does happen. We always find a lot of times that when the show gets an accolade or something of some sort, that we always feel like we're at a party we haven't been invited to, But there's some things you can obviously, if you can process it, it's a good thing.
Yeah, I love it. I think it's fantastic.
Margaret, I wanted to ask this because I remember when I first became aware of you and when your career started, and you would make a lot of references to your mother in your routine, and it was hilarious. And as I'm about to ask about your mom, I realize I'm at that age where I have to go, is your mother still with us?
Yeah,
because I don't know.
Yes.
Okay, just checking.
Oh my God, they're so alive. My parents are so alive. They're like so great because they're in their 80s and
Wow.
they're very fit. They still won't pay a caddy to carry their golf clubs. They will carry them.
Get outta
Money
here.
is like really hard. That's like really hard. So
Yeah.
they're doing great.
Okay.
I think they really were super excited to cut the line to get the vaccine, and they're like all excited about the booster.
Yes.
So they're very into the whole thing. So yeah, they're fun.
Did you ever in your career and referencing your mom and dad, did you ever cross the line with something in their personal lives that you had to kind of back up and go, okay, sorry about that?
Yeah, because they're like, oh no, I don't understand what is the anal thing.
Oh my God!
Because I know what is sex, and then I know what is the anal, but I don't know what is the anal sex.
Oh, those
things
moments
they don't get.
Yeah.
All right. And you gloss over that or explain it to them?
I try to explain to them. They say, but how? Oh
no.
So it is a dream of mine to get to Japan and to get to South Korea and to get to in that general area. If you were to advise someone what to absolutely, have you been to South Korea? I guess I'm just presuming, and that
Yes.
may not be the case. Okay, what would you recommend has to be gotten to if you go to South Korea?
If you want to do both,
Yeah.
go to Jeju Island, because that's pretty close to Fukuoka, Japan.
Right.
And then they have mentaiko, which is this sort of like seasoned like caviar.
Wow.
And it's they do like the mentaiko pasta there, which is really great. And so there's something very Japanese about the culture of Jeju Island. Jeju is like the Hawaii or the Okinawa of Korea. So, it's really vacation-y. It's where everybody goes for their honeymoon. And there's a lot of K-dramas that are filmed there too.
But South Korea,
it's a close trip.
so to South Korea, which is where would you recommend there to visit?
And Seoul.
Seoul.
Anywhere in Seoul,
Yeah.
go to the Tteokbokki Street, which is by the mall. And the Tteokbokki is like that rice cake. It's like a rice cake street. It's like a street vendor street. But the other side of the street is all fortune tellers. So you can get them to read all, like a Korean shaman to read your fortune. And my dad went there when I was like 14 and started doing comedy. And a fortune teller told him that I was going to be an international star in 2 years.
Wow.
And so then he let me do comedy.
Wow. Because he got the
Go
nod
to
from the fortune teller?
Tteokbokki And yeah, fortune teller street. So they, for whatever reason, totally believe in the Korean fortune tellers. Even though my parents are very science-based people, they love a Korean fortune teller. So
right.
that's a
Okay.
good place to go.
So you've mentioned food a couple times in your recommendations. We just got going through a list of Philadelphia's top 10 restaurants recommended by somebody who definitely knows their stuff. And Philly's a real foodie town. Do you like to hit some nice restaurants when you're touring around?
I'm all about the cheesesteaks. Like I mean, you can't get a real cheesesteak anywhere in the world except for Philadelphia. I mean, this is the place. So I'm just like trying to find whatever that is, and I'm in Rittenhouse Square here. So I'm like looking for wherever, and I don't know. And I just blindly go wherever they happen.
Oh, well, we can get you a suggestion.
Yeah,
here.
so you might have to go across the river into Camden to go to Donkey's.
Well, it's not your standard cheesesteak, but it's pretty damn amazing.
There's so much so that the Goldbergs, the TV series, made reference to the fact, and it was a big scandal on the series, that the greatest cheesesteak in Philadelphia is not in Philadelphia. It's across the river in Camden. So it is pretty mind-blowing.
Anthony Bourdain, I think, didn't he?
What's that?
Was it Bourdain that said it was the greatest sandwich he had ever had? Marissa, do you remember? Yeah, it was. or one of the great sandwiches in the country.
You're just a stone's throw from cheesesteak bliss.
And if you want to walk across the square, Margaret, Barclay Prime has a $100 cheesesteak.
Yeah.
It's right across Rittenhouse Square from your.
Ooh.
Yeah, so if you want to spend a lot of money on a cheesesteak that's probably just as good as Donkey's, you can do that too.
Sounds great. I love it.
All right. Well, listen, we just want to remind people that the Saturday 7:30 show is sold out for Margaret Cho, but you can get tickets for the 10 p.m. show, and there are 2 shows tonight.
Get 'em
7:30
now.
And 10 o'clock. And yes, you will want to get those tickets before they sell out, and you can go through heliumcomedy.com. And it's a show that's been a couple of years in the making.
Yes!
Been wanting to be
In the
here.
making.
Yeah.
We've been trying to do this for years. I'm so happy to finally be here.
Excellent. Awesome. Well, thank you for your time, Margaret. Have fun tonight, and we'll talk to you another time.
Thank you.
You got it. Margaret Cho, guys.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love her, man.
Yeah.
She's excellent. You know what? There was something I wanted to, let me see.
What'd you want to do?
Something I wanted to bring up before we got out of here today. Oh, yeah.
What you going to do?
So Marissa had, and it's because this map that Nick pulled up in front of me, which was of Jeju Island, which is where Margaret had recommended to go.
Yeah.
And it made me think of all the places around the world. Marissa had posted on Instagram, where are you listening from?
Right.
And got a lot of interesting results.
Did we get any from Japan or South Korea?
The first one on here is Okinawa, Japan.
Oh, my God.
Yep. Then this one says, just outside of Seattle, you guys in Wawa are the only things I miss about the East Coast. This one says, greetings from Germany, state of North Rhine-Westphalia, about 5 miles from the Dutch border. Another one, this is in Virginia Beach. This one says, howdy from Kuwait.
Wow.
Another one says, morning from Glen Allen, Virginia, which is just outside of Richmond. So they're all over the place.
Virginia, is that a state?
They're near and far. Here's one that says, Charlotte, North Carolina. Listen every day. Moved here 14 years ago. Been listening since Y100.
Wow.
Here's one from Seoul, South Korea.
South Korea.
Been podcasting you all over here for the past 8 to 9 years.
Wow.
Nice.
In Seoul, South Korea. Here's one in Shrewsbury, Maryland. I didn't go close and then far away.
Right,
These are all
yes.
over the place. This one says, listen in Good Hope, Georgia. Just moved back here a year ago, and I listen while I work remotely. Casey boy, never stop being you. They say. Casey did the heart pound right then.
Yeah.
Here's one from Colchester, United Kingdom.
Not familiar.
Here's one from Denver, Pennsylvania. And they wrote, the way less cool Denver. I have no idea where.
Denver,
Yeah,
Pennsylvania.
it's in Central PA. It's
Okay.
not,
Wow.
Yeah.
Here's one, Spring Hill, Tennessee, just south of Nashville. That wasn't the guy who called in.
No.
Sparta, Tennessee.
So we are huge in Tennessee.
Yeah, we got 2 people.
Yeah,
Listen, it's
huge.
That makes us huge.
Another one says Kansas City, Missouri. Another one says good morning from Scottsburg, Indiana.
Scottsburg.
Another one says Cortez, Colorado. I lived in Pennsylvania for a year and a half during the Y100 and MMR transition. You guys are the best part of my short time there. And then the last one is good day from Burayda, Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing.
What did we ever determine? Because we have had at various times a map up of around the world. The furthest anyone was who was listening to us. Did you ever score in Antarctica?
No,
yes.
well,
we did, right?
Yes. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No,
Case.
that's right.
There was a while back, and I still have. They sent me a care package from
Right.
Antarctica.
That's
with
right.
Stickers and
Oh,
patches
really?
and things
Yeah.
like that. Yeah.
Oh,
It was a
cool.
researcher who was down there doing work, and he would listen to us via the internet.
Wow.
Which is cool.
We have posed the question, where is the farthest place from where we are right now? And
Did we determine an answer?
We did, but none of us retained that knowledge.
I know. We're so stupid.
And it was probably wrong.
Yeah.
Well,
we did
near-
remember David Faustino eventually, though.
We did.
Near, far, wherever you are, we're happy to have you on board. And speaking of that, Lego has announced the largest Lego model ever. It is of the Titanic. How about that?
You just drew the song in, a
What I
tribute
do.
to the great James Cameron.
Yes,
Where
and
is
Celine
it?
Dion.
Celine Dion.
Where is it?
Yeah.
It's at the Lego store.
Oh, you can.
You can buy this.
Buy it. Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
Wait a second. So
It's not available yet. It'll be available on November 8th.
So they built a larger version of it to promote it, or the largest version of the
No.
is the
This
version
is
you
their-
can buy.
This is the largest
$250,000?
No, we got it at cost by someone who gets these things at cost
with a gun,
and I think it was $250.
Do
which is
you-
pretty much a steal.
When you're building these, do you use the Craggle, the crazy glue?
No.
Wow.
No Craggle.
Is that okay? Is that bad cricket to use crazy glue?
I would use listen, like I always say, like when you do a puzzle, glue it, keep it together.
Yeah.
Nah.
Once it's built, I'm not going to break
doing
it
it
apart.
again.
No, because you can do it again. That's the thing.
I don't
That's
want to.
The enjoyment is the challenge with a puzzle. This is different than than a Lego set. The challenge with the puzzle is being able to do it. Can you do it without like looking at the picture?
Yes.
Without getting ideas. So it's a challenge. It's not just putting it together so you can see the picture at the end. At least for me, anyway.
I hate challenges.
So we put together puzzles multiple times before.
So, Press, I'm seeing that that the Titanic is the second largest.
Yes, this is now the largest ever model of the Titanic.
Oh, of the Titanic.
So they've done the Titanic before. Now the largest ever was the Lego Art World map,
Right.
which included 11,695 pieces.
Which, by the way, is not all that expensive.
How
mean,
much was that one?
So that one to buy that set, if I'm looking at the correct thing, it's only $250, which yes is a lot for Lego, but I thought it would be way more for the largest.
The Titanic is $630.
Okay, so you don't have to eat.
Well, I know, but I'm saying this, so if this other one, maybe this isn't.
Years
Let
ag-
me look a little more into it.
Yeah, there's probably a money issue. Years ago, Preston, I bought
this is it.
for my father. I bought. We're looking it up on the screen here.
Yeah, it's 11,695 pieces.
I bought him a huge replica of the Titanic on a proper stand, and it was illuminated too. And it looks fantastic.
Wow.
If you're a fan, if that's your favorite disaster,
right?
There's a lot of stuff available.
Your favorite human tragedy. Yeah. So the soon-to-be debut Titanic set is, according to the company, one of the most challenging building experiences to date, as far as Lego construction goes, and it just edges out the previous record holders, Lego's Colosseum, which has 9,036 pieces, and the Star Wars Millennium Falcon, which was 7,541 pieces.
I have that one.
Yeah,
you
we have
do?
that one.
Yeah.
That was fun, yeah.
What was the cost on that, Nick, if I may?
I don't know.
Okay.
Way too much, but
Santa brought it.
yeah, right. Santa doesn't have to pay. He's got elves.
Yeah.
How much does the Lego Precious from a Book by Sapphire? I mean, that's a lot of pieces.
What is the biggest Lego piece that that's a common Lego piece? Do you know what I mean?
That's a good question. The biggest common Lego piece, the biggest actual regular Lego that you can employ when you're building something. What is the biggest standalone
well, if
piece?
you don't count like the grass, like the
That's what
big
I was thinking, yeah.
flat piece.
Yeah.
So Preston, if I may, so we're looking at the Titanic here, and I'm not as well versed. You guys have kids, so you know how they've progressed over the years. So there's clearly a lot of unique pieces to this set.
Oh God, yes.
Right.
Yeah, they're
Right.
all
Annoyingly.
Each one of those sets has very unique pieces that are made specifically for that set.
Right, because I always thought that the object was to build it out of pre-existing pieces.
Nope.
But you could not do that.
Nope. And it gives you the directions, and it's like putting together.
Hand it to your daddy.
It's like putting together a model airplane.
Yes.
So it's like that, Steve. And
I built a Titanic. I think it was Aurora had it years ago, a Titanic model.
The fun of it is seeing it come together bit
Right.
by bit. And you'll see, they have these, they're like the IKEA instructions, and sometimes it's hard to figure out in these 3D pictures where these, and sometimes you mess it up and you got to take it apart and go back and do it again. But as you're like, man, what is this going to be? What, as you're turning the page, and then by the time you get the last few pages, like, I see where we're going here. Okay.
So I am a big fan, massive fan of the movie Forbidden Planet, which is a great science fiction classic, and the ship in it is called the C-57D, and I'm like, it looks like a flying saucer, and I built it a couple years ago, and I had it. I go, I'm going to paint this one. A lot of times I wouldn't because I just didn't have the chops. So I got an airbrush, Preston, and I went out in my backyard, and I had it set up there, and I had that airbrush, and I turned it on, and man, my arm looked really good in black paint. 'Cause I totally screwed it up, had it pointing the wrong way, and started painting myself. And then at that point, I threw the model out.
So this set, like I said, costs $630. They don't have a miniature Leo and Kate.
Jesus, so
or an iceberg, but
it's in 3 removable or splittable
Yes.
sections.
So the Titanic, a replica, which will be available for pre-order on November 1st, emphasizes intricate, authentic details like perhaps no other Lego set before it. The outside of the ship measures 53 inches long. It includes cargo cranes, swimming pools, lifeboats, promenades, and multiple decks, along with functioning ship features such as working anchors and adjustable masts. And it also, ironically enough, given the fate of the ship, breaks apart into 3 sections, which allows creators to peek inside the hull, where they will find multiple floors of passenger rooms, the iconic grand staircase, a smoking lounge, and detailed boiler and engine rooms.
This has got to be an effing nightmare.
According to the press release,
This is worse than the actual tragedy.
it said, as well as its sheer size, the Titanic was known for its unrivaled grandeur, which has been faithfully recaptured in the set. Beneath the unmistakable exterior of the Lego Titanic, there are several interior rooms to explore, including the first-class grand staircase, which spans 6 decks.
How big is this again?
And the Jacobean-style dining saloon, which was located on the ship's D deck. 53 inches long. So that's how many feet? If
A
someone
little
would
less than
please?
5 feet.
Yeah.
Oh, that's big.
That's that is big. So you do have enough room. The meticulous. There is an. If you were to show me this and say this is a Lego, I'd say no, you're lying. There's nothing Lego about this model.
Casey, for something like that, I probably would use the Craggle.
Yeah.
On that, because that's something. Why would you ever take it apart?
I'd be craggling that up like nobody's business.
I mean, you can still keep it in the 3 sections that break apart, so you can look inside. But yeah, I would glue that one together.
My son is 15, so sadly he's not really into Legos that much anymore. But he still has a whole bunch in his room. And I was making the bed the other day and moved one of the pillows and knocked over this massive Star Wars one that he has.
Oh, no.
Hit the floor.
Oh, no.
I had not craggled said Lego, and it splintered into 100 Lego pieces all over the floor. And it's just one of those things where like, all right, do we put it back together now at this point, or we call it a day?
Forget this old man.
By the way, if you have old Lego pieces lying around, like sometimes they'll fall apart like that, Nick, and then what do you do with them? I think that you can donate them to
I think
schools
you can too.
and things like
yeah,
that.
Yeah, and I have nephews who are still into Legos, and we're hopefully going to see them over Thanksgiving. So maybe just take them down. And Ben was fastidious about keeping the old instruction books, which I'm proud of him
That's
for,
amazing.
So we can put things back together.
But going back to what you were saying, Steve, with the general set and trying to make things like it'd be, oh, look, I made a staircase.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have no creativity when it came to that stuff. I made a
block.
Dumb-looking airplane.
Yeah.
Wait, I was always the staircase.
Oh, yeah.
Like, look,
Look at
I
this.
made a really
Ooh.
high staircase.
Yeah.
And now there's a smaller staircase next to it.
Yes. One on the other side.
That Titanic is amazing. So that's no pun intended. That's got to be their flagship offering.
I would think so right now. That would be the one that would be most impressive. They still have the Lego store at King Prussia?
I think so. I mean,
yeah.
And they're pretty expensive in there, right?
Yeah. These things are really, really expensive.
Well, and Discoveryland, Lego's Discoveryland is at the Plymouth Meeting Mall, so they have their store is a little bit different than what you'll find at King of Prussia. But
It's like a combination Toy Store and Please Touch, right?
Yeah. I mean, they have like there's an actual center where you can go in and play, but the
it's
store,
pretty damn cool, man.
It is really cool.
Yeah, the what's it called, Legoland or?
I think it's called Lego Discoveryland.
It's
maybe
pretty awesome. The stuff that they have the Philly skyline and some really cool things in there.
But their store, at least the one at in Plymouth Meeting, they have some of those really big sets that are going to cost you a couple $100.
And like the Lego sets, Legoland ain't cheap either.
Right.
Yeah.
So somebody texted in saying that you can go on the Lego website. You can use you can print a free shipping label to send unused pieces back to them. You can also download old instructional sets for free. So if you have the Millennium Falcon and it falls apart, you can get the instructions.
So hold on, wait a minute.
Off their website.
So I'm going to pay hundreds of dollars for a Lego set to then return to
Kathy,
them so that they
it's
can.
brilliant.
Right?
You're like, I need to get rid of this crap, and I would feel bad throwing it away. Send it on back.
Give
and
them
they
more
get their
money.
money right. They get their product right back.
Yeah.
It's brilliant, actually.
Sons of bitches.
Right.
Yeah, they
I
got
would
us.
find a nursery school or something like that and donate it to them.
All right. That is all we have time for because we got money to give
We
away.
do.
And
Yes.
with that $500, you could
Yes.
almost buy your Titanic from Lego. How about that?
Yeah.
All right. So we'll come back in a second and we'll get another run at the Bizarre File and more. Hang on a second. Furthest city from Philadelphia, is it Perth, Australia?
Yeah, it's called the Antipode.
Ah, so we just found that out.
The
It's Perth,
Antipode.
Australia.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a break and be back in a second. Stay with us.
I had also heard when you talk about the experience for the fan, for the people that are spending money to go to your show, that I heard that you, even with the green room, you will go in and you'll spend money and you'll decorate the green room just to sort of make sure that it's
it gets sometimes that stuff, and I don't know if it's my own insecurities. It gets exaggerated, but basically what I've done is, you're in a green room. It's really bright.
Yeah.
And they don't have a lamp. Most clubs, if they figured out after years, if you're, it's people are going to be hanging in here, that is not conducive to hanging out.
You want mood lighting.
So at Target, you buy a lamp and you leave it. Right. You leave it for the club. You're like, there you go, and now hopefully every comedian uses it.
I hear
stuff like
it's
that.
about presentation. I agree with that 1,000%.
Yeah.
So you're very proud of this. I have to ask you because on your Twitter page you have all these animations, all these cartoons to promoting the show.
Mm-hmm.
Is there the chance that we're going to see a Todd Glass animated series or
no? But it's fun. Josh would take these. They were called mashups. They would take literally you talking about a sketch and turn it into a sketch. It was really a cool way to do it.
They're well done.
Yeah, because you're just talking it. Sometimes you'll talk a sketch. You'll be like, yeah, what if this? And they would take it to life. And they ended up on the internet.
They're very funny. They're bits of your routines and stuff, and they're animated, and it's the animation's top level.
And did I ever tell you that, speaking of animation? Speaking of that, speaking of other things, this happens, a little turnaround, you put it all in a bowl. Next thing you know, who's to say you can't talk about the frame situation that happened before? So,
you have a personal experience?
You never know the way it turns around in conversation.
The best segue I've ever
But seriously, was Dunkirk necessary?
Put it in a bowl, spin it around.
I brought my dad. I don't mean to, but by the way, my dad did pass away. That is the truth.
Yes.
But I brought him to after he passed away, I dragged him to a frame shop. And I told them, this is a true story. That's why I was wanting to get in here. How important it was to me. I said, I said, this is my dad. He's dead. And I want to have him framed. And I go back next week.
Oh, no.
He's not there. And the shirt is framed. I go, what are you doing, my dad?
There was a body.
Yes.
Yeah. No, that pisses you off. You tell me you didn't pay.
Can I add my serious thoughts to that for whatever it's worth?
That
wasn't my serious.
Wait, that didn't happen?
That wasn't my serious. Is that I know from knowing this happened once with somebody's pictures after a wedding.
Yeah.
Not all of them, but the most empathy that it is met with, the easier it makes for you to try to go. Like if it's like, I think what happens, let's say it's a picture of your grandmother, whatever it is. Yeah. What would you have wanted your grandmother to do in that situation? Like to be nice to this person, to be like, she'd probably want it to be the best scenario in the world. So if someone meets it with knowing how important it is, like to just go, they look genuinely crushed. To me, it would make it easier to go, look, people make mistakes, even on these big things, and try to meet it with, it sucks, but it's okay.
Yeah.
But it helps when it's met with empathy. And I know someone that dealt with it once with pictures. It wasn't met. It was met with just like matter-of-factness. Like, yeah, sometimes that happens. It's like, oh, I think this person needs more than that right now.
Yeah. Would you freak out?
I would try to, I really would hopefully try to go to the best place I could be and go, I could do this. This is that person. I know it sounds a little cheesy. It's basically me. Like, could you say, could have that happened to you? Yeah, I could have done a stupid thing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they lost a body on you. I mean, that's
no.
your father.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
deceased dad.
I mean, does the shirt at least still smell like him, or
a little bit?
Why have we as a society not ever entertained the notion of taxidermy when it comes to loved ones?
I heard it's illegal. I asked somebody once, like 10 years ago, and it's illegal.
I've only seen it in foreign countries where they've done stuff like that.
No.
Yeah, you don't look healthy.
Not taxidermy. They bury it.
It depends on what place you bring it to. I know
Maybe
a guy.
I can get it next time I come in here. Could you get a taxidermist that does people? I want to start talking to him on your show, and then I want to be left here in the Preston and Steve studio. If I die and you're still doing the show, I want to sit over in the corner with a drip bag from City Hydration.
Yep.
Can I tell you something that I noticed? Now, do you want it to be about what we're talking about right now, or just be something completely
Can I get serious?
different?
Whatever.
Whatever you want.
Let's get serious.
Well, I think it's great. People that there's a name for these people, and they're called 2 minute. They want to tell you how close to where they live is to something, and it really is a thing. These people that go like, "Oh, where I live in 2 minutes. I'm in Gulf Mills in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I get to the Tony to my bridge 8 minutes. 8 minutes I get there. John, fill it in the background real much. 2 minutes.
I go 9 minutes.
9 minutes. I get down there on 17 minutes. I'm in Cherry Hill. 17 minutes. I get to Cherry Hill. 14. I get 2 hours. 2 hours. I get in my car to Florida on a plane. I get on 16 minutes. I'm in Pennsauken. I'm in Pennsauken in 16 minutes, and that's door to door. I can get on a jitney, get to Wildwood, New Jersey, 1 hour and 7 minutes. There you go.
Wow. It's true, though. There are people who do that.
Wow, the bag's working.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll tell you what. Side note, it's about 20 minutes to City Hydration from here.
Picture that bit.
Dude, listen, my dad was amazing at that. So my dad drove a truck for a living. He would say, "I'll be home in 7 minutes." He was home in 7 minutes. I mean, and it was never like
He would just sit outside with the truck on.
No, usually,
God damn it, I made it in 4 minutes.
Usually people round it to the nearest 5 minute, right? So it's like, oh, I'll be there in a half hour. I'll be there in 25 minutes. My dad would be like, all right, I'll be there in 16 minutes. And it was always.
And they drive reckless back then. If your dad wanted to be right on time, he'd kill the whole family. No, it's 8 minutes away. Turning hard corners. But I do want to say this.
Please.
Okay. I got nothing.
No.
Hey, how's the podcast going?
My podcast got canceled. Thank you. I asked you not to bring it up for when I got it before when I saw you in the hallway. The podcast is going great.
I'm a fan.
Is going great. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll tell you, you're all right. I'll tell you.
I'm getting my B12 bag.
See the bit you just 2 minutes, 4 minutes, just John filling in. Imagine that, but with 5 band members doing that. It's overwhelming.
You have a 5-piece band?
I'll have 3 instruments and sometimes 2 fillers, like just bongos and a tambourine, because for the bits. Like
he has 3 guys, but some of the guys have 2 instruments, Preston.
Thank you, bro.
Who lives the closest to you? How many minutes away?
What are you talking about?
Well, I don't know.
He's doing a recall.
Todd, with the band, and I mean this is a total compliment, it's obviously rehearsed, but it seems like it's improv.
Do you know what? Can I tell you something? Please. I hope this is interesting to talk about on the radio, but people will know when they go see it. A lot of it isn't. Once, especially with John Brand Wagner, when he's with me, if he knows how to do it. Like you can ad lib more than you think.
That's great.
And they off the cuff, just it's whenever I call on them, they're always there for whatever bit. It is a lot of fun having the band on the road. I feel like it's getting to do the best sketch.
Is this what you've always sort of dreamed about?
Yes,
having this vibe
it's
where you have sort of a traveling review or like a troupe of
just stand up with a band. It's like you get to play and it's fun. But anyway,
how much more expensive is this? You got these guys got to stay somewhere. They got to eat. You got to pay them.
You use a local. What I've learned, if John
there
is
are
just
hostels
one person,
all over the country.
He'll round up other musicians.
Use a local drummer. You can always teach 2-3 local people, and so you're just bringing one person with you.
Should ask me, dude. I would have accompanied.
Do you know that Preston is Preston? We kid you not. Preston is a sensational drummer.
Well, but would you have wanted to do 6 shows?
Not at all. Hell no.
Right.
No. I would have done one of them, though.
Well, you know what? You still can.
I got a gig on Friday night already, but yeah, maybe we can fit that in. We'll talk.
Well, listen, here's what I'd like to do. You'll do the Saturday. Oh, Freddie, I locked you. Saturday, you'll do both shows. I won't have it any other way. I'm 2 minutes from there, 6 minutes from there, sure.
How is Kimmel's? Are you doing it on the Kimmel set? You said you're at his club in Vegas.
Yeah, we shot it already.
And Jimmy is from Vegas and has always wanted to have a comedy club, and we hear nothing but great things about it.
Yeah, they did it. They did it really nice. Mostly what the showroom is very important, but also what is even more important is the green room. And he did the green room on his comedy club like it's at his show. Like his show is, there's nothing else like it. Like and I've been to like not perform. I haven't performed on the Tonight Show with Johnny, but I went to see someone that went and was there when Jay was there, and been to a lot of green rooms over the years. But Kimmel's is just this like own thing, and it's gigantic, and there's like food everywhere, and there's pool tables, and it's just a really fun green room.
Water served in glass pitchers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, he loves comedians. He loves you. How long have you known him? That
you know what? I know him, but don't know him. It's really weird. Like you know someone, but you don't know them. You know, you don't see him that often, but you feel.
Did you find out he was a fan or what?
No, I knew. I when Sarah dated him, she would tell him, "You got to have Todd on the show, but let him do bits.
Yeah,
like let him do different things." And that's sort of how I got to do it. You know, just to do different bits.
And you've been friends with Sarah for a long time, Silverman. Yeah.
Sarah used to sleep on our sofa. I used to live with a guy named Dave Rath. He's a manager, and then Sarah would come in from New York, and she would sleep on our sofa. And I always thought she was so cool. I don't know why. But
she's been great, and we know that she's part of the reason you're here on this planet today. Right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, you know, really, she's probably the reason I almost died, because she was the one telling people I was okay. She was going, "No, he's just high. He's fine." Jeff Ross is the reason.
Jeff Ross. By the way, along the lines of the people who always say how far away they live from things, how many minutes, there are also people who say who slept on their sofa too.
Oh, I knew it. I knew it.
Mm-hmm.
Preston, about 5 years ago, can I tell the story?
Please. I'm okay with it.
I bumped into him in the hallway. I was going around the corner, and I bumped into him in the hallway. And that was it. I said, "I'm sorry." I thought I was very, I wasn't like a jerk. He goes, "One day," he goes, "I don't care if it's 5 years. You're gonna say something, then I'm gonna call it back, and I'm gonna put it right in your face." And that's exactly, I guess and I thought he forgot about it.
He never forgets.
I thought that he let it.
Never forgets.
Do you think I'm performing good today? Do you think the people listening? Because I said I'm going with my A game. What's it say at the top of those notes?
2 minutes from 8 minutes. Oh, no, wait.
Preston and Steve.
Frame Dad's body. Oh, Preston and Steve. I'm sorry.
A friend of mine, he told his wife, he saw how affectionate his wife was with the dog.
Okay.
So he just said, maybe half kidding, he goes, "Why don't you treat me more like the dog?" So, and now every time he poops in the house, his wife squirts him with a water pistol. Which, by the way, is a humane way. I told somebody that story, and they go, "Does that work?" I go, "Well, I heard it was a non-physical way to maybe train your dog if it's barking or something." I think I saw it on a show, which I like anything that creates non-physical for anything, human or dog or anything. I thought to squirt the water pistol. But let's say you have a dog, I thought of after I heard the water pistol thing.
Right.
The water pistol's not working. I mean, okay, you got to stop at one point. You can't have, if he's really a bad dog, you get a fire hose. You're just right over to the neighbor's yard. Sure. Oh, you act like you're trying to go, "No, let me just squirt him a little bit." You open up that hose. The dog, right over to the neighbor's yard. You go, "Oh, I tried to just use the water to teach him, but he was a bad dog. I think he's somewhere. I can't see him. He's on a farm." We used to get rid of, not so many, but once in a while we'd have a dog growing up. You know, when you try to fix the story as you're telling it?
Yeah. We get rid of so many pets.
I don't want to make it look out of proportion, but over the years, it probably 3 stories. And me and my brothers didn't honestly figure it out till we were older. I didn't even know it was a thing. We had a dog, and it would always go to a farm.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
but the farm is put to sleep.
Yep. Yeah. The dog, they put the dog down. They didn't want to break it to the kids.
No, there's a farm out there that's got a ton of dead dogs.
Yeah. I think it's
they kill it.
Yeah. I think a lot of times it's not always a parent that was doing anything wrong. The dog, they could have realized the dog was aggressive and not able to be.
Or for a kid, the dog just gets sick and it's in pain or whatever, it has to be put down. It's easier to lie to your child.
Right. Yeah. He's, because when I first saw these 2 dogs in the park, I remember, I just realized I can't tell this joke.
You did?
And I'll tell you what it is. But when we get to the part that is the part I can't do, you're going to go, "Why would you even have thought you could ever?"
Well, we egged you on, so we'll take the blame for it.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
That when I saw these, this is a true story. It's a true story. Why would I make it up? True story. When I was younger, I saw 2 dogs in the park, and they were going at it, bumping each other. Yeah. Right. And I asked my dad what they were doing, and he said, because he didn't know how to deal with stuff, and he just said, he goes, I remember like he said they're playing a game.
Yeah.
So I was like, I just asked him. I go like, I took a beat, like a little kid will, and I go, what's the game? And he said it's effing. It's called. And he said it. Yeah.
Did you watch the Golden Globes by any chance?
No, I did not.
Oh, because Ricky Gervais, he did a little bit of a monologue, and he had gotten to a joke where, we'll get you a water. And he had gotten to a joke where
just top off his bag.
That's so weird that you need water, but you've got the saline going through your body.
Did you hear what they said from
No,
City
I wasn't paying
Hydration?
attention.
So cleanly and brilliantly, she explained the difference between water that would make you thirsty and the hydration that would make you feel like I do right now. I feel like, can I tell you right now? I could bend steel. And I'm not thinking just, I'm not just thinking maybe I, thank you very much.
All right,
Thank you, Marissa.
Have you ever been on stage and you thought better of a joke that you were about to tell and had to hang a 180 away from it?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
You know what, sometimes, you know what it will be? I'll be doing an old joke that I didn't realize, just don't. I have a different relationship with what I say that comes out of my mouth. So I'll be like, I'll think of an old joke, but then halfway through I go, oh, that's not nice.
Right.
And I just want to I'll just go, you know what? I don't need that joke anymore. I had a series called If you see a sign that says don't do it, it means somebody did it.
Yes.
Okay. It's true. Because, they don't just put, if it says, I don't have to repeat the bit, but I will do one example from the old pile of part of this joke. For instance, if you see a sign that says no diving in the jacuzzi. Yeah, somebody dove into a jacuzzi, which think about that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
A moron.
Yeah.
A moron. And I don't like to call people.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
And it is brought to you by PHL TV, and Young Sheldon joins Big Bang Theory on PHL 17. Weeknights at 7 and 9:30. Family night every night is on PHL. A man who in 2017 reportedly slammed a cup containing about 100 bed bugs onto a counter at an Augusta city center, released the bugs, and prompting closure of the building for the day, is scheduled to face trial later this month.
What are the charges, do they say?
After rejecting offers from the state to settle the case. Well, Charles Manning was charged by police in 2017 with assault and obstructing government administration after he allegedly released the bed bugs at the city's general assistance office the previous month, forcing officials to close the building and bring a pest control contractor in to spray the building and kill the bed bugs that city workers had not caught. He's 78 years old, by the way. Manning's court case has dragged on for 4 years, and he has had at least 5 lawyers assigned to him, only to have them withdraw from his case because of them citing an inability to communicate effectively with Manning.
That's not true, you jerk off.
So I think that's the kind of person you're dealing with. Yes. The case now appears headed for a jury trial scheduled for October 18th.
Bunch of schmucks.
Yep. A man jailed for allegedly threatening the life of a woman transmitted the menacing message in sign language via a video text.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. And I was like, you know what? Yeah, I guess
That would
so.
work.
If you're signaling, doesn't matter how, if you're it's a threat, then you're breaking the law. According to a criminal complaint, this person, Robert Sowley, sent the victim a video text on September 28th describing in sign language, "I'll kill you, okay? I'll kill you." The woman told police that Sowley, who is deaf, was upset because he believes she took his mail. Sowley lives at the Silver Lake Mobile Home Park in St. Petersburg, and though the landlord this month filed an eviction lawsuit against him and his ex-girlfriend for non-payment of several months of their $1,340 rent.
Couldn't help but notice that you seem to have an extra Bed Bath & Beyond coupon.
Sowley's relationship to the target of the alleged threat is unclear. The victim, cops say, was in fear the defendant would cause harm to her. Sowley relocated to Florida from Michigan, where his rap sheet included multiple convictions of domestic violence, as well as convictions for assault and resisting police.
What a world.
This is a pretty good idea. The question is, what does it take to get an adult man to clean his room? Well, a 51-year-old mom named Sue from Melbourne, Australia, got really frustrated about her 22-year-old son, Lachlan's messy bedroom. So she used grains of rice from Uncle Ben's brown, red, and wild rice medley to dupe Lackland into thinking his bedroom had been invaded by mice. He thought it was mice droppings.
crap. That's awesome.
So after 3 days of leaving the grains of rice around, Lackland began to clean his room. She shared the results of the trick on a Facebook cleaning group, and people were amazed.
Did she reveal it to him eventually, or does he still think he had mouse crap?
She adds that Lackland finally saw the funny side of the trick once she came clean about it. So it worked.
Nice.
Everybody wins. Well, having a tail can apparently be dangerous in the wild. Police in Michigan got a call on Friday about 7 baby squirrels at the base of a tree with all their tails tangled together.
How the hell did that happen?
And I've seen video of this before.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Police say this is technically called, it actually has a name. It's called a scurry of squirrels. And a photo shows the animals dangerously fused together.
It's like when lesbians have a daisy chain.
It's thought they fused together shortly after birth, but ended up on the ground when the nest could no longer hold them. Police say that they did separate the babies.
I gotcha. That's interesting.
Yeah. I would think you'd have to sedate those animals to do that.
Be going crazy, right?
Squirrels are,
They're edgy to begin with.
Totally. All right, how about this? A grandmother and her friend who broke their legs after drunkenly breaking into a pool and going down the slide
Oh, my God.
are threatening legal action. Claire Vickers had been at the Boozer for about 4 hours before heading to her pal Barry Douglas's house for some more beverages. But
Let's go to Barry's house.
during the early hours, they decided to break into a park for an inebriated splashabout. This is in England, by the way. So they decided
These
to
are
go,
crazy words.
So they wanted to go to
They say boot
a splashabout. But the decision to go down the water slide proved to be an extremely unwise one. The pair threw themselves down together, oblivious to the fact that a barrier had been placed at the very bottom. Subsequently, they smashed into the blockage, leaving them trapped with horrific injuries. Claire's snapped shin popped out of her skin on her right leg, and she completely shattered her left foot, while Barry broke a leg and both feet. No police action was taken against the pair, and Claire admitted that they had been, quote, idiots, but now they're threatening legal action against the swimming pool.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Baz said security and fencing at the site isn't good enough, and there will be legal action taken.
I'm stupid. You need to protect me.
Claire said, I just think that everybody makes a mistake, and everybody has gotten drunk at some point in their life and made a silly choice, and this is what this is. Reflecting on the aftermath of their ill-fated ride on the slide, Claire said it was like a scene out of a horror film like Saw. I never forgot what I saw. The blood was pouring out at this point. I was starting to feel faint and cold. I kept checking on Barry, but he stopped moving and making any noise. I looked over at him, and he was in a fetal position and silent, and that's when I thought we were both going to die in that slide. I remember thinking, nobody is going to find us. Mercifully, police who had received calls from residents who suspected that kids had broken into the pool arrived around 3:45 a.m., almost 2 hours after they made their error in judgment. While their injuries were horrific, it could have ended much, much worse. Claire said, I'm still having nightmares about it now. 1 month on, and I nearly went in head first. I would have been dead if that happened. But now they're suing the pool.
Yeah,
it wasn't clearly
because they
marked.
didn't do anything.
Yeah. All right, and there you go. Your bizarre file for now. You got about 6-7 minutes to get the word lead or lead over to us, L-E-A-D, and we'll give you the numbers to do it. You can text for our special contest short code number, which is 45911, or if you want to be entered for the $10,000 grand prize, like I said earlier, enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Because if I'm so smart, why shouldn't I be so smart to just talk about people kinder? But I don't know the word for it. And by the way, I hope this guy probably had a dad. You have children. You have people that love you.
Yeah.
Who are you to go, hey, I'm going to go dive into that jacuzzi?
Yeah.
So maybe you're better off.
Did you work at Dairy Queen? And
I
was
did
it
work at
Plymouth
a Dairy
Meeting?
Queen, not to brag. But so when you talk about signs that, if there's a sign, I'm going to make full circle. Everyone's going to be proud of me. It's okay to get a loss, but you got to deliver.
No.
So here's the point.
Yeah. Right.
So the ice cream place, it says 3 sample limit. It doesn't say 4. It says 3 sample limit. And I thought about something. That tells a story. That tells 3 sample limit. You know what that story tells me? Look, lunatics come in different forms.
Yeah.
So when I use the word lunatic, people might go, lunatic? Yeah, that means a lunatic! Anybody that would go get 3 samples is a lunatic. Look, you certainly have problem with boundaries. If you're going to go, can I taste one? Can I get another? Can I get a third? Is there any stopping you? So that's what I think. That four
is enough.
3 sample
I
limit.
think 3's too much.
I agree. Matter of fact, if I'm with people, 1, I'm okay with. You have to realize that not everyone's like you. People have a right to go get a sample of ice cream, Todd, even if it's something you're insecure about it. I say no sample. None.
Do you ever sample deli meat? I've seen people do that. Can I have a slice of that?
Oh, yeah. I've done that. I've tried cheese.
Right. So you can do that
like that.
occasionally, same thing.
Yeah.
You don't do 4 or 5 different types of.
I trust the relationship where I'm getting it, but in the right situation, definitely. In that situation, I could lie and go, no, I don't do it there either, because I seem like a hypocrite. There's something different about the ice cream.
But they have the little spoons. That's
Yeah,
what it's for.
but
You're one of those, aren't you?
What about?
Yeah.
You're trying to gain the system, and so my kids are big. They love to do the free samples. I'll give them 1, and that is it. And it's only because they haven't been on the planet that long, so they haven't tried. If you're a 40-year-old man and you don't know what rum raisin tastes like. Like you know.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
And if it's at the yogurt place where you do it yourself in a little cup, all right, you're not. That's fine. Go over in the corner, have a ball. But where they have to scoop it for you. So I have a different standard for if you're doing it yourself at least, because it's not making someone else do it.
Sure.
And for kids, of course, it should. Yeah, whatever a kid wants to do.
They're our future.
Yeah.
You got to teach them well, Steve, right?
Exactly.
Oh, I disagree wholeheartedly. I think that you can sometimes be in between flavors, or maybe there's one you've never tried before. Or I say that not every rum raisin is the same, sir.
Okay.
There are a lot of places that make their own ice creams, and I would like to try that.
Preston's dessert of choice is ice cream.
Sometimes you look at rum raisin, it is a very clear, milky white look. Other times it's kind of brownish. I wonder how that one tastes as opposed to the other
I'm
one.
going to, not to be a wishy-washy with my opinion, but to prove that I could change my opinion, I'm changing my stance. I'm going to say
4 samples?
A lot of it's just with the demeanor, and you're matter of fact about it.
Yes.
Hey, could I try talk to the person. You have to go, you don't have to make.
I hate to be an imposition.
Yeah.
I'm a little wishy-washy here. Yeah. I just had an IV bag.
You're right. Not all are the same. So I guess really, it's a case-by-case situation. So Casey was wrong, and what you said to especially Preston was disrespectful.
I apologize.
And I'm, as a fan of the show and honored to be here, I'm not trying to kiss anybody's tuchus. I thought you were way out of line.
I was way out of line. What are your thoughts on free samples? Because you see it at the fudge kitchen,
the mall,
yeah,
Costco. You can go around and spend an hour trying the samples.
Costco. I got in trouble at Costco. That's when I realized the world people are crazy.
Yeah.
I had a
World War II wasn't an indicator.
Well, that's like, and by the way, this does make sense. Please remind me to get back to what I did at Costco.
Okay,
but it does have to do with, you said
World War II?
Nazis?
Yeah,
what did you do at Costco?
Okay. World War II.
World War II.
Hitler.
Ice cream samples.
Someone told me that Hitler, this is a true story, they told me this, whether it's true or not, it's true, I don't know.
Okay.
But they said Hitler ate a piece of cake every day. Isn't that crazy? I told my friend, I don't think it's the craziest thing about him.
Brought to you by Patient First Cold and flu season is here.
I've got a clode.
You do have a clode. Patient First is here to help. Hey, Harry. I can't speak.
You were traveling all day.
I was.
What's Harry, though?
I was just going to say they handle everything.
They Harry your clothes.
And I put handle and every and made it Harry.
At these times, you need someone who cares about your clothes and harries it correctly.
I'm sorry. And I snorted too. So we were chatting last night, and Kath shared a story with us about a friend who had a doctor's appointment, I think it was, Kathy?
Yeah, it's like a televisit, a telemedicine visit.
Yeah, we were just talking about, Zoom conferencing and all that stuff and maybe speaking to relatives and so on. And
Framing a shot.
Yeah, framing a
so
shot.
that you're seen.
My mom she's always laying down when I talk to her, and she holds, I guess, we have a thing called the gram pad, which is like an iPad, and she holds it down low. And so I always get this shot going up. It looks like a looming, intimidating camera angle, but she only frames in part of her chin, and that's all that I see. So we're all coping with different.
Yeah, you love them, and obviously the grandpad has been a godsend. But you would like to see the full face of the woman who gave birth to you.
But listen to this. So Kathy's friend had a doctor's appointment.
Yeah, she had a doctor's appointment, and it was, over the computer. And so she just assumed they would be like chatting and talking about, I guess, whatever it is the checkup was for.
What kind of doctor is this?
So the doctor was with her gynecologist.
Oh, okay.
And so she was trying to explain something to her. And finally, at one point, the gynecologist said, you know what, you're going to have to show me.
Oh, my God.
And so she took her pants off and straddled the computer.
Oh, my
Preston,
God.
though, she was at work.
I was like, wait, back up. I was like, what? You had to show her? And she was like, yeah. She's like, listen, I've been going to her for years. So it was okay. It was fine. So I even texted my neighbor who's a gynecologist, and I said, do you do this with your patients? And she's like, well, no, we don't. But she's like, I guess some people do.
Well, okay, so so with televisits have become a thing, and the discussion is if this is going to be something. Dr. Mike seems to think it's going to be
ongoing.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I
to be
really
honest,
do.
If you can just go, I have this rash on my arm instead of driving across.
Here's your copay now. Call in my prescription.
Call it in. You got this.
Yeah.
And by the way, if you can clear waiting rooms and stuff for people with more serious things, that's a positive.
Listen, there was it was more in the thick of COVID when things were a little bit more touchy, and not that it's gotten any better, but our fear of it was a little bit stronger a little while back, and so I had a teleconference with a specialist whom I would regularly go into the waiting room and wait minimum hour and a half past my appointment schedule, and this one. Right on time, done deal, in and out. It was so easy to do.
If you can do it now
I had to show him my butthole. But other than that, it was okay. Now
hold it up there. Yeah. But I would say this then, right? If you're going to call your gyno, and this is the one who is. Maybe call on your phone for ease of use. So you can hold it down, right, Preston? Because it's harder to put your iMac up to your cooter, right?
Oh, my God.
I mean, to me.
I think it was just jumped over it. And
I'm not going to ask what was the issue, but did it get it done? Was it?
Oh yeah, I see it right there. Yeah, it looks like Idaho.
Oh right, I don't know. I didn't go further into the conversation. I was just shocked that.
How did that get in there?
She actually had to do that.
Steve, like anything else that we've seen in COVID times, we've seen some industries have had a boom because there's now demand, maybe like at-home stirrups and stuff like that.
Why not? Yeah, absolutely.
Could end up being an industry.
Time for my appointment.
Absolutely. You know what you do? Just take the Casey. You're a cyclist. Just get on your bike and put them up on the handlebars.
You could do that.
Hang on a second. I want to go to Carl. Carl, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, what up, oranges? Oh, wait, no, you're triangles.
Wait a minute. What was that from?
What is that from?
It was me.
When Casey was talking about that dumb Cracker Barrel game.
Oh, that's
the game. What's up, Carl?
We always mess up our shapes and colors. It's all good.
Yes, yeah.
So I had what I thought was a weird bulge in my belly button area, and I thought, this is kind of weird. I should tell a nurse. Like, my sister's a nurse, and she said, you have to send us a picture, and we can look at it. So I'm like, how am I going to take a belly button selfie? I work in a machine shop.
Yep.
So I'm standing there with my new phone, with the camera facing me, holding my shirt up with my chin, trying to take a picture in the middle of this welding machine shop. And my boss comes over. He goes, am I disturbing anything? I said, no. I said, I'm just trying to take a picture of my belly button, which was an even dumber response because I should have just said, hey, I think I have a hernia.
Mm-hmm.
So, I got the right angle. I didn't have to straddle the phone, thank God, but they did wind up sending me to the hospital, and I did have an umbilical hernia.
Wow. So it worked. It ended up being the thing that needed to be done. Okay.
You should just told your boss it was for your OnlyFans page.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, belly buttons only. I had to have emergency surgery. It was like my belly button, so it saved my life.
No, so there you go. So and that saved you the time. They could diagnose it right over there and get you in for something more serious. But still, I guarantee you, there are people who, inopportune moments, the door opens up and you have the iPhone up your ass.
Right.
What is this, Doc?
Here's a text that says, I almost broke my penis having sex. We've heard of that before. And had to do a Zoom call and show the doctor. It was awkward at first, but she's seen many penises, he says.
But it was his dentist. No, but that's rather common. And if something like that could be taken care of, you know what? Would you feel? Let me ask you. You're in the privacy of your own home. Would you feel even more comfortable in the confines of your own home? You're not in a doctor's office.
I think that the fact that they might be, what might be in the back of someone's mind is this being recorded?
Totally.
Yeah. And can somebody else get their hands on this type of thing?
Of course it's being recorded.
All right, in the meantime, we're going to do today's lesson question. We are going to give away a $50 gift card to Iron Hill Brewery. And the question we will ask today is, Mike Flanagan is known for his thrillers like Midnight Mass, The Haunting of Hill House, and one of his next projects involves a reboot of which sitcom? 215-263-WMMR, okay? Mike Flanagan, known for his thrillers, Midnight Mass, The Haunting of Hill House, and one of his next projects involves a reboot of which sitcom? 215-263-WMMR. If you know, you should give us a call right now. We'll do the trash while you're calling.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
And this morning is brought to you by Revivalist Spirits, voted USA Today's top craft gin distillery. Offers online ordering and delivery of gin, vodka, bourbon, and pre-made cocktails to all Pennsylvania residents. Use the promo code Preston for a 10% discount off your purchase. RevivalistSpirits.com. What's going on, Steve?
Well, the Riverside Police Department disputing a claim made by an elite investigative team that deceased con Gary Francis Post was the Zodiac killer and insisting he was actually deceased con Arthur Lee Allen. As of this morning, both groups have changed direction and will now announce the names of everyone who wasn't the Zodiac killer. Good call. Renee Zellweger claiming she has no desire to move in with her new boyfriend, Ant Anstead. Zellweger says while things are good now, she wants to leave the option open to see other people if her eyes ever open up.
Oh, my God.
And finally, NHL star Evander Kane in hot water after using a fake COVID-19 vaccination card, to clear a league mandate. Kane's counterfeit vaccine card was quickly spotted because it had holes punched in it for a free coffee. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll see if you do indeed have the answer to this question. Mike Flanagan is known for his thrillers like Midnight Mass and The Haunting of Hill House. One of his next projects involves a reboot of which sitcom? And we'll go to Vicky for the answer. Hey, Vicky, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
All right, Vicky, we have what sitcom being redone?
The Nanny.
The Nanny. You got it. Hang on a second, Vicky. We'll get your information. And we're going to send you a $50 Iron Hill Brewery and Restaurant gift card. Iron Hill Brewery's top-selling IPAs and seasonal beers now available everywhere. Craft beer is sold locally. Visit ironhillbrewery.com and click Beer Finder to find a retailer near you. We never have Vicky's call in.
No.
And a great clip of Vicky would be from So I Married an Axe Murderer.
Yeah.
Phil Hartman.
Yeah.
Everyone calls me Vicky. All right. Music news. Here we go.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Well. All right. And it's brought to you by Iron Hill Brewery. Top-selling IPAs and seasonal beers now available everywhere. Craft beer is sold locally. You can visit ironhillbrewery.com and click Beer Finder to find a retailer near you. The Offspring's latest single and video, The Opioid Diaries, puts the spotlight on the growing opioid crisis, placing the blame squarely on the pharmaceutical industry. The video includes some eye-opening statistics, like more than 93,000 people died of drug overdose in 2020, equating to one person every 6 minutes. 2020 also had the highest count of overdose deaths ever recorded. And Dexter Holland said, I wrote this Offspring song about addiction. While drug addiction is certainly not a new issue, the opioid epidemic in America is different. It's different because it was created by and driven by Big Pharma. And I wrote this song to say that the pharmaceutical industry should be held accountable for its consequences. Holland added the Opioid Diaries was written from a personal perspective to show the very personal toll that opiate addiction has taken on our family and friends. He said there are countless stories of regular folks with short-term pain issues, a blue-collar factory worker or high school athlete, for example, who were given these drugs and became hopelessly addicted in a short period of time. When the prescription ran out, they had no choice but to start taking illegal street drugs like heroin and fentanyl. And the results, of course, have been deadly.
Yeah, and there's like voluminous proof that these drugs were pumped into certain areas and they struck certain deals and people got addicted.
The Opioid Diaries is included on the Offspring's latest album, Let the Bad Times Roll. New Slipknot music might be released as early as before the end of the year. Lead singer Corey Taylor recently said that it could come in the next month or so. He was talking about the next Slipknot album when he said it's pretty much done. Now, I'd say it's probably about 80% done. We're finishing up some music. Got a couple more songs to sing. However, I will say this. Don't be surprised if in the next month or so you hear something new.
Kathy, is Not Fest on for next year?
It is.
Or
Yeah. Don't worry.
It's a fall activity.
It's
Not
gonna be-
activities.
Yeah. So
Not
it's gonna be on the
activities. Let's see. During an interview with UK Metro original Black Sabbath drummer Bill Ward said that he would like the original band to reunite to make a new album. He said that he is in contact with the other members of the band nearly 5 years after they completed their final tour without him. He said, I talked to Ozzy 2 nights ago. A lot of things have crossed between us, and there's new boundaries that I have to build, but I don't think any... I know.
What does that mean? Makes no sense.
Usually want to break the boundaries down.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. But I don't think any less of them. And I've been working with Tommy since 1964 when I was 16 years old. They're my brothers, and I love them.
Well, Tommy want wingy.
Talking about a new album, he said, as far as I'm concerned,
Tommy want wingy.
the book's never closed with Sabbath, and I'm writing like a demon. I'm living life. So he says that he'd like to be open to the possibility of them getting together down the road. And then one last thing, and I know Steve and I are fans of Tears for Fears.
Oh, God, yeah.
Casey as well. Coming on.
I am too, Preston.
Okay. Everybody but Kathy.
Yeah, Kathy's all about the knot.
Hey!
Coming on February 25th is their latest album, The Tipping Point. The set, which marks the duo's first collection since 2004, was informed in part by the 2017 death of main songwriter Roland Orzabal's wife, Caroline. Orzabal told Rolling Stone the album's title track deals specifically with her passing. He said, it came at a time when my late wife was
On Tuesday, Kathy, I know you have it on your calendar. Knotfest. is
Not
gonna be in Canton.
That's what I said. I
Tuesday,
said Tuesday.
Right, Tuesday, the BB&T
Did you hear?
Pavilion.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're doing the stage announcements, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's
I'll
what I
be
thought.
there.
Nice. Kathy's
In
got
my-
a special festive mask she's going to wear.
Right.
I'll be there in my farm gear.
Yeah. and you know what she does? She always brings her truck for Knotfest, which is they sell garlic knots.
Ah.
Yeah.
Well, all right. And that is what I
I'm a really
have
confused
in the music news. All right. As we are taking a break, I'm going to give away our last run of engagement passes for No Time to Die, which means while the movie's in the theaters, you can go see it.
The original title was "Ain't Nobody Got Time for That."
It's just odd for a Bond
yeah.
movie. Caller number 15, we're going to give you those tickets, 215-263-WMMR. One final break to take before we come back to wrap it up, and we will do that next. Stay with us. Listen, I've gotten used to dropping trowel and letting whatever doctors need to do whatever they need to do, and it's never. I never look forward to it, obviously, but it doesn't bother me now. But
No.
it may have at another age.
I think for me, it represents a whole new possibility. As you said, Preston, if you go and you show and you're sitting in the office for an hour and a half, and you have a time, and you've got things to do during your day, and so what could be done in 10 minutes takes 2.5, 3 hours. To me, that's a win.
I'm wondering to what extent it'll be because when you go in for almost anything, a couple of things they almost always do are weigh you, check your temperature, just to get a basic vibe on your overall well-being. So I wonder if they're able to, when we return to normal, if they would be able to overlook those couple of things. You know what I mean?
Well, there are things now, by the way, and this is part of where the industry is going, and I saw an article on this where you would actually have, whether it be through your Apple Watch or your phone, or you'd take your temperature. It would send the data to the doctor in real time, and your vitals, your blood pressure, however, even like a remotely controlled cuff or something.
Be cool.
That'd be able to do it. So yeah.
In order to skip the hassle of going to the doctor, I'd be happy with that in a heartbeat,
Listen,
man.
what if you had something that had to be removed and the doctor talked Rochelle through it?
Oh my God!
Would you? Right? Would you be up for that?
I would have complete confidence.
I mean, she's so good with the YouTube stuff.
Here is a text that says, I have eczema on my hands, which is fairly new. I couldn't control it and did a Zoom meeting with my doctor, and he said, I don't think it's staph. Which triggered me, so I went. No, I think they might have said, I think it's staph, which triggered me, so I went to a dermatologist and did indeed have MRSA.
Wow.
So they had seen that. Wow, okay.
I mean, that sometimes that's all it takes. But the notion of someone straddling their computer.
I mean, seriously, I couldn't get over it. I was like, you, really?
Well, are there USB cameras that you can, right? Maybe you want to have one at the ready. If you're calling your gynecologist.
Well,
Preston,
no.
A little ring light that attaches to your thigh.
See, no, that's what I was going to say. She goes, well, I do have the ring light set up anyway for when I do, conference calls and stuff like that. She's like, so it was there anyway. So she had a light. She literally shined a light.
Yeah. I guess you want to know what's wrong with you? Then
I mean,
all right. Can you the microphone? Could you please make sure that's inside there?
No, I'm losing signal.
If there was if I had to do this, I would have to try and create like a perspective that made everything like look
bigger,
or maybe.
Are you getting it all in the frame? Because I got a whopper here, Doc.
It would have to do something where,
like an anamorphic lens.
Yeah, or all right. So how like if you're trying to take a picture of evidence, and you don't know. Like you lay a dollar bill next to it, so it gives it perspective.
So here's what you do, Case. When you're going to your urologist and your junk is being displayed, get the people who take the pictures of the houses for Zillow.
Yes.
They always make them look much bigger.
Yeah.
No, Case is going to go out and he's going to buy a dollar bill that's a third the size of a regular dollar bill.
Yes.
See? Just make sure like your hands aren't in the picture too, because then you look like you have these huge giant hands.
Do you ever see like the guys who hold like the TV remote up against their junk, like and like, come on. But they should market all sorts of ultra tiny, and you use like a little doll hand to hold it.
Right. Miniature tennis racket or something like that. Oh my God.
God, I'm so big.
Little Women star Florence Hughes is shutting down criticism over the age gap between her and her boyfriend, Zach Braff. She's 24, he's 44.
That's 20 years.
And here's how it went down. She posted a shot of herself, and he commented with a princess emoji, and a follower remarked, "You're 44 years old." And she responded, "And yet he got it." There you go.
That's awesome stuff.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I love that kind of byplay on social media. And yet he got it.
And yet he got it. Wow.
I mean, Little Women. I'm so little.
Zach Braff.
Let's see. Little Women already did that one.
Women, you came back. You made a mistake.
I did.
It's okay. Little Women make mistakes too.
Let's go over Vanessa Hudgens. She gave recent ex Austin Butler a taste of what he's missing on Instagram.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so help me out with this.
Okay,
All right,
anything on Instagram is just as awesome.
She posted a series of shots of herself in a suit.
In like a three-piece men's suit?
I don't know. Yeah, sure. We'll go with that. Writing Thirsty Thursday. Y'all, LOL. I don't really have many pics that qualify, so not sure how long this will last. But for now, we wet.
We wet?
Damn.
We wet.
We wet. Sopping wet.
Thirsty.
Yo.
Thirsty.
Did she hashtag it Thirsty Thursday?
Yeah.
We wet. We wet, man.
We wet.
Buckets of girly juice.
It's just, she's just saying, that she's thirsty.
Yo.
To all the boys out there.
Does that mean thirsty as in I need something to drink?
No.
Thirsty for sex.
I need something in my mouth.
Yeah.
That's not food.
That's not food.
You didn't have to go to oral.
Well, I mean, listen, I just assume that's how you get things started.
Yeah. That's how you get the thirsty train rolling.
It's very generous of you.
Yeah.
Did anyone find this picture of her?
She must have posted it on her stories because it's not on her.
All right.
feed.
Well, she wasn't that thirsty then. If she didn't want to
She was
stay
only
for-
temporarily. She was thirsty for 24 hours.
Let's just say she was peckish.
But let me run that quote by you again.
Okay.
Y'all, LOL. I don't really have many pics that qualify, so not sure how long this will last for. But for now, we wet.
We wet.
Nice
we wet.
beaver.
We wet beaver.
We wet. She's a lovely young lady, and she wet.
She. I mean, come on. How can you not be embarrassed writing crap like that? Really? And I love her. I think she's awesome.
We wet.
She posted a Thirsty Thursday post 2 weeks ago as well, so she's been thirsty for a while.
Really thirsty.
Or she just gets thirsty on Thursdays.
Yeah,
that's it.
Well, she's on a special diet where you only drink on Thursday, and I mean that's the only liquid you consume for the whole week.
That's right. So you're slowly dying throughout the week.
Can't wait till Thursday.
I'm so thirsty.
I'm so thirsty. What day is it?
It's only Tuesday.
God damn.
Oh, I'm never gonna make it.
I can't wait for 4 almonds Friday. You just eat 4 almonds on Friday?
4 almond Friday.
I'm an actress. We wet. Not anymore.
Not anymore.
I queefed and dust came out. It looked like when you're blowing one of those candy cigarettes.
The powdered sugar.
We dry.
We dry. So, Dancing with the Stars host Tyra Banks had a major wardrobe malfunction that may have escaped viewers' notice.
Nice beaver.
Are we sure that's what it was?
The 46-year-old told E.T.
I can see a beaver.
I think it was the 3rd or 4th episode. I walk out, my hand is on my back, and I was holding my dress together. It was not zipped up. And I did not have on any of my jewelry.
OMG.
Yeah,
What is that, a Muppet between your legs?
Yeah.
Actually, she does look kind of bare without jewelry.
Yeah, you're right, because they usually bling them up on that show.
Well, she's been a complete success during this whole run with the screwing up stuff right and left. And
She must have been rushed for whatever reason. Remember my wardrobe malfunction when my knocker fell out?
No.
Excuse me?
Was
But
it dancing?
Salsa
Yeah, I
dancing.
remember.
It was a halter top, so it clipped behind my neck,
Yeah.
and I was in the middle of a performance, and it snapped off, and it literally it fell down. And I remember the move. I had to drop to the floor in like a count or two, and so I went down early. And like I remember my partner looking at me like, "What are you doing?" And I had probably 1 or 2 seconds to put the snap back together, and sure enough, it happened, and I put it together, and I was ready to go right after. I don't know how that happened.
Were you at Parks or something like that?
No, I was at the dance studio La Luna in Ben Salem, and it was on video, and we did have the video, but I made the guy who had the video kind of blur out my nips.
Nips didn't show,
So
did
you'll
they?
never know if they're pink or brown.
Damn it, we were so close.
No, okay, so my nips didn't show.
I was at a friend's wedding one time, and there was a couple out on the dance floor, and this woman's boob was there just dancing along. Her boob's
She
just
didn't
hanging
know?
out. She had no idea. No idea.
Dude, those things
Somebody eventually said something to her.
they're so tight, and like sometimes it just like pops out the top, and you don't even know.
Well, my wife's old roommate she was wearing a top that was so loose that we were. It was like a Saturday morning. We were on the back patio having a coffee. She must have like bent over for something, and then she came back up and full on. She didn't even know. I had to be like, "Yo, dude,
your boob
is," because like I guess like the nipple kind of got caught underneath the neck of the shirt. It was the neck of the shirt had come down.
That is a loose-ass shirt.
That is a
Yeah.
loose-ass shirt. I was like, dude, you're...
I just got...
Your boobs are hanging out! Just one.
I just got a text from the guy who has the video, and he said those were the days.
Yes, they were.
Giving the gift is more important, I think, than the receiving.
So I'll get some things from my wife. She'll say, here's something that I like, and here's something, and so I will get some good gift ideas. But the ones that I'm more excited about are the ones that go, you know what, man? She didn't ask for this. I don't even know if she even knows that this thing exists, but I think she would like this.
I have a couple on the list this year that I'm really excited about. Sometimes you go for it, and sometimes it'll be like, oh. And like, I missed on that one.
Oh, dude, Rochelle told me that she's
there we go, dude.
Christ.
I never used to believe in this bullcrap, but I do now, and I understand that it's complete hooey.
Yeah,
it's not complete.
Yeah, no,
hooey.
it is. There's no
absolutely not complete.
There's no
hooey.
science behind it whatsoever.
Happens regularly during this time.
Yeah,
it does. Things break down. I'm telling you, during Mercury retrograde. It is not complete hooey.
Mercury retrograde happens 3 times a year.
3, sometimes 4.
Okay.
For a couple of weeks, and I would put scientific study out there. Things tend to break down. Things tend to be a bit bumpier during Mercury retrograde. Just
Interesting.
saying.
Listen,
it's actually an optical illusion.
It is.
Mercury retrograde.
Right, because you look at the planet Mercury in a telescope, it appears to be spinning backwards. It's really not. But the confounding things that it then shoots out in terms of challenges
The confounding
to the universe.
things. Okay.
We're being bombarded by confounding things.
We are being bombarded, and you just got evidence of it right there.
Yeah.
And that's
that was the worst TED Talk I ever attended.
Maybe
Ted Mumble.
I don't know
My
if
next
it's
class
Ted
coming
Mumble.
in a minute.
Your hair looks bigger than I've seen it in
Yeah,
a while
man.
today.
Yeah, well.
His hair dryer went like it was overpowered from Mercury retrograde, like extra.
It's his tribute to
extra wind
Tawny
tunnel.
Katane, Preston.
Do you still have the house guests?
Looks good though.
No, they left.
Oh,
okay.
Finally. They left. I'm all alone.
One less bell to answer.
I'm all alone.
All alone.
Poor man.
Me and my stuffed animal.
What's your stuffed animal?
I have a little stuffed dog.
Do you?
Yeah.
Aw.
I mean, yeah.
Since you were a kid, or is this
No,
fairly new?
my
When you
neighbor
bought
gave
it, it was
she
alive.
wants me to get a dog, but I don't feel I'm quite ready to get another dog.
How long ago did Lucy leave us?
Just a long time.
That was a long time ago.
I probably should get a dog, but anyway, it's too much.
It's all good. It's all good.
But anyway, I've got a stuffed animal.
All right. I love these statements, man. It's
Yeah.
great. All right, how about we do letter of the day?
Yeah, sure.
Let's see if this works. Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by The Letter.
R as in retrograde.
Yeah.
Right.
There it is. We'll take caller number 7 at 215-263 WMMR, and we got some money over here for you. Let's see if you can get through now, and we will try to get ourselves a winner. Other than retrograde and all that other stuff, you good? Everything good in your world?
Peachy.
All right, other than being alone and in retrograde.
Alone with my
you're
stuffed
peachy.
dog and some booze, some cigarettes.
Hey, man, a scary thing has been happening to me this week. I've a couple of occasions. I try not to really drink on school nights.
Right.
And I've drank on a couple of school nights, and I've gotten up the next day and felt just fine.
No.
Really?
That is a
That's
scary
not good.
thing, right?
Yeah.
Be careful of that.
I do need to be careful. That's what I'm afraid of.
Because
It's actually good for me.
I had a Monday night drinking night with this band at a restaurant and then in my kitchen for hours. And Tuesday didn't feel so good.
Okay. Well, then good. That's a good thing. Reminding you to not do that often.
I haven't had a drink since Labor Day, and they say it cleanses your system and you'll feel great. Like, I don't really feel
Not
any
really.
different. I'm
I
like,
know.
what is the point of this? I want a glass of wine.
I know. I quit for almost 2 years, and I was like, oh, man, I'm going to lose all this weight. I'm feeling so much better. And
Now I'm just starving and want to eat more.
But didn't you quit for your headaches?
I
though?
did, yeah. Like Kathy, I was doing an elimination. I was trying to see if it was causing my migraines. And after a couple of months, I realized, no, I'm still getting them. But then I was like, you know what? I'm going to try this for a little while and just see how it goes. And I did enjoy my time away from the booze. It was an interesting social experiment to watch other people drunk at social events.
Right.
So I kind of got something out of that.
That's
there
life.
was a boring side
yeah,
of it.
that's it. Sometimes people don't want me around. Well, they probably don't want me around for a number of reasons.
Aw,
but
why
I
doesn't want you
am
around?
I am like I'm a chronicler of. But I never rat people out if they get a little crazy at a party.
Chronicle.
Yeah.
But anyway, we'll see if that continues now. I'll keep testing this
theory.
anomaly in my body if I stay feeling okay.
You are a noticer.
I am a noticer. And I noticed we have a caller 7 on the line. I'm going to go to Paul. Hi there, Paul.
Hey, Preston, how you doing?
Wonderful, man. All right, we're one word away from a cash prize, and what is it?
Vapor.
Yabba dabba doo!
That is correct, sir. Paul, nice and plain and simple. We're going to give you $300, my friend.
That sounds awesome.
Excellent. Well, hang on. We'll get your information. We will set you up with that. That $300 courtesy of the Bagster. The Bagster is a dumpster in a bag and is perfect for all home improvement cleanups.
I've used them. They're great.
And you just pick one up today at any of your local home improvement stores. You buy, fill, and it's gone. And that is it. So what's up on today's program?
More SDP tickets for their November 6th appearance at the Hard Rock in AC. We've got a block of John Lennon for his birthday this weekend. We've got Ramones. We've got Hailstorm and weekend calendar, planner, and 2 more opportunities for some dough at noon and 2 p.m.
Nice. Excellent. It's going to be good. And by the way, I've never heard this phrase before. Somebody texted in. It's not drinking alone if the dog is home.
Oh,
I didn't
there
think
you
about
go.
it that way, right?
And my stuffed animal.
Right. That counts.
I get this image of Pierre sitting across an interrogation table at the police. I have a stuffed dog.
Yeah.
Hey, Fuzzy.
I'm going to thank our...
What do you think about your life? Where should I go next?
Thank our sponsors. Preston and
Should I
Steve
have
Show.
for breakfast?
Brought to you today by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. Get him Dunkin' for breakfast. Also sponsored by Iron Hill Brewery's top-selling IPAs and seasonal beers now available everywhere craft beer is sold locally. And next week on the program, so we had a communication snafu with Rick Wakeman, so he will be joining us next week.
Nice.
Mercury.
Justin Guarini.
Yay.
David Duchovny.
Awesome.
And the band Low Cut Connie will be joining us, so we will talk to those guys. All right, so that's it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a fantastic weekend, friend. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.